What's going on, people? What's up? Oh, my cat left as soon as stream starts. He knows. He knows that I'm gonna exploit him for fucking views. How y'all doing? I don't have a super comprehensive plan for stream today, so I think we might just be being chilling a little bit, but at least I'm fucking streaming.
Like criminals.
At some point we might. Oh, Ridgild's here. Wiggins doing some rating
service
tomato
jobs.
panel, and maybe I'll join. I don't know.
They're not showing up, so the wages are increasing. There's a IHOP where I'm nearby, and they closed their doors because
they're talking about wages.
Like the people that they were employing was only illegals, and it caused like a serious detriment of the quality of the place.
So let me put this.
Let me interrupt just for a moment. Christina, with her 7-month membership, huh?
I'm here in immigration and wages. Okay, maybe we're joining. Give me a second. I gotta get out of this. Save the fucking Zorhan hot takes for later.
Them, or we don't. I don't anymore. I don't.
So let me put this into perspective. One, in the last 80 years, one of the major imports of migrants that the United States has had was Operation Paperclip, where you brought Nazi scientists to work on your.
That was back in the 40s.
Hold on.
Let's try not to say that N word. Let's try not to use that N word if
Okay.
you don't mind.
You know,
The people back in the early 40s, when they
German
did a lot of
scientists.
bad
anyhow,
things.
I'm going to make a point here. Your country has benefited from the importing of the mines of not only Europe, but throughout the whole world. That's a matter of fact. Now, the question
Yes.
is, what has aggravated the conditions in the last 30 years for irregular, illegal, undocumented migration to happen?
There is no such thing as a
I was
regular
born
illegal.
and they all thought Wick is in America now. We gotta go, especially the ladies, those thick Latinas. Okay.
Well,
We're
Ditzo,
gonna
you've
keep
been
them in.
deported to
I
the
will
back.
protect the thick
You
Latinas.
got 5 more minutes in the back, Ditzo. Hang
Dude, I
tight.
love Denso. I really do.
I got a question for you, Sarah. I was doing a little research on birthright citizenship, and it stated that if they had
They
allegiance
finished
to another
the wage
country,
compensate the
that they were not
wage debate
to
already.
be
What the fuck?
eligible for citizenship. Their parents.
Where
If
does
their
it say that in the
parents.
14th?
How can you, as a child, have allegiance to another
No,
country?
I'm talking about the parents. The parents.
So what he's
Where
talking
does it
about
say
in
that in
the
the
14th
14th
Amendment is talking about people who are diplomats or ambassadors from other countries. And yes, our
that would make
14th Amendment
sense.
birthright citizenship does not apply to them because their families, the diplomats and their families, have what's called diplomatic immunity. You may have heard of it,
Mhm.
right? Where they are
Yes.
not subject to the jurisdiction
What's
of
up, South
America
Rama?
in the
Welcome
same way
back.
anyone else would be. It's a very special condition, and they carved that out specifically because I realized it could maybe cause some problems, right? So
Mhm.
yes, if you're a diplomat and you have a child here, that child does not automatically become a
Right.
citizen. Is not covered.
That makes sense
But it-
because they're only here as like an ambassador of their country. So they're not here because they want to be here to work
It's the
here, live
jurisdiction,
here.
yeah.
Their allegiance is not to us. They're just here to help be an ambassador. That actually makes sense.
That's not an
Um,
immigrant either. That's an ambassador.
No, that's not. Yeah, it's not an immigrant. They're not here to be an American citizen. They're here to represent their country on American territory and help aid the communication between the two.
Technically,
Technically speaking,
Like-
anywhere they step is their native soil.
yeah, in the embassy or
Thanks for the
whatever
sub,
that they bought.
Dave.
Can I ask a question
Right.
real quick?
Mhm.
Okay, so it seems like we have this idea that if you do any crime, you should be met with some sort of criminal punishment. Like, do we believe that we should be deporting like criminals who are citizens?
No.
No.
Why not?
There
No,
are-
you go to jail.
Our criminals are our problems. We're
So-
not.
so-
Well, Donald Trump disagrees with you, right? Because he suggested the idea of deporting homegrowns, quote unquote.
I don't know.
I-
Like they
I
should-
just don't know, like,
I
why-
think this is the problem of the whole debate right now is that we have to look at it in different sections, right? So we're talking about people that are legally or in transit of a
Oh,
visa,
is he cutting out?
Minor,
or
yeah.
or
everyone
people
else?
that broke
Yeah,
over
minor.
the border.
Hold
Oh,
on.
sure. Okay.
Is that Vibe talking?
Yes.
Oh,
He's
he-
close
Vibe,
enough.
They got him.
Vibe, you froze up.
They took his job. The
Just
immigrants
back
took his
dating.
job.
He got
No.
he got deported, and that's what happened.
They took his job.
He got deported.
Okay.
All
Am I
right.
back here? Can you guys hear
Oh,
me?
there you are. And let's give it a minute to sink in. Alexander
Okay.
with the Big Ten says overstaying your visa is a civil violation, not a criminal one. People who overstayed are not criminal illegal aliens. Which are you all talking about? I don't think we're talking about necessarily. I don't think we're talking about all people who over. That was a claim that Wick made earlier, is that they were overstaying their visas, and that's why they're here illegally. But I would say people who are overstaying their visa and then tapping into new social security cards in order to keep working, using different names, aliases, so on and so forth, that is illegal. That's fraud.
Okay, so I'm about to go to the back, but I wanted to piggyback on this because this is a super important point. And I think we were
Mhm.
absolutely conflating this earlier. Like when you guys we were talking about people overstaying their visas and accusing them of being criminal, and they are not. That's not a criminal offense. It is specifically a civil offense, which obviously they can be deported for that, but it's not a like they wouldn't be prosecuted for being.
Can't
And
send
I
them
think
to
conflating
jail,
the two.
which is a problem of sending them to CCOT, right? Where they send a lot of them
exactly.
to CCOT. That again, we would, as I said during the one-on-one discussion we had, Sarah, if we were
Mhm.
talking about just put them on a plane, give them a ticket, and send them to their home country, we'd have a different conversation. But that's not what we're talking about. We're in many cases, what they're doing is sending them to a foreign prison where we have trouble getting them back from if we do it wrong, as we saw with our Abrego Garcia,
Foreign
where the
prison?
government said, "Well, it's hard for us to we can't just get them back," and that's a problem for me that we send people to a foreign prison for not being criminals in a civil violation without due process. That's a problem.
Yeah.
In
So,
addition
but-
to
and
that,
that's-
just
that's
since
the-
I'm about to go to the back,
Yeah, go ahead.
addition to that, like now after there was a recent Supreme Court ruling where they're now sending people to countries that they're not even from, right? And some of these countries are like active war zones and like really dangerous places. And this is, I mean, I imagine being sent to somewhere where you might get killed like super easily. And
They
you
should
had
have
no due
thought
process,
about that.
and you weren't a criminal. You were just like you're being like, and people are sitting on a panel. A bunch of Americans are sitting on a panel calling you a
Sucks to
criminal,
suck.
and then you get deported and you get killed. Like, just imagine being in that scenario. It'd be horrifying, right? Okay.
Look,
Actual
this
Should
is
have
simple.
thought about that.
If you can just return, this is simple. The issues of what you call illegality migration has to do with the impacts of foreign policy of the United States and also internal problems in each other countries.
Can we please
For
stop
the
broadening
past 30
conversation?
years, for the past 30 years, I out of those 30 years, I've been working 25 years in my respective country to try to fix those issues. Bush, Obama, Trump, Biden, now Trump again. Last 5 presidents. Last year, we had 6 major meetings in Guatemala, Mexico, etc.
What's your point, sir?
Yeah,
Thank
please
you.
skip.
Give me a moment. I'm
Sorry.
getting to the fucking point.
You've been getting to it the whole time,
Hold
dude.
on to this
While
for
you
5
take your
minutes.
time getting to the point, allow me to let all of the maters know we are going to be shifting over to the gauntlet here in just a few minutes. I will continue to drop the video link into the chat for you to just go ahead and move over now, or you have to wait and catch the raid. There's 180, 90 of you watching. So I expect to see here shortly all of you maneuver over to the gauntlet. I will shut the tomato down. Same show, different channel. Everybody on screen is staying
Do I have
in
to
place.
do I have to rejoin StreamYard, Sarah, or am I good here?
I just said everybody here on the panel is staying in place. You don't have to move, but the chat does. So if you're in the chat and you're enjoying it and having fun, start moving over. Everybody's already over at the gauntlet. They're moving over there. I will continue dropping the link, and here in a few minutes, I will shut Tomato down completely, and you'll have to catch the raid wave on over. Okay, did so. I think we're all ready to listen to you now.
In simple terms, Wick is too superficial in his analysis. There's things I agree with Wick, and I applaud that he's able to say. But the problem and the depth of the problem is something that has been ongoing for a long time. That's a fact. Now, there are clear undernotes of xenophobia, of racism, and other BS of the United States side that impedes them to really get shit done and fixed. Because if we could get, for example,
Is your point that America is racist? Because you got that across.
No. That's just one of the factors, but it's not the whole factor. I'm speaking in a more broader sense before we get into the whole depth of this whole issue. Because at the end, irregular, illegal, or undocumented migration is happening because of facts, of things that are being done. So why hasn't your country opened the table, and in the last 5 presidents, let's sit down with our governments and said, let's fix this.
You're asking questions to things that like we have no control over. Like that is ambassador, presidential kind of.
It's beyond the scope of the conversation. We're not talking about immigration in general. We're talking about immigration enforcement, ICE specifically.
Look,
there is a conversation to be had about border policies and border issues, but we aren't talking about that today. Today we are talking about once they're here, regardless of why, what do we do?
Bro, that's what I came
So
to talk
let's
about.
put it simple.
I want to talk about
This
Yeah.
isn't the
Yeah.
first
We should
time
open the
ICE
border.
has acted like a terrorist group.
How did he maintain
They're not
control?
acting terrorist.
Here's this one's to all of you
Using
big
masks without
booty. This one
identifying.
is to all of you big booty Latinas out there, just for Kissy Cat. And Harry is booting Ditso. Ditso, I'm going to give you 60 seconds to summarize what you're saying much quickly.
Simple. ICE is a terrorist group. It's a criminal association, and it's a federal criminal association that deserves to be punished for violating human rights. That's what they are. And anybody who supports that supports terrorism.
Oh,
Hard.
wow.
Right?
See, he can be concise. He can do it. He
Yeah,
can do it.
he
He
can.
chooses not to do it.
So the
You got
the,
10 minutes in the back, Ditso. Go ahead.
the reason I asked the original,
Non-Fon's so pretty and nice and
I
a
love
good
Non-Fon
person.
so much.
Pretty.
Non-Fon.
What the
I
hell?
got two. Oh my. So the reason I asked the original question was because we all agree that
tried
there's a certain amount of rights and there's a certain amount of process that people go through whenever they're being prosecuted for certain crimes. It's not as simple as, oh, you jaywalked, or oh, you did a civil offense, so we're going to get you out of the country as quick as possible with no ability for you to like, that's not how our immigration system is supposed to work. A lot of the reasons that Donald Trump is able, even kind of like has the ability, like the cloak of able to do any of this, is because he's invoking emergency powers. This isn't normal. Okay, the things that we're seeing aren't normal. These aren't normal criminal punishments. These aren't normal civil punishments either. So like there's process that we need to go through, and everyone is so willing to look past that because we just see criminal, and then our like American like tough on crime brain kicks in, and we feel the need to kick them out of the country as quick as possible. That's not how this system's supposed to work.
Jaywalking is a city offense. Crossing the border is a national
Crossing the
issue.
border is a civil offense. It's not a federal crime.
Ringold, I will say that there's a lot of illegal immigrants that have built up over the years, and right now it's reached kind of like a bit of a critical point. So right now we should just go and try to get back to like 0.0 or as close to it as feasibly possible, and then after that, then we could potentially go and put forward with new measures after we go and fix immigration law. Because right now it's like a ship that has a lot of water and it's kind of slowly being dragged down, and we just need to bucket it out.
Does Donald Trump have a border bill in place? Does he have any plan other than just aggressive policing?
He got the law as it's written right now.
Yeah, he's abusing
Aggressive
He's
policing
going outside
seems-
of that law.
I love how my chat is aggressively policing my panel and booting everybody you're all just getting deported. You're getting fired, and you're getting fired, and you're getting fired from the panel. All right, Rinyald, 5 in the back.
This is
Wow.
capital.
Well, look, as Ringgold mentioned,
I do take issue with Evan's framing here. Like this is sinking our country. I would posit that the response to immigration and the problems that it arises by Trump and by ICE is what's going to be that sinks the ship. We have a
Can I
few
check
holes
into
in the
that?
ship, and they're trying to fix that by taking a rocket launcher and blowing up the ship and saying, in the middle of the ocean, we're going to blow up our ship, and then we'll fix it. Then we'll put it back together once we've blown it all up. No.
But there's another aspect here that you haven't even mentioned. No one here has touched it. The aggressive enforcement has acted as a deterrent to the flood of legals that were coming across the border. Those are the ones that this is
And the
actually
flood of
aimed at.
legal immigrants, and it's deterred
Okay,
actual
sure. I'm not
citizens.
trying to conflate the two like you are. I'm trying to make the point of illegal immigration has plummeted.
but also,
Plummeted.
so I mean, I
What's
think that's a
telling you
bad
no
thing.
one
But
wants to
also,
come
again, like Renner was talking about, this is not normal enforcement, right? This is Trump invoking emergency powers to do these type
This
of
is
deportations.
normal enforcement. Barack Obama did the same damn thing.
Did
Who
Barack
he
Obama
put-
ever
hold
invoke the
on,
Alien
hold on,
Enemies
no.
Act?
Who did Barack Obama send to CCOT? Who did he send to a foreign prison?
To be fair,
Please.
CCOT wasn't built yet.
But you understand my point. Who did Obama? Because we're not talking about deportations only. We're talking about sending them to foreign prisons, which is a different thing, and let's not conflate the two.
Well, speaking of foreign prisons, ladies and gentlemen, I'm officially shutting down the tomato side. Don't worry, it's automatically set to raid over to the gauntlet. If you're already over at the gauntlet, congratulations. You know how to listen and listen well. The rest of you, 130 of you, let's see, there's 80 smart people over on the gauntlet side. There's still 130 of you not listening and paying attention to what I'm saying. All right, I'm shutting down Tomato. I'll drop the link back in the chat again. Otherwise, catch the raid over to the Gauntlet. Same show, different channel.
Who
Boom.
gave you authorization for that deportation act there, Sarah?
I am in charge. This is a dictatorship. I get to fucking decide
I
anything. And
love
every
that
once
you're
in a while,
a dictator.
every
Thought you were a
every
dictator.
once,
Hell yeah.
every once in a while, I'll let my chat speak and I will listen. Deportation isn't a puzzle. Oh, I did that already. Kissy Cat with the big 5 says, "What about jaywalking across the border?"
Okay,
Shots
Kiss
fired.
Cat should jaywalk onto this panel. I would like to talk to her. Okay, she can. We won't deport her, I promise. But you can.
I
Kissy
think
Cat.
we ought to just adopt the policy, shoot them on the spot before they get across. That would put an end to illegal immigration.
All right, promise me you won't mention napalm, Chuck. Just
Well,
don't.
that's a
Why are
thought.
we why are we cruel? Can I just have Chuck? Is that your name? Why
Yeah.
why do you want them to suffer?
Parole, it has nothing to do with parole. It's
It
a matter
sounds
of gaining control of a situation that's out of control.
So there are multiple ways to gain control of situations that are out of control, and I'm arguing tonight that ICE is making it worse. It is spiraling into chaos, and as I think was mentioned by Evan, or it might have been someone else, this is done on purpose to incentivize self-deportations. They are
But is
purposely creating cruel and conditions and causing chaos and saying, if you don't do it yourself, we're going to do it for you, and it's not going to be nice. They're being cruel on purpose and by design.
how are they being cruel?
So one of the ways that they are cruel is by deporting them from schools. So a mother who dropped her kid off at school. Did you see the video, right, of that mother who was being detained by 3 ICE agents, crying that she just wanted to see her child? Can you not agree that whether or not you think we should do it anyway, because sometimes we have to be cruel, I understand that, but that is cruel. Can you at least?
I haven't seen actual legitimate reports of ICE raiding schools. Are there some out there?
They were rejected. There was an
ICE
attempt
raiding schools.
They tried
So
to,
it didn't happen. It didn't happen then.
Okay, it did, and I can
But
give
they
you
tried to, yeah.
examples. Schools.
Now wait a minute.
churches.
We got one liberal saying it did and one communist saying it didn't. So which is it?
Well, here is what is being said by Ryan in the back. That's 10
Sorry, Ryan.
from Console. And we got Gully with another 10. That's 20. You need to find some rich fans who can buy you back on. That's what you need. And then another 5, Ryan out. So
Can
we're
I read
Damn.
a paragraph before I'm gone for 25 minutes?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll give you that.
Brian, give up on the chat GPT. Use your own word.
Just because you don't look, okay, Boomer, you don't have to understand ChatGPT. It's fine. Like, look, whatever. It's past your time. That's okay. But ICE is they're jailing visa overstayers and asylum seekers indefinitely with no hearings, rushing people onto planes, sometimes to countries they've never even set foot in, under a tweaked Alien Enemies Act. They're yanking TPS from hundreds of thousands without review. They're tearing up student visas for political posts, and they're roping in local cops to profile anyone with an accent. All civil violations are being recast as national security threats, so the administration can skip the courts, skip lawyers, and bulldoze basic due process in real time. Where's the lie? Where's the lie? Tell ChatGPT and everyone else where the lie is. All right, Chuck?
Seriously?
Bye, Boomer.
Was it?
Hi, Boomer.
Wasn't it? He just indoctrinated himself through AI. It's amazing.
Ditso's got about 2 minutes left. Ryan's got 25 in the back.
Squatch, you're talking to no one.
Bear with me just a moment.
I
Alexander
personally think
says,
that we need to build. Sorry, Sarah.
Sarah's reading.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Hey, don't get in the way of a woman and her money.
I'm just gonna give you that look.
I know, I'm out of the way. I'm out of the way. I always talk
intentionally.
over her.
I know. See, Vibe is such a sweetheart, though. He's like, I started a Discord call one night randomly, and I was like, Maters, like, let's jump in the call. And Vibe actually came in, sat, chatted with me, having a nice conversation. We talked about like computer dorky stuff and everything. So he has my
That's
heart
me.
on that one, and I know he would never intentionally talk over me. Alexander with the big 5 says, "What makes you believe that we're at critical mass now? Also, all immigration has plummeted." Any thoughts on that one?
I will say like wages have declined a lot for like basic service work, and and there's a lot of young people who can't get jobs. Like I know like a lot of my friends personally, like they are just coming out of college and they can't even find like temporary jobs to go and just do while they're looking for like their college careers. So that's kind of like a
Evan, you don't
problem.
have friends that went to college. Shut the fuck
Well,
up.
number one, there's too
Hold on.
many
One,
college graduates.
Holy.
hold on. One, I don't think there's evidence that wages have declined even for basic service work. I don't think that you can find evidence for that effect. Like from all my reading, wages have trended upward over the last 30 years or whatever. But secondly, even if they have, you still have to find actual causal evidence that like immigration was the cause of that. And we just don't see that. Like we have studies where they look at cities that had a lot of immigration compared to similar cities that didn't have much immigration. And what they find is that like even with like pretty large amounts of immigration, the only people that are really hurt are like high school dropouts, and it's like a negative 1% effect on wages, and that's short term. And long term, you don't see the same negative effects. And we do have evidence, by the way, that deportations actually do decrease employment, because Obama had his program, the Secure Communities program, that deported a lot of people, and we saw that when you deport like 500,000 people or whatever, we actually saw employment go down by 44,000 for native-born citizens.
Well, if people would get off their ass and do a job regardless of the job. Well, that's what I had to do. I started off digging ditches.
True,
You
just gotta
know?
go outside and dig a ditch. That's all
And
you gotta
burning
do.
witches.
so true.
A kissy cat with a big 10 says Dick Matership. Didn't we come up with this word on another panel?
I'm pretty sure we did.
I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure we
just
did.
made it.
I forgot of this wonderful word. I fucking love it. Dick Matership at its finest, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, with my Dick Matership, I apply Jester Alt's $20 to boot. Duck to the bat. He says nope. Duck to the back. And ladies and gentlemen, I did carry over the no duck emoji over on the gauntlet side as well. So if you have a membership, I felt like that one was worthy of the love. And Alexander, again with the Big 10, says, does nobody care about how much it's costing us to deport all these non-criminal aliens?
ICE is $1 billion over budget. $1 billion with a B dollars over budget.
And we're what, 6 months
That's
in?
crazy. That's crazy.
5 months in?
They'll recoup that from everything that the illegals are scooping up free of charge.
No,
Hold
that's
on,
not
hold on.
true,
Chuck,
and there's no
let me
good
ask you
evidence of
this:
that.
Are you a man who criticizes the deep state, who openly defies the deep state, Chuck? Are you?
If it exists, if it exists.
Okay, so why is it that? And riddle me this: why is it that today the movement that criticizes
Riddle me this.
institutionality of the United States, the so-called deep state, is now today the majority of that same organization, MAGA, supporting a federal institution to enforce xenophobia?
To enforce what?
Basically
Racism. He's saying American racist, but he's saying it differently.
Oh,
I love
That's
how you
what-
can translate that. Kokomo with the Big 10 says, what leftists can never understand, you can't just let anyone who want it. Let me start that one over. What leftists can never understand, you can't just let in anyone who wants to. The infrastructure and services can't handle it. Any thoughts from the lefties?
I don't think anyone disagrees with
I'm
that.
not an
but
open borders guy, if
Thank
I
God
may.
no one
I'm not an
argued for
open
that.
borders guy.
Go ahead,
I'm
Vic.
for reasonable restrictions on immigration. That's fine. No one's, at least I'm not, arguing for letting anyone in. What I am simply saying tonight is that the way that we are enforcing the people who do get in, whether that be legally or illegally, what we are doing is hurting us as a country. That's my stand.
How's it hurting?
And in simple terms, you benefit more by migration because you obtain people that can do a whole bunch of things for your country than wasting your money and your taxpayers in funding a federal institution, a terroristic federal institution that is acting like thugs, like criminals.
They are not terroristic. They're there by the law of the land.
Deal with it. Deal with it. I don't care how you feel about
Doesn't
it.
make it terroristic.
That's a fact. They are
What a
terrorist
conversation this is.
organization.
No, they are not. I will argue with you all day long, buddy.
You defend the deep state. Okay, good to know, Chuck. You defend the deep state. That's good to know, and that's good to know that. And that's good to know that Trump supporters that are anti-migration support the deep state. That
if the law was there was no ICE, then I wouldn't support ICE. I would be fighting ICE. But it's written into law that ICE exists and has a purpose.
Okay, well, okay. Can we agree that ICE has at least broken the law at some point? Like they literally.
So
they
if
literally
you break
they literally did at least with
ICE
Abrego
is a terrorist
Garcia.
organization. It's a federal terrorist organization. Like it or not.
No, it's not.
It's an organization that are fulfilling.
All right, I just wanted to do that. I wanted to cleanse my palate. Go ahead, Ditso.
Yeah, no. So, of course, I'm trying to be a bit hyperbolic here, but the point being is that Wick is right. ICE is making
It's
shit
true.
worse first.
Yeah. I mean, Wick is
Wick-
right about everything, but yeah.
Wick is right at least in that sense.
Well, no. Wick
And
is
also,
correct.
Wick
I
is
see.
very handsome. That's also
see,
Wick is very, very
Wick is a
charming.
YouTuber and therefore correct. We are all
You know
correct.
what? The more money you give me, the more
Simple.
correct I become.
Good.
Okay?
Now you're happy, Wick. But the point being is, yes, ICE is making shit worse because they're having terroristic behavior. And that terroristic behavior is a policy of this administration. Why? Well, that's another conversation. But let's face it. ICE, as a federal institution, they are acting out like ISIS or any other organization.
They are
In-
performing
I don't know.
legal law.
I don't know about that.
You would.
Can I address the super
being
chat? actually?
Yes.
hyperbolic.
Can I, if you want to read it first
Sure.
and then
Michael
address it?
Tugless for $5.
You have to say it's sexier.
Doesn't get any
You have to
tugs,
say-
right?
Gotta say it's sexier.
Okay, Michael Tugless.
Holy shit.
I can't do that.
You didn't say anything when 10 million were brought in.
I gotta go bark.
Damn. Give me your phone number, Wick. I'm ready.
About a few thousand going out.
Okay, stop.
Give me a break. Hands where we can see him, boys. Hands where you too, Sarah. Hands where we can see him. Okay, exactly. Oh yeah. Okay, so one.
Hands up, don't
you don't know
coon.
my position on immigration because I haven't come here to state that tonight. You don't know it. You don't know whether I want more or less stricter enforcement at the border, less enforcement at the border. That's not my argument here. That's not what we're talking about. Border enforcement is not the same as ICE. Say it with me. ICE is different than borders. ICE is not
It's the same department.
No, it is not. We have the
Well,
border
security.
patrol, which is a separate thing. They're separate for a
Well,
reason.
yeah.
In the country.
True, yes,
Border-
so they're
Like
different.
the dogs running around.
Border
with
and ICE
all
are
these-
part of Homeland Security.
No,
There
this is my problem, Chuck.
two
And I love you,
branches
buddy,
of
because
a
you're
different
beautiful,
department.
but you don't know these basic facts of the matter, and it's hard to have a discussion with you because you don't know that there's a difference between these
Yeah.
institutions and organizations.
So
I just
ICE
said there was. Border
ICE
control is when they're at the border. ICE is for the ones that get through illegally.
okay, so
True.
You know,
They're
I mean,
both-
I would
they're
kind of
both
agree
branches
with
of
Wick
what
on all
department?
of this, but when it comes
What-
down to it, right?
Go ahead, Vibe. Go ahead.
We're all over the place right now. Like we're going
Yes.
from the top, the bottom, everywhere, right? And I think really, if you want to have a proper debate on this, we have to start at the bottom, right? And determine who is
Would
like.
start at the bottom.
Do we
You are-
all agree what is illegal and what's not illegal? Now we have illegal people here, and there's a dirty little secret that
Ooh.
the United States actually really loves illegal immigrants because
Well, why
since
don't we just go back to
cracked down-
slavery then?
True.
But it all
Why
matches back. It all matches back to minimum wage, right? So we have minimum wage here. I got to pay like $25 for somebody to flip a
Minimum
hamburger, or I
wage is
can.
not
I
slavery.
can.
These are not the same. Let's be
No,
real.
but what I'm saying is we're all over the place. We have to start at the bottom. We have to start at the bottom of who's actually illegal. And I don't care if you've never committed a crime. If you came here illegally, it's like if somebody gets a drunk driving, they're still going to be prosecuted, even if they're a citizen. If you come over illegally, like this is the bottom level, right? It's the same thing as the drunk driving. You committed a crime, right? We start at the bottom, and then we start working up. We start working up from
You
there.
gotta understand. Hold on.
I mean-
there are different punishments for different offenses, and we have
Agreed.
prosecutorial discretion in America, meaning we sometimes look the other way for certain offenses that are on the books. No one, to my knowledge, even though these laws are technically on the books, are prosecuted anymore for anti-sodomy laws, right? Even though these laws are on the books, right? Even though they exist, we have what's called prosecutorial discretion, where a prosecutor can, using his judgment, say, you know what, it was illegal what you did, but we're not going to go after you for different reasons, for extenuating circumstances. Again, I am not here to argue that we shouldn't deport immigrants. I
agree with you.
So what you're saying is we ought to
The
sodomize
way
them.
we are doing
Yes,
it right now, the way the
true.
Trump administration is conducting itself right now, the way ICE is conducting itself right now, I would say violates people's First Amendment rights, their Fourth Amendment rights, their Fifth Amendment rights, and their Eighth Amendment rights. And
They
yes,
are not citizens. They don't have them
even
rights.
Not true.
What I am saying is let's work our way
I
up there instead of jumping all over the
disagree.
freaking spectrum, right? Let's get to that
Well,
point. Let's get to the point of that.
Sarcastic Warlock with the big 5 says, if you don't wash your underbits, you'll get dictators. Scrub more often. And yes, Dick Maters in the house. Speedy Lee with the big 10 says, nations have a right to be xenophobic, and Ditso is proving why. Boot him. Okay, I'm adding another 10. I booted him on the 5, and now I got to add another 10 on to that. There you go. And then Evan Lord with the big 2. My ears and eyes need a palate cleanser, Sarah. It's going to cost more than $2.
More than two, yeah.
Come on now. I don't even read them normally if they're 2. I normally just put the 2s on the screen and call it a day. And thank you, Mr. Bill, for kindly reminding me earlier to send to put the StreamYard link up and pin it. I always tend to forget when I switch channels. So thank you.
Figured
For
it was something
the
like
reminder.
that. No worries, no worries.
Well, you know, when you're a dictator, you forget things.
Yeah,
So let's-
that's
Wait, what's the
Later.
punishment for breaking and entering? You were talking about punishments for crimes. What's the punishment for breaking and entering into somewhere you're not supposed to be?
Depends on the state. Depends on what.
At my house, it's death.
Yeah, it's depending on your situation there, but in most places,
There's
it's at
context.
least
You
six-
understand that
well,
all breaking and
6
entering
months.
is treated the same.
6
Correct.
Well, it's
months.
kind of the point, right? Like we have to stair step up all the way to ICE. And by the way, Wick, you're my favorite lefty, and I don't even know if you're a lefty because you are very intelligent. I love the way you go, and I want to get up to ICE. But the very
Rick, are
first
you
thing we
more
need to
left
do-
center?
I'm left of center, yes,
Yeah.
Yeah.
but I'm
Now,
not.
nobody
a
should-
left.
I really enjoy listening to Wick. Okay, so I'm far right, but I still love you guys.
Or just go do it. Yeah, I love the verbal fellatio.
I'm-
Continue, please.
I'm slightly right of Attila the Hun. I believe we should all do what I say, but if we're not going to do that, let's work out this voting thing and make it fair.
But I want to build up to the ICE on like the ICE statements he's making, and we're all over the place, right? We're talking about.
You gotta put water in the ice tray, and then you gotta get it cold. You know.
I
And
just always
speaking
feel
of
you
cold,
need building blocks.
Golly sent another 20 and says, keep Coder back there. We're going to keep you cold in the back, Ryan. I added the other 20
Damn.
on. And Evan Lord says, fair enough, Sarah. Let's get a stronger cleanser. Which one do you want, Evan? You want the horse? You want the butt shaker? You want the ballerinas? You want dealer's choice?
He better not say fireman.
Dealer's choice.
You want the fireman?
Oh, no.
This message is sponsored.
That one's crazy.
Sponsored
Crack
by
kills.
Evan Lord. All of you fine gentlemen, not only in the chat but on panel, please say thank you to Evan Lord for that sweet,
Thank you,
sweet
Evan.
palate cleanser. All right, back to you, fine gentlemen. I'm going to tinkle. You'll be good.
Holy, that was
Rick,
Leave
Okay,
the
now that
mic
it's on,
on.
the ritual can begin. First of all of you who disagree with me, you're un-American, and I'll deport you immediately once I become president
Kalima.
of these United States. Second of all, right, Vibe, I am your favorite, just in general, and that's okay. And I should be.
And I'm your favorite, right?
Third,
On the right.
Third, look.
Now, look, you guys
my
can get a room. That's
favoritism
okay.
is for sale. I am a capitalist, sir. Whoever gives me the most money is my favorite. So you can get that status, but you have to do the work. So thirdly, I just want to hear a good argument from any of the people who disagree with me tonight of why you're okay and why you trust a federal organization such as ICE to not have to show their faces, to not have to show warrants, to not have to show badges, and not have to wear uniforms, and to be able to be empowered to arrest and detain people. Why are you okay with the government having that power?
Called
What?
Because the
undercover.
Democrats fucked it up.
The police aren't doing their jobs, so we kind of need to go and have people that can go and operate beyond the police because the police aren't working with them in a lot of
I mean,
cities.
It's not the
Authorities
police's
are required to work with them
responsibility.
as a sanctuary
How
city,
many
but
decades
police
did we
aren't
let this
doing their
happen?
Jobs. I would argue that ICE isn't doing it isn't doing its job of deporting violent criminals. They are specifically going after non-violent criminals, which is
They're
not what I
still
want.
criminals.
Okay,
They're still criminals.
Let's look at it this way,
Get all
right?
the jaywalkers
So-
out of here. Please.
Well, I'm gonna go back to the drunk driving, right? I get pulled over for drunk driving, and they go, "Oh my god, you have no criminal record. Keep on driving." Like, I mean, they came illegally, and this is why I keep on saying we have to start at the base, right? And let's build up from that, right? So we have illegal aliens that came here illegally. We have legal people that their visas expired or what happened. There's so many stair steps into this whole legality. And by the way, on every, whether it was Democrats or Republicans, every one of them have failed to do it right. Like I'll say Republicans are failing at it. Democrats failed at it. They're multiple tiers. So if we argue from the bottom and go up, then maybe we can get to a conclusion here.
Donald Trump is also failing at this. He is not adhering to the laws that bind his power in these deportations. He is failing at
And
doing
so
this
did
in a
every
way.
president before this.
No, not at least not
Yeah,
nearly
not
to the same
degree that
extent.
Trump is.
Okay, not from. How did Biden not fail at this?
I'm not
Biden-
saying whether or not Biden did or didn't fail.
Hold on,
I'm
who
saying
did
that if you're
Biden
defending
send to a
Trump's
foreign
policies-
prison? Who did Biden send to a foreign prison? Who did he deport there without a trial?
No, I'm asking not from how Biden failed on this.
Trump, we understand they
this is
failed
Trump's
in different.
policy.
Hold on, just real quick, Vibe. I understand what you're saying, but would you acknowledge that they failed in different ways? Correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think every
So, yes,
political party has been
good.
failing.
I'm trying to build something with you here, right? Okay, so carry on. So you agree with me that they were failing in different ways, that the Trump 1 failed differently than Biden did, then failed differently than Trump 2 has, correct?
Correct.
Correct. Okay. So we can also look at the ways they failed and say, well, hey, this way of failing is worse than this way of failing. We can measure these things. We can judge these things. We can look at the metrics and see which one has had a bigger, worse impact and which one has had a less worse impact. Correct? That's something we can do.
I don't think so. No, I
You
mean,
don't think so? Why not?
because there's been a long-term failure on the government side on handling this.
Okay, but again, I disagree with you on that point, and this is where our disagreement is going to be, is because I think that we can look at the ways that they've done wrong and say this is less wrong and this is more wrong. And my argument tonight that the way Trump is doing it, regardless of what you think of how the other people failed, is worse than Trump 1, is worse than Biden, is worse than Obama is worse than Clinton, is worse than Bush, is worse than Bush 1, and is worse than Reagan even. It's at another level. It's worse. Now, you could say that the failures of the others have enabled it, and I would maybe even agree with you on this. The executive has been eating up more and more power for my entire life, okay? Right? The executive branch has been gobbling it up like it's a buffet, like they're at an all-you-can-eat buffet. In Congress, spineless cowards that they are, have allowed it, okay? I agree with you. But this is the problem. I can't turn back time. I don't have a time machine, but I can address the issues with
Jim
Trump.
Croce.
And before anybody responds to the chat, DGen Power Hour begins in 15 minutes, actually slightly less than that, but only if you fulfill the goal. You've gotten your 2.5 to 3 hours already. Hit the goal and we will keep pressing on, but you have to hit the goal. So you got 0 out of 10 right. And actually, I will apply because this super chat came through right as soon as I set the goal. So I will apply that 1 extra in there. So you got 9 more to go. Hit the goal or we shut down. I want to keep going. This is getting really good and feisty. I don't know about you all, but I do. Michael Tuglas with the big 5 says, "Hey, Wick, I say we use prosecute.
Say it sexy. I had to say it sexy. You got to.
Michael Tuglas with the big 5. Hey, Wick, I say we use prosecutorial discretion for Trump's illegal deportations. What say you?"
Well, with that, I don't know how I can disagree. No, what does that mean? What did you just say? We use prosecutorial discretion for Trump's illegal deportations.
Yeah, like
meaning that Trump deports less, meaning that we don't prosecute Trump. What do you mean? You got to clarify, buddy. Spend more money to do so.
Just put a little pause on the Fifth Amendment. All right, just put a little pause on it, and then we'll be good.
And Ryan, you got an extra 10 in the back, and I love how he was such a good sport about it. He's telling people thank you for supporting the channel, and then additionally another 5 minutes added on. 1, let's see, 2, 3, 4, oops.
Damn.
I need 30.
I thought I was the only one that gave him the boot.
Right. Your TikTok is now up to 34 minutes with time ticking down and time added on. Kissy Cat wants to keep on pushing. We will keep on pushing. And you know what, Kissy Cat, this one's for you.
This message is sponsored in part by...
I'm not sure why, but every time I see that one, I wipe my mouth.
Fair enough. Ditso has 2 more minutes, and Duck has returned. I guess he wants to continue supporting the show.
I have a question. So this is for the brave, and I know a lot of the MAGA folks here are going to be a little frustrated. They're seeing a democratic socialist like Mamdani. I'm sure we'll hear a lot more in the future about him. He's winning New York.
Don't get me started on
Mamdani now.
Chuck, I'd love to hear your take on this, actually. So I'm just curious, how would we expect a United States sort of national platform to look like when, in reality, if we don't have immigrants in our country and small business owners, employers, managers, investors don't understand these people as their customers, as their coworkers, as homeowners, as people getting advanced educations, how would we expect to have a platform in the first place?
I'm sorry, I have to respond to this. I don't think the United States limits anybody coming into this country. We're just talking about illegals. That's it. Nothing else.
Nothing against the legal people.
We educate the Indians. We educate the Chinese.
There is one
everybody. We let them in. If they want to get a visa, we keep them.
If you're a criminal in your native country, usually default any attempt at a visa. Typically,
it is pretty hard to immigrate to the U.S. illegally. Like we do have a lot of restrictions on that. We
Yes.
cap how many people get green cards every year. We make, there's 14-year waiting list for some countries, right? Like, not that justifies illegal immigration, but like it is.
There's not a 14
it is not easy to get here
For the
legally.
United States. There is
What
not a
is it?
14-year waiting list for the United States. You can get here
For some
I'm pretty sure there
countries,
actually is.
for some countries, there
There's a
absolutely
long
is. It might be
wait,
even
yeah.
longer in like Mexico. It depends on what type of visa
All right,
you're
post-
getting, obviously. But
Post that in the chat. I want to see that. I don't believe that.
Well,
I came
what-
here.
Remember when you had 5 years to get a court date?
What has been posted in the chat is by Duck. Duck has now 25 minutes in the back. Shots fired. Gesterall just does not like Duck on screen. And Kissy Cat adding more to the goal. You guys have 6 more to go, and you only have 9 minutes to do so. So hurry up, get them in. I want to continue on to DGen Power Hour. I'm sure all of the panelists do as well. All
And I will
right.
throw out a shout out for Kissy Cat. She's always awesome.
She is.
And by the way,
lovely.
Wick, I always love talking to you. I think you're one of the most rational right guys, left guys I talk to. So.
Man, why don't you guys get a room and get it over with?
Meow, meow,
He's got a haircut
meow.
like a centrist now.
Just give him a date. Go ahead. We got time.
Vibe.
Yeah,
who
he's
are
a smart
you
guy.
talking? Who is Wick?
Vibe and Wick. They're definitely
Ooh.
copacetic.
No, I don't agree with him at all, but always love talking to him. So there we go, Wick. What's up?
Hey, buddy. I appreciate the words. I don't want to lead anyone on though, so sorry. I'm only in it for the ladies, but I do appreciate your words. And honestly, no homo or anything, but it does make me feel good that people actually listen, right? And I feel like we are in a situation in America where our brains turn off when we hear certain words, right? You hear a certain word or someone starts to say a point, and then you assume it's going to be something. And so your brain turns off, you stop listening, and you start formulating a response, right? And I think that that's harmed discourse. It's been great for dunks, great for debates, but I would argue that that kind of mistrust of our fellow citizens is part of the reason we're in the problem we're in. So thank you. I do appreciate that, sir.
Well, now that we're on a
Lovers too
one-on-one,
far away. Okay.
right?
Say one more time.
Now that we're on a one-on-one, because it's
Yeah.
just you and me right now. Do you realize that?
It's true.
And we've got like romantic music in the background,
No
so
one
that's
can
a little extra. But hey, so do you not agree that like we should look at this? I mean, I've seen the ICE things, right? But I want to build to that in our debate. So when this 2-on-2 is done, we have to actually start at the very beginning, right? We have to start at immigration. We have to look at like what's illegal, what's not legal. What are we doing? What does the United States actually think about this? Minimum wage totally fits in that when we actually say, okay, are we actually allowing immigrants in here? Are
how
we
do we
not?
bring it up
agree
minimum
with you
wage?
that I think that this takes the conversation in a direction that does not solve the immediate problem. We have
I agree.
This is triage. We have an immediate problem, and that is ICE. ICE is acting in such a way that is putting fear into citizens, not just illegal immigrants, but to citizens. We're in a situation where I know people who look like they're from other countries, who refuse to leave the house without having some form of proof of their citizenship on them.
So
And
do you know the
you shouldn't
percentage
have to
of that?
carry around, Americans shouldn't have to carry around to the park identification, their papers. We shouldn't live in a country where the government can force you, basically, to have papers on you at all times or else. I think
Well, I
that-
hate to tell you this,
Problem.
even if you're legal and there were no illegals, that actually is a law.
No, it's not.
What?
Unless you are driving or operating a motor vehicle. If I went to the park right now without any ID, do you think I would be breaking a law?
So
No, answer
Yes
my question.
and no.
I'm walking in a park.
No, I am
now
answering your
with no
question.
ID. Am I breaking
So if
a
you're
law?
suspected for something, you do have to show identification.
No, you have
as
to
long as
identify
they
yourself, which is different.
no, if they
Yes,
actually
have to tell
suspect
people
you,
who you are.
you have to.
You don't have to have papers on you. I promise you don't.
No, if you're not suspected of anything, you don't have to have papers on you.
Even
You
if
are
you're
correct.
suspected.
No,
How
yeah,
would
if
I?
you're
How would
suspected,
that
yes,
even make
you
sense?
do.
How
I
would
think
even
I mean,
know
if you're
I'm
suspected, I think you
of
have to
something?
identify yourself, but like you don't have. You're not
Well, they would
required
have
to
to
carry your ID at all
show
times. So I think
the
you can just
burden of
say
proof.
your name and date of birth.
If the cops came to me,
Pretty
and
sure
said,
you need
hey,
probable cause. Yeah.
There was a guy.
I
in
do
the
think you
area,
have
there's
to.
a
I could be
report
wrong,
of
but
this
handsome.
bearded
If an officer does have probable cause, you
genius
do have
that
to
was going around
identify
that's never
yourself,
gonna
right?
happen.
But,
women, right, and stealing from them.
but
Okay,
that doesn't
that's not
identify
my
yourself
problem.
doesn't mean
I mean, they
you have to be carrying an ID
even
at all
if I don't
times. It
have
just
ID
means
on me, the
if you
only
don't
thing
have
I
it,
have to do
you say
when they
date of
ask my
birth.
name, I have to identify myself. I have to
Oh,
answer their
yeah.
question.
See, there we
But
go.
I don't have to have papers on me. I don't have to have ID on
A
me.
cop
I don't
can't
have
come
to
up
have
to
my
you and demand
birth
your info.
certificate
Well,
on
yeah.
me. The only time
They
I
have
need
to
some form of
suspect you of a
identification
crime. I don't know what the
is
exact
if
standard is,
I'm
but yeah.
operating a motor vehicle, or if I'm
It
in
could be
some
probable
sort
cause,
of,
or it could be like
the airport.
some lower standard.
But like in
Yeah,
a park
you
or
only need
anything like
license if
that,
you're in a vehicle.
I
Yeah, exactly.
absolutely
What's up,
do
Lion
not have
Zodiac?
to
Welcome
have
back.
ID.
No, you don't have to have ID.
Oh, also, while
you
I'm
just have to.
back here,
If you are going to be detained, they do have the right
Welcome
to
back,
get your
everyone.
ID.
I don't know if anyone
That's it.
else. Oh,
They
patrol.
have the
Welcome
right
back,
to
patrol.
identify you
Nice
if they
to see you guys
detain
here.
you, but that's a different thing. That's not what you're
Yes.
implying. What you're saying. What I am
I'm
saying.
not implying
is
that. I never was
hold on,
implying that.
Hold on. What I am saying,
Maybe
and my
I should
point
do
that I'm trying to bring about with this is there are U.S. citizens who
a raging
look like
tomato
they're from
panel
other
about
countries, but who
immigration,
were
but like
born here,
like actual
who
immigration
now
policy.
are
I don't know if I
go
want like a
outside
provocative thing
and
for it.
walk in the
I
park
don't think I
because
technically
they look
support.
different?
ICE will mistake them for a legal immigrant, and if they don't have their
I don't know if I
papers
technically
on
support
them,
like full
they-
open
Okay,
borders,
how many
but I think
times
it'd be
has
fun
that
to do like a
actually
throwdown
happened?
Thursday.
How many
The
times?
U.S. should
Because
the U.S. should let in
somebody
10 million
looked like,
immigrants a year. Maybe I can
they
do
were
that.
from Iran. They got detained, and they were born in the United States.
10 million's a
Here,
lot.
I'll give you a video. of
Give me
it
the
just
no,
happening.
give me
Maybe 9
the
million.
statistics. Don't give me a video.
Okay, we don't have the statistics because
I
ICE
see my
doesn't
buddy
release that
wanna
information
wanna
because you
debate
know
you on
why?
that?
They
What?
don't have to identify themselves.
Probably
There's
not
no way
voice
we
chat,
can
sadly,
track that because
about
they don't have uniforms.
open
They
borders.
don't have badges.
Is he an
we
ANCAP
can't
guy?
track this information.
I mean, the
but
ANCAP
just
guy
because I
presumably
can't,
would support
that's
open
part of
borders,
the
right?
problem where ICE is operating in a way
Yeah.
that we cannot track them, so we cannot hold them to account when they do these things because they have.
I mean, I feel like I
obfuscated
could probably.
how they're acting,
I feel like I
and
could
we can't
probably
know
be
if they're
convinced,
acting
maybe,
correctly
but
or incorrectly. And it's very important.
I don't
when
know.
we
It
trust
seems
the government and government
my
organizations
biggest issue
and
with
give
like
them
open borders
power
is it just
that we,
seems
the people,
currently
be able to
impractical.
hold them accountable and be able to track their actions up to a point.
But like,
do
I
not
think that's the.
it out of line.
I mean, I
to
think that's
ask
the ideal,
that
right? Like my
ICE,
ideal, like
before they deport
utopia
someone or
society
detain
probably
someone,
has
have to
basically
show
totally free
ID
movement of
themselves, have
labor
to
across
identify
borders, but
themselves with a badge or
we just
an
don't have the
identification
system set up for it.
number or something. So if
Final
they
open
do it
borders.
wrong,
The issue is
we can hold them to account. Just like
the issue would be
regular
social services
police
that
do.
tax money goes towards. So sure.
We
How do you feel
ask
about the
this
new
of
mayor of New
regular
York? I'll talk
police.
about that more a bit
Why
later.
should we not
But
ask
I,
it of ICE as well?
this is
I
my.
think we should. I mean, I think
Okay,
ICE should be
beautiful. You
completely
agree
responsible
with
for that.
me.
But,
Wonderful.
but
I love it. I love
Let me mute this tab for a second. Oh shit! I did it as soon as we came back. But my hot take, okay, about the New York mayor, is that if you believe that libertarians should have voted for Kamala, because regardless of like, not that Trump had particularly libertarian policy, but like regardless of you might maybe favoring a little bit of Trump's like policy on like regulation or something. If you believe libertarians should have done that, then you should believe that moderate Democrats should vote for Zorhan, okay? Because, like, listen, I think a lot of Zorhan's policy is cringe. Like, the last video on my channel is me arguing with someone about his rent control policy, right? But, like, also, I think most of it is pretty inconsequential. It's like, so, I don't like rent control. Let's look at his rent control policy. Oh, his policy is to freeze rents for apartments that are already rent controlled. And like, that's probably not ideal, but none of the candidates in the mayor race wanted to get rid of rent control anyway. So it's like not really like that much worse or anything. And then like, rent freezes have been done by like other mayors historically. Like it's not like it's totally unprecedented, like crazy, insane thing to do. Like I think the same thing, like the city-owned grocery stores, like, that seems intuitively pretty bad to me. I'm not like 1,000,000% against public ownership, but like usually I think, things like grocery stores should be private. But it's like, well, what is this policy really? It's a pilot program to open 5 stores that is going to study the effects of them to see if it can replace New York City's already inefficient policy of just like subsidizing grocery stores. It's like I think that's not ideal, but like where are the other candidates saying, which maybe like Brad Lander talked about this, I don't know for sure, but like where are the other candidates saying like, hey, this program is inefficient, I just don't think city-owned grocery stores are the right way to solve it, right? Like this is a pilot program to look into fixing a shitty system of subsidizing grocery stores, and the stores don't even have to be like eligible for SNAP, but not fun, none of that matters. What do you mean? So like I just think that what matters is he's 33 years old. I mean, I also just think I think his policy is cringe, but like it's the same thing with like AOC and the oversight committee. It's like, I might not particularly like AOC's policy, but like, do I want her to leave the oversight committee, or do I want an 80-year-old man dying of throat cancer? Like Democrats, like literally, I think Democrats have lost 3 votes in the House because they fucking died. Because 3 like House Democrats fucking died. Like this is unacceptable. The mayoral race doesn't matter at all. Well, that's true as well. I don't live in New York, despite my New York shirt. Okay, never even been to New York. I don't think it's anything to talk about, but I don't know. Like I don't, I just think Cuomo's a piece of shit. I think Eric Adams is a corrupt piece of shit, and like Zorhan just has like bad, but not like catastrophically bad policy. It's like if the moderate Dems put up a reasonable candidate, I would vote for them in a heartbeat. But not that it matters because I don't live in New York.
Coming up with their $5 saying, "You're so delusional," guy who's cited all his sources, who's used examples, who's given a very, I think, strong argument onto my points. But I'm just going to tweet at you that no citizen is scared, and I said it, so that must make it true. Look,
wait, one quick question.
Fuck it button, is that your name? Fuck it button? It's fuck it button. It's going to be fuck it button. I don't know if it's fuck it button.
Wait,
but it is
one quick
button.
question.
Why don't
If
you
you
just
were-
come on? Hold on, stop. Why don't you just come on? It's an open panel. Just come on, and you can tell me why I'm impressively delusional. I'm sure that you'd be able to withstand the slightest pushback. I'm sure you wouldn't crumble or melt like a little snowflake. So please.
So,
I
Wick,
invite
how do
you.
you resolve this situation?
Let me add in. Right now, Duck was bought back up, but I need to boot somebody in order to do so. So
I'll go back for a little bit if you want to bring him up.
Oh, you didn't have to. I was going to ask Jess Gerald, who paid to bring him back, if he wanted to select somebody specifically to boot in order to get Duck back up. So we'll leave it to the chat for Jess to lay his claim and say, unless you gotta like do something, but
I gotta go.
he gotta go poop. He gotta go poop. All right, so Rinyald to the back. Hold on just a second, and Duck back up, and then I also have backstage 007 who's waiting patiently for his time to shine on panel. So somebody has to be booted in order to do so. Kissy Cat says Umbreon is making the best points on panel. I agree. All dogs that show up on our show, or cats, I'm more partial to dogs, but the dogs always win here. And Speedy Lee with the big 5 says, deport all Chihuahuas.
Ow.
No. Yeah, little ankle
Racist.
biters. Little ankle biters. It's okay.
So, Wick, can we go back to something real quick?
Yep.
Wick said a while ago that ICE is $1 billion over budget.
Mm-hmm.
If you scroll up the private chat there, you'll see that I posted something where for each year legal immigrants are in the United States, it costs the federal, state, and local area $150 billion to take care of them.
And how much do they bring the economy?
What's $150 billion minus 149?
How much do immigrants help the economy? How much do they give to our GDP?
Should illegal immigrants put into taxes?
Non-fun should know this. Non-fun. How much?
Immigrants or illegal immigrants, sir?
Immigrants.
Both.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on it depends on what type of immigrant, obviously, and it depends on how you want to measure it. So I would just say, like, if you're concerned about like states, having to spend welfare on these immigrants or whatever. Well, we should look at, what type of taxes do these immigrants pay? And like the CBO has a really good study. Like they estimate that like the immigration surge under Biden actually would end up reducing the deficit by $900 billion over 10 years because immigrants just
What's
tend
$900
to
billion minus 150? Only Mr. Bill.
We're talking about illegal immigrants that have a very
I
a lot of
rest
money.
my case.
No, so again, like the
CBO
CBO
is your
is first of
sources?
all, when you guys say illegal immigrants, most of the time you just mean asylum seekers, right? And like I agree, there are a lot of asylum seekers who are making fraudulent asylum claims, but asylum seekers get work authorization after being in a country for 90. What? Sorry.
That's the ones we're talking about. We're not talking about the refugees. We're not talking about those people. We're talking about illegal immigrants who do not qualify for asylum and have not used the proper channels to enter the country.
How many? Okay, so when you guys cite these numbers, like 10 million people crossing the border or whatever, how many of those people do you think are like gotaways who like evaded border patrol versus are just claimed asylum and are in the country awaiting a court date?
Well, as I understand it, for the past like several years, they were all gotaways. They were pretty much.
That's absolutely not true. The vast majority of them, they were like, I think they were like
release phase, right? Yes.
Catch and release implies that you are catching them and they get assigned a court date and they are released into the country.
Not dehumanizing, but yeah, they're like fish. You have fish, you catch and release it, which is all the fish.
So my claim here is simply like you can disagree with that policy, and like I think a lot of people claiming asylum don't have valid asylum claims. I think they are just coming here to get a job. But my only claim there is that when you claim asylum and you're awaiting a court date, you get work authorization after being in the country for I think like 90 days, and those people pay taxes. They are allowed to work legally. Like they contribute to the economy, so they're not there's no good evidence that they're a net fiscal drain.
Well, let me get in there real quickly. Hold on. Let me get in there real quickly. Put a link on the back of the chat. I'm just quoting from that link. Undocumented immigrants are essential contributors to the economy, following the American Immigration Council.org. In 23, undocumented immigrants households paid $89.8 billion in federal, state, and local taxes and held $299 billion in spending power. In total, immigrant, both legal and undocumented or illegal, as you guys call households, paid nearly $16.80 in every $100 tax dollars collected by federal, state, and local governments, funding a wide range of social services that benefit all citizens. So if anybody has data that counters this, please go ahead and bring it up. Tell us exactly how
the wages of the entire American economy, basically, and the wages go down. That means the rest of the people that are here legally, they don't have as much money to spend because their wages went down. If the illegals weren't here, guess what? Their wages and their spending ability go up. Thank you.
So the whole point of your argument is xenophobia. It's because this guy's coming here illegally, we are making less money.
That's what we mean by one-track mind, sir.
And that's not. It's not. Where's the data proving that? Where's the facts of that proving that?
You don't actually have good data that immigrants are like decreasing native-born wages. Again, I talked about this earlier. We have studies on this. There's good economic theory behind it. Immigrants sometimes will decrease wages for unskilled workers like high school dropouts, and even then it's a pretty minor effect. Even George Borjas, who I think makes quite a few bad assumptions, but he's the biggest like anti-immigration economist, even he will tell you like, oh, wages are not hurt for anyone but high school dropouts.
Also, hey, like, listen, I'm not a big econ guy, but I'd imagine that if you're giving these like companies the ability to bring in more workforce, and if the economy is getting larger and companies are getting bigger, then that's also going to increase wages. That'd be my guess. I don't know, maybe not. But
let me cite again this particular link. Immigrants inject trillions of dollars of housing wealth in the United States. The vast majority of immigrants are not dependent on state governments to guarantee them with housing. In reality, they're putting back let me finish. They're putting back sums of money into the housing market and revitalizing neighborhoods. 2 years ago, immigrant households paid over $167 billion in rent in the housing market, over $6.6 trillion in housing wealth. So again, Where's the data that represents all those things that you're saying, that it affects the local economy, etc.? It increases it injects into it. So again, the consideration on the economic analysis of legality or illegality is irrelevant.
And speaking of lots of, who's got an echo? Someone's got an echo going on. But speaking of money, JB says, bye, Ditso. And M. Dave, where you been? Sends another 5 to solidify the boot with a full 2 minutes backstage, Ditso. Hang tight. And then a sarcastic Warlock says, all illegal immigrants can stay after serving 2 years in a labor camp for the purpose of character assessment and re-education. Ditso would wash out.
Quick question. Would
And
well,
another 5 added to Ditso for the sass. Go ahead, Wick.
Is that the gulag by another name?
A man or woman, I don't know, who just mentioned like 2 years service in a labor camp would get them citizenship or let them stay. Would that count for serving in the military? Because, again, there are plenty of immigrants who use that as a path to citizenship, who serve in the military for a time in hopes to get, a better chance of becoming a citizen, that are also being deported, right, by this administration. And that is shameful to me. And there's the story of the Afghan interpreter, who wasn't serving in our military, but served with us in Afghanistan, who interpreted for us, who put his life on the line. And we promised him, okay, we're going to keep you safe. You can come here. You can have asylum. That's been stripped, and they're going to deport him. And I think that's shameful. I do.
I agree. And I shed a single tear in the shower for that man.
You're up to 20 minutes in the back now.
I want to hear from 007.
Go ahead, 007.
So, what you were saying about it not affecting wages or only affecting wages for high school dropouts, why the fuck should high school dropouts have their wages reduced because a bunch of immigrants have come in? I used to work in, I'm a college and a university dropout, and I used to work in construction, and I had a short spell. I had a serious car accident. Was in hospital for a long time and then was in prison. And then when I went back to construction, the wages were less than half of what I'd been earning before because of immigrants.
I mean, it's just a cost of.
Why is that? Why is that okay?
Yeah, it's just a question of constant benefits, right? So if we're weighing the constant benefits of immigration, well, let's look at, some of the costs they have. Like, high school dropouts wages go down like 1%. It's like, okay, let's compare that to the benefit. Well, our working age population,
50%, not 1%, not one. Didn't you hear me? I said 50%.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. No offense, I take the
decrease was immigrants.
Well,
right.
I guess it must have just been a coincidence.
That's what I figured. Yeah, that's what I figured.
Yeah. So exactly, you don't have very good evidence that. First of all, I think if we look holistically, construction wages or whatever have not fallen 50%. I don't think there's evidence of that in the first place. But second of all, yeah,
do you live in England? Do you live in the UK? Do you live in the UK?
I don't live in the UK, no.
All right, so you don't know.
I'm not familiar with the UK data. Okay, so maybe
you don't know anything.
Hold on, no, this is important, right?
You don't know anything about the UK.
Other countries that have different issues in America right now. I can't speak to those countries. I just don't know. So that might be true with England, with the UK, but it's not true for here. That's all I know.
Well, I know that what I'm seeing in the UK is a complete change of demographics in towns and villages, in rural settings and stuff. Complete change of demographics. Now, England's a lot smaller, obviously, much smaller than the US, but we've been dealing with this illegal immigration for the last 20 years or something, and we've got I don't know how many over there now. Now, for them to do that in America is going to be a lot more difficult, but it seems like over the last 5 years there's been a massive increase, and you've had a lot of Muslims and stuff moving in. This immigration, I'm the result of immigration, My granddad fought in the Second World War for the Germans, got captured by the English, stayed over, had an affair with my nan. My mum was born, and here I am. I'm a quarter North African, so I'm the result of immigration, but not illegal. It wasn't illegal immigration. He was captured, he was shot down, he was captured, he stayed in the hospital, and then he stayed on legally afterwards, after the war. Immigration is a great thing, man, but under no circumstances whatsoever, ever, is illegal immigration a good idea. The British Crown has used it as a tool for basically color revolution to destabilize. They've been using it for the last 200 years all over the entire earth.
I don't think
Beautiful
that's true.
monologue.
I think that the idea that there's some, first of
I
all,
like
the government would be competent enough to pull off a plan like that beggars belief. I just don't
Government
think
do what they're
government can
told
do
to
that
do.
well.
No, government do what they're told to do. If you think the government
Who
are
tells the
thinking
government
of
what to
any
do?
of their plans at all, they're not. They're doing
Okay,
what they're
can you
told
be
to
very
do.
clear
Who
with
tells
what
the
you're
government what to
saying?
do?
What group is doing this? If not the government, what group is doing this and why?
I have a feeling I might know.
I don't know, but sarcastic Warlock says my labor camp is not a gulag, sir. It's a tortilla.
It's
Now I'm
me.
kind of
I'm the one doing it.
hungry. It's
I
me.
had a tortilla actually
Oh.
for dinner. It was delicious.
Me too.
I have some guacamole and tortilla chips upstairs. I might
Get
be
'em.
inclined to go
This
get
is
some here shortly.
Immigration got you that. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Oh, I'll
right?
get
That's
some
cultural
salsa
mix.
too.
That's cultural
Let's do
mix.
it. And Ryan's
Sure,
still
they can
hanging
talk
backstage. He's got 23 minutes left with all that time you guys were adding on. Poor Ryan, 23 minutes. You can buy him out right now. Buy him out.
Wick, to answer something you said before, you asked for an example of a high case where a immigrant or like someone was deported or denationalized because of like rapping about terrorism and stuff like that. There's
For
been
rapping,
several.
not about terrorism, just for rapping.
There's several Canadian
Rapping about support of a terrorist group.
black rappers that have been deported back to Canada and lost their right to stay in the U.S. because they've been supporting like gang or
There's
gangs and stuff like that. And
there's a lad in the UK as well that's been put in prison
Hold on.
for a rap about he was rapping in Arabic, I think, or either Arabic or Hebrew. I think it might have been Arabic though, about the Palestinians. He didn't even understand what he was saying, and he was put in. He's been.
The UK doesn't have the
Done
same
for it.
thing,
And
actually.
I don't know about the UK. I can't speak to the UK. I'm sorry, but to talk to you, Evan, when were they deported?
like from what I've seen, there was a case in 2010 for I forget his name, but it was
I
something.
disagree with those cases. I think that was wrong. That the American government, if what you're saying is true, and I'm just going to grant you, if this was the reason they were deported, I think that's wrong and that's a shame. We shouldn't do that. We shouldn't repeat our mistakes.
Wait, just to be clear, were they deported because of the rap lyrics, or were they deported because of gang affiliation?
I'd say it was a collection of things, like some of the stuff
They
that
also kill
did
someone?
off.
So it's not comparable.
Like
Okay.
there's, I will say for like rapping and stuff like that, a lot of rappers like gloat about the stuff they do, and it leads the police to go and say, hey, they have drugs if they're rapping about drugs. And
But if we're saying that one person shouldn't be deported for rapping along to a song, and then you bring up, oh well, there was another guy another rapper who got deported because he was rapping a particular song, and because he was affiliated with like 3 gangs in Chicago. It's like that's a way
Patrol,
different
what
situation
do you mean by
than
more
the one that we're
time?
talking about.
So people can donate to her stream and time
I
people
just
out.
want to
Basically,
say,
no
Ryan
one hates me enough to time me out
finally
though.
got
So if you
back
drop money,
on. Somebody
I just get money,
paid.
and it's nice.
That's sexy.
This goes down in Gauntlet history because it never works this way. So shout out to Alexander for the first
Thank you, Alex.
Ryan buyback, and also they said looking at construction worker wages in the last 5 years, they have gone up like 27%. I feel like 007 is a lying turkey.
Again, he's
007,
talking
are
about
you-
the UK. This
Are you
might be
lying,
different in the
15?
UK. I don't know.
Well, the immigrants raised it 50%.
I haven't been in the UK for 12 years, so I don't know. In the last, I'm talking about 2004, 2005.
I mean,
Sure.
again, I do want to mention
the
it
immigrants
is.
raised the minimum the immigrants decreased wages by 50%.
When I went back to construction, I was earning 50% less than I was when I was in there before I had my car accident and went to prison.
You understand that there's
How do-
like
how do we know
20
that was
different
legal
factors
immigration?
that can contribute to
Right.
your wage
Yeah,
being
yeah,
decreased,
quite
right?
possibly. But I also know that the construction sites were full and are full now. Like all of the subcontractors. For my friend works in construction. She's an RLO, regional liaison officer, who liaises between the contractors, the subcontractors, and the clients. And every single they're all immigrants. She said
Illegal
they are
immigrants?
the only English people are the bosses.
Wait, hold on. Are they all immigrants or are they all brown?
No, they're all immigrants. They're Romanian.
How do you know that they're immigrants?
They're Romanians.
Did you check their papers?
I can attest to what
But also, like,
Double
again, like you're talking about, you know, you mentioned earlier, like, oh, you know, why do high school dropouts, you know, wages deserve to be dropped anyway? And like, even if I take your argument at face value that construction wages dropped 50%, which I just don't think is true, and I don't think it's because of immigration. I mean, but like, you know, when the price of an input falls, production increases, right? Businesses can afford to make more things.
I can attest to what 007.
Hold on, construction is an input to everything, right? So if construction wages go down, that means construction companies can construct more things, and that means businesses can expand easier. There's a good paper from 2020 in Minneapolis that finds it was looking at immigrants who came over. Immigrants who came over
reduce everybody's wages so they can bring the cost of
well, that's not true. I can get to that in a second. But again, this paper from Minneapolis in 2020 found that like they were looking at immigrants who came over who don't have a high school degree, and they found like these immigrants do take more from welfare. Oh god damn it, Coder, rip.
Okay, so I apologize. I was gonna wait. Yeah. I was just gonna let that sit there non-fawn, but since you did stop, thank you. I appreciate it. They already were shooting the shots, and it wasn't enough yet to match the 50 that came up. But the full 100 here at the Gauntlet.
Like one sentence.
And yeah, I will. Let me bear with me a second. So. Golly gave a full 100, which here is a full boot. However, we can give it a few minutes. I'll after you say your thing, we'll give it a few minutes, and somebody can buy it back. Okay, they can match the boot. It does have to be a full 100, but they can match it and buy you back up. But outside of that, that does mean you are done for the evening. So.
Yeah.
Presuming nobody's going to do that, Ryan, I will give you the floor to say your goodbyes.
It's been a pleasure.
Oh, yeah, played it, dog. Played it. Boy, you're weak.
That's a gorgeous dog, man.
Oh, wait,
what?
You're back in the game.
Oh, shit.
You're universally hated. Congratulations, Coder, bro.
Wow, that's another second. I thought you were a goner for sure,
Me too.
Ryan.
I thought it was over.
I really thought.
owes you a soy latte now. So
the thing I was gonna say, I didn't even realize Evan wasn't still up here, but I was gonna call him out for calling Mamdani a radical Islamist. I thought that was a insanely racist and unnecessary.
Well, he is a communist.
I don't think he's a communist. I don't think he's a radical Islamist. I think it's insane to say. And well, we got.
You didn't see the dance they were doing? Oh my god!
Again, here's Umbreon. Look, if you guys. Well, obviously, people have very strong feelings about me, either way, positive or negative. People have donated a lot of money to see me go back and forth tonight. So if you want to check out me and Umbreon more, you can go to my channel, Radical Coder, like and subscribe. Make sure you support Sarah at the Gauntlet and on the Raging Tomato. Much love to her and most of the people on the panel. Thank you all.
All right, I'll give it a couple minutes, Ryan, backstage. If anybody chooses to revive, they've got a few minutes to do so. If not, we'll say goodbye. Okay. Wow, that's crazy. Alexander, you threw me off there on that one. You threw me off there. hardcore. I've never seen Ryan get bought back up, and I especially haven't seen him get bought back up after a full boot. And while we're on that, and then after this, I'll hand it back to you, Nanfan. The Incredible Hawk says with the Big Ten, why do libs only seem to get upset at people who try to enforce the law and never the people who've broken it or enabled it in the first place, like the Biden admin and his migrant caravans? And before you answer anybody, Ryan, you not only are bought back, sir, but you got an extra layer of
$500.
Damn.
Oh my God, where are these fucking donations
Rin, what
for
are you
me?
doing,
What the
buddy?
fuck?
Your
Coder,
mind
I think
is
you should get a word.
okay?
You need to
I'm a
deliver
little
a
jealous
speech.
tonight, but that's okay.
What does Alexander like about Coder?
We like you, Rin.
No,
No,
what do you like
support
about
Well,
him?
earlier,
but-
Alexander said it wasn't about. Hold on, and I missed it because it was a thing here. He said because we hit the boots, but he said couldn't care less about Ryan just ruining JB Peltier's night. Also, 2004, and that question was to you, Mr. Bond. At least that's what the chat is calling you, 007. And then I stupidly
has been
said, "Who's
accountable.
Mr. Bond?"
Not
Not
really.
thinking of the 007.
Only a little bit.
It's double. Oh.
I think this is just good advice, it's a good demonstration of how being a grounded, polarizing figure can be very beneficial.
I think it came up
I
once when it
encourage
was like,
people to speak
oh,
their truth,
illegal
in
immigrants,
spite of the haters
stealing
and
Social
losers who want
Security.
to silence you.
It's just like,
just stay
you
strong
don't have evidence for that.
and
then
like,
they were like,
hold your ground.
I was
because,
told
you know,
to go dig a
always,
ditch. I was told Gen
it
Z
comes
doesn't
back
want
around,
to
you
dig
know,
ditches anymore.
And I appreciate everyone who's supporting the channel.
Fuck,
both,
there used to be a
both
thing
ways.
to link my chat to hers, and I don't know where
Thank you,
it is.
Ryan. I do appreciate it. I know you obviously are benefiting in other ways, but you being here all the time always helps me out. You are a very strong support network of this show. And Evan Lord says, and Nanfan, I know I interrupted you a minute ago, so I will allow you to finish your thought bubble, and then we'll put you to the back. Kicking out Nanfan because he thinks humans are purely economic units. Globalists and metropolitans are evil for their host countries. Go ahead, Nanfan, spit it out, and then you get 5 in the back.
Yeah, I love globalism. Globalism is the best thing ever. We should have open borders and free trade with every country ever. But real quick, okay, last thing, finishing my thing. Okay, there's a good study, 2020, Minneapolis, looking at immigrants who came over without a high school degree. They find that although they did have negative, they took more from benefits and taxes on directly when you account for the indirect effects they have, because as I mentioned earlier, if they reduce construction wages, let's say, just accept that argument. Construction's an input for everything. Businesses can build more things, and that added activity actually it makes them net fiscal contributors. So accounting for the indirect effects, they actually contribute I think it's like $700 annually to the government.
Link
link
the study.
Oh yeah, I can do that.
Fair enough. All right, Nanfan, 5 minutes in the back for you, sir.
Can I say 2 things real quick?
Yeah, of course.
So the first thing is that I think it's funny that conservatives will make an economic argument against immigration, and then whenever somebody gives an economic argument back, they just call them a globalist and they
call
say
them
that like
slavery,
people are
and
money.
they say it's slavery
Don't
too.
make
They're like,
economic
oh,
arguments
why don't
about
we just go
immigration
back to
if you don't want to be
slavery?
refuted. And then the second part is that to respond to the one dude who said, "Why does it seem like all liberals just want to criticize people enforcing the law?" The problem is that the person who is enforcing the law is also breaking the laws in order to enforce the laws. The invocation of the Alien Enemies Act was probably illegal. The way that he was going through it was absolutely illegal. There's like a myriad amount of like injunctions that are being put on the president and pauses that are being put on the president. So that's why.
Has the courts ruled on that yet? For
Yup.
you to say it's illegal?
Yep. AGG versus Trump and WMM versus Trump. Go read.
Have they been settled already?
Yep. Supreme Court rulings.
Thank you, Ray.
Said he couldn't use that?
Huh?
What the hell?
The Supreme Court said he couldn't
There was a
invoke
button.
that act?
No, it wasn't criticizing the invocation. It was criticizing the deportations using the Alien Enemies Act because they were robbing people of their due process rights.
Well, just the other, was it 2 days ago, yesterday? Whatever it was, Supreme Court just said he could go back to quick deportations.
That was a separate case. That was about third country deportations. That had nothing to do with the Alien Enemies Act.
But it is also a disturbing precedent.
Okay, I think I'm going to the back.
And no, you're not. or did another one come in? Oh, okay, yeah.
I'm confused.
Oh, fuck,
So
I'm
a
back here
duck,
for
duck,
15 minutes
goose,
now. I
add
don't
to
even know if I'll get
non-fon's
back up.
time. Non-fon, I already added it in. You got 10 more minutes
Rigged.
back there. And then
Rigged.
Rinald, you got 5 in the back, sir. Enjoy it. Keep non-fon company.
And I can attest to 007 what he was talking about. Back in 2010, the last time I hired an outside.
Okay, hold on real quick. Bro, I swear. If anyone wants to actually keep me company, he can. I swear there was a fucking button. I can stream it to my audience. Maybe I have to be streaming via StreamYard in order to do it. Oh, what's up?
Dude, this panel is so fucking cringe.
Yeah, have you ever seen a Raging Tomato panel before? A lot of them are like this. This is not actually
She is absolutely tapping in to the Republican simps as the very rare, attractive Republican woman, and that Alex dude has already donated like $500 tonight. It is absolutely insane.
I know.
And she doesn't
I
even
need
need
these
to do
people. I
anything.
need these people in my stream, bro.
Yeah, it's absolutely wild. And like, it's why the fuck does she have the stupid ass thirst bait, like random timeouts?
She has that. Listen, people don't like that. Critical support for Sarah there. Okay, that is just a funny way to like to like interrupt if she needs to. If people are like yelling over each other, she'll have it.
I mean, it is a bunch of horny 60-year-old divorced men that are like watching this, I'm sure.
Right.
Based on the people that are in the panel. Like, you and Rinyald are in your 20s, and then everybody else in the panel is minimum of 50 years old.
Yeah. Dude, that's
and
what's
older.
so funny, by the way. Dude, I love Discord and these other this is StreamYard like debate panels so much because it's so funny that like I'm in these like debate panels like I'm talking to like 50-year-old men or whatever, and like sometimes I'll be talking about there's like I have like a lot of funny screenshots of like me and like my fucking bisexual lighting and like some professor with like a fucking nice shirt on and a beard, and then it's like Gibbs, and Gibbs is like 30 or 40 or whatever, and he looks he'll be looking ridiculous. No offense, Gibbs, I love you. And there's some funny images. There's some funny crossovers that happen.
I mean, kudos to Sarah. She is like tapping into the simp base. She's making a fuckload of money off of doing almost nothing.
I know.
Which, good for her.
Well, actually, to be fair, it is hard to like, because she's the one like scheduling all this stuff. It is hard to schedule stuff, especially with streamers, because streamers are the most lazy and flaky people in existence.
Well, how long has this stream been going on for?
3 hours.
3 hours, and she's made how much money?
Yeah, I know, a lot. And that's not even, she gets ad revenue too, obviously, but ad revenue is probably, 1/100th of the of the super chats that she gets. But although to be fair, YouTube does take a decent cut of super chats, which is why, by the way, Chad, if you don't want YouTube to take the cut, when you donate to
Twitch
me,
take the cut instead.
No. I have the Streamlabs link. Okay, YouTube takes like YouTube takes 45% of it. But Streamlabs only takes 3% of it, okay? So if you donate via the link that's pinned, I get basically all that money. Goes straight to my PayPal. I can spend it immediately. Okay, with YouTube, I have to wait for them to. Well, yeah, but I have to wait for YouTube to pay me out. But with Streamlabs, I also just get it like immediately, which is nice because that means I can immediately donate to the Shrimp Welfare Project.
I'm looking at the bottom right of your stream, and I see you got $15 in tips so far.
I mean, that's you, but
how far in the book are you?
You know, now that I'm back on it, listen, I'm done with my psychology class, okay? I gotta lock the fuck in, okay?
You're gonna lock the fuck in. Based on the 8 pages you've read so far. What do you think?
I mean, I
Do you like
mean, yeah. I mean, I'm obviously already, like, leaning towards, or not leaning towards vegan. Like, I'm already basically sold on veganism, but I like having the arguments for it. I kind of want to do more vegan debates. I don't know if I ever will, but I feel like it'd be interesting.
It's an easy win once you're read up enough on it, which this book will give you a lot of material. And then you can host super clickbait panels, and then more people will come and visit your stream instead of talking about Mumdani.
I might actually. I think I said this in general. I might actually host a panel on Mumdani just because I was beefing with fucking Lactoid and Ryan, the Ryan Malay guy on Twitter. I think it'd be my idea, which I have not asked any of these people if they'd be down for it yet. My idea was to have me and a Boy versus Lactoid and the Ryan Malay guy, because I just think I mentioned this kind of a little early in the stream. I just think I think people way overestimate the extent to which Zorhan's policy is bad. Like it's just not that consequential. It's just it's not that bad. It's like people like New York is gonna fucking collapse. It's just not.
Dude,
like,
New York's gonna fucking collapse, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know why people are so willing to to be fair, I'm not like that read into Eric Adams, okay? But like my understanding, not only was there pretty good evidence that Eric Adams was accepting money from the Turkish government, accepting bribes from them, but then he'll never be convicted on that charge or whatever because he agreed to basically get that charge dropped if he cooperate with Trump on immigration issues. And it's like, okay, so not only do we have someone who's corrupt enough to accept bribes from a foreign government, he's corrupt enough to collaborate with Trump on deportations in New York City. Like, what are we doing, bro? Like, what are we really? This is our dude that we want to. City-owned grocery stores are just that bad that we gotta elect this dude. Like, what the fuck are we talking about?
I literally just tonight watched the SNL episode, the first one for season 50, and it goes over Eric Adams specifically. And so they had a couple skits with him, and it's super fucking funny.
Wait, with actually him or with?
No, SNL they just have one of their cast members kind of dress up like him.
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean they've had like Elon Musk on before, but yeah.
Yeah. In this case, it was cast members. They did like 2 skits about him, and it was on. Have you watched SNL?
Season 50 I mean not the whole show obviously, but yeah, I've seen a lot of their sketches and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, they did the Weekend Update with Colin Jost, Michael Che, and they had one of the cast members come in as Eric Adams and was all buddy with Michael Che. And Michael Che is like, "Fuck off, dude! I don't know you." And he's like, "Come on, man! Don't you want a lot of money? I fly or whatever the airline is, Turkey Airline, whatever their name is. It's like I fly it all the time. I'm always in the air." It was pretty funny. I'd recommend it. But yeah, SNL was definitely ragging really hard on him about the whole thing. Yeah. Even though because when was the first episode?
I also don't know this for sure, but I am pretty sure, by the way, after the whole, after he basically got exposed for all this stuff, or part of after he started working with the Trump administration on deportations, or whatever, he did just have a more general rightward shift. He actually started talking about a MAGA guy, and that makes sense because he doesn't want to go to fucking prison. But I don't even trust Eric Adams to have good policy anymore. Not that I don't know if he had good policy to begin with, but why would I trust this dude to continue whatever good policy he has when he's always speaking like a fucking MAGA supporter now? No.
Why would you trust a corrupt person? It's a good question. Yeah. Raniel's back in already. I thought you guys were going to go back in at the same time because you bought, or
No, I
somebody
got an
bought time back for you.
extra 10 minutes.
Oh, I thought there was 10 minutes that they could bring you back in. No, it's 10 more minutes
No,
of
it
being
was-
excluded?
Yeah. I think he was
Oh.
back for 5. I'm back for 15 in total.
Oh. Yeah, it's funny that the Republicans who are all about, or who pretend to be all about economic freedom, shit like that, and then you came on and you were talking about economics of whatever, whatever was going on, and then one of the viewers, who's obviously a Republican, was like, get rid of this guy because he's talking too much about economics.
I know, he's saying, because I thought, because globalists are evil, and I think humans are all interchangeable economic units.
But that's not economic freedom. That's
I know.
something else. People, they're dumb. They're dumb, I'm going to tell you. I'll be honest. I know Rinald is going off.
To challenge
And then somebody's
any
gonna
of the
donate
claims that the
$5
government was
to
just unilaterally making
send me to
against
the
these
Google
people.
log again.
Do you think that's appropriate? Thank you.
Before
he
anybody
just got
answers
kicked
that,
out again.
somebody asked in chat, are those
Yep.
Okay, I haven't
Yep,
tried it
as
on.
expected.
They're a little big.
Time
It's,
out
the shirt's
Rinald.
really small. I don't know what this
God,
fit
there's
is,
so many
but
fucking Sims in
I'm
this
sorry, I've been
chat.
thinking
It's
about.
absolutely wild. How many viewers does she have?
Probably like 130 or something. I
That
can
is so
check.
much money that she's getting. That is crazy.
I know. Oh, liberals from Mondami. Pathfinder, are you here right now? This video is probably... I wonder if this video is based or not. I don't want to just steal his content, because I like this dude, but...
42 subscribers. Oh god, he's huge.
Yeah, but he's a cool dude, okay? I don't steal content of people I like. Only people I dislike.
You don't like. That way, those people don't get the clicks on their channel. They watch it through you instead.
Exactly.
Had to pull it back up in case they pulled you back in.
No, I was just checking how many viewers she had. He says 141 right now.
Oh, gotcha.
If we're lucky, I can finagle a raid out of her when she ends.
There's no way.
What do you mean? She's done it before.
She's gonna give her rate. She's gonna give her rate to Chuck. Come on, man. You know.
I don't think Chuck is
You
streaming.
know this. He's getting a raid anyway. Yeah, man, I would not have a particularly fun time interacting with many of these people. I'm just gonna keep it real with you.
I have a fun time. Most of these people, well, I have a fun time when we're actually like talking about the topic or whatever. But like, I don't know, a lot of times the panel devolves. Oh, I'm back.
Oh.
See ya, bitch.
Yep.
Ask
doesn't
last
know.
part of your question.
Okay.
He said,
So
given
there's
then
this
this.
group of Venezuelans, all right, and they're being rounded up before the proclamation of the Alien Enemies Act has even been signed by Donald Trump. They're being put on the plane to be deported as quickly as possible without giving them the opportunity to appeal to a lawyer. The only reason that they were able to appeal to a lawyer is because the plane broke down.
Keep
Is
going.
that appropriate?
No, yes. You said something else after that. What was the other?
I
You said-
sure as shit didn't.
Yes,
I
good. Yes, you
don't know
did.
what question you listened to, but it wasn't mine. I
You
don't
had something.
Well, answer
built
this
into there
question
that
then,
said
Bill.
Trump. What was it? What did he say? 007?
He said what he just said.
Trump had signed. He was just about to, or hadn't yet signed, but was going to sign the aliens.
No, it
thing,
hadn't been made
right?
Alien
public
Enemies
that he
Act.
had signed it.
It hadn't been made public, right?
Mhm.
Yet, and they.
Well, I don't know.
They,
We don't know if he signed it, but it's sure it wasn't a public proclamation.
True.
So the Alien Enemies Act shouldn't have been in place, but he was rounding people up to deport them as quickly as possible anyway.
right, and the only reason that they weren't shipped off was because their car broke down or something. They
The
didn't
plane
get to
that was going to ship them off to El
So-
Salvador broke down.
Right, so that gave them a little bit of recourse, gave them a little bit of time, obviously, to say, "Hey, what the fuck's going on here?" Right? I'll answer it personally. I'm not conservative. I'm not a political person. I'm an anarchist. I don't agree with government, but I don't agree with that either. You know, there has to be a fucking
You're an
happy
anarchist-
medium. But
anarchist.
we're
What do you
we're
care about
dealing with.
immigrants, legal or
Did
otherwise?
everybody get what they needed from Rinyald?
Yeah, thank you.
I didn't get an answer to the question, but I mean,
Well,
Yeah.
they're
Well,
they're
you-
gonna
you did- you
continue
did put your
marching through it,
position.
but I
You can
think
drop me
we got the position from you. So yeah.
Bill, do you have like a caretaker or someone who can help you with the question?
Are you ageist? Are you ageist? Are you afraid of my age?
Yes, I am.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
I am.
sorry. I'm sorry. I guess you're not only
Sorry,
a
Boomer.
fascist, you're a sexist. And ageist.
I'm catching strays. I'm old too, radical. You know that, right? I'm an old guy.
Hey,
Oh, you're
I'm
not that old.
not that far
right.
either. Okay. I'm already
Catching
like
strays.
like
Friendly fire, blue
I'm
on
already-
blue. Okay.
Look, it is
I'm
what it
already
is.
like
Look,
looking at
geriatric-
retirement. You know what I mean?
geriatricracy. What is it? What's the word? Geriocracy? It must be dismantled. Okay.
It's okay. My average audience is between like 35 and 45. So we're all okay here. We're in a safety zone. We're surrounded by our peers. It's good. We'll be all right, Wick. We'll be all right. All right. Did anybody answer Rinyald's question?
There's too many holes in his questions
What,
to
like
be
what?
answered.
Name
What were the
one,
holes?
Chuck.
The first hole he made was he wasn't sure if it was signed or not signed. It was the first statement he made
He
No,
said,
that was me.
about the
wasn't-
proclamation.
he specifically said it wasn't public yet.
Right, yeah, that
No.
was me. That
Then
was
he
me.
changed it.
Chuck,
Oh.
that was me that said that. I said I didn't know if it was signed or not signed. I couldn't
I
remember.
think we
if
got to
he
shut
said-
down all boomers coming into the panel until we figure out what the hell's going on. Okay, this is unacceptable.
No boomers here. I'm not sure if you know what your generation.
Where did the plane break down at?
Why is that relevant?
Is this the same group that's sitting over in Africa at the moment?
No, the plane broke down like in America. Like these were people who were going
Okay.
to be deported.
Because
They
there's
ran-
another group that's sitting in Africa on their way to
That
Sudan
might
or
be. Let's back on target. Back on target. Okay, back on target. So, in the incident, he outlined what are the holes. You said there were holes. Name one.
Okay, the first one was he said he wasn't sure if the proclamation was in effect or not.
Well, it
he
wasn't
didn't
made
say that.
public, so these immigrants they had no like how are you supposed to make like a a habeas claim or whatever if there's no public proclamation of what you're even being deported under.
If he signed it, it is therefore law.
Chuck, it wasn't public. How did that?
It
a
doesn't
proclamation
have
be
to
made
be
public?
published.
Yes, it does. What does a signed executive order do if it's not public? If no one knows that it's law?
They put it on the Federal Registry. That's
did
where
it?
you
Do you think?
sign
Hold on.
those
No.
things.
Do you think that the government it's okay to have secret laws that no one knows about?
No, I'm
You
not
think
talking about
that's okay?
secret laws.
They hadn't put it
If
on the
you don't
registry.
make
But
it
he
public-
wasn't. He didn't seem real sure in his story in the question.
So that's
Because the first time out of the gate, he was bubbling words all over the place and couldn't even think about who or what it
I
was.
don't know
I was
who
trying to
Rinald
remember if
is,
they were
but he's been very
Venezuelans.
well spoken.
What's that?
I don't know who Rinyald is, but this is my first time meeting you, sir.
Oh, I don't know who he is either.
Rinyald's my
He
goat.
did not mince his words. He was quite upfront with what he meant, and he made his point clearly. If you think his point has holes in it, I'm willing to hear you, but you got to give me something other than he may
Okay.
have not known about the public order signing, which isn't relevant to what he's trying to get through.
Yeah, I feel like the question was painfully clear, and the only answer that I've gotten to it is like some vague posturing that I made a presupposition that they can't identify. So, I mean, I don't know. That seems like the kryptonite question.
Well, it just you didn't seem
You know
to
what?
have any
I changed
facts.
my mind.
These
I am now
people
for intelligent
at this
tests
place.
I'm now for intelligent tests before people vote. I want that.
Okay, wait.
I think that we need it. You have to have at least 80 IQ. Okay? Or else you can't vote.
115.
Damn it.
Wouldn't go that
I'm out.
Okay?
Yeah,
Well,
sorry,
women,
Sarah.
Hashtag
women are
115
different,
or higher.
okay? Women have a different scale. We're not judging you on your IQ, Sarah. We don't want to play chess with you.
Rinyald,
But, we're going here, and we have standards, and I think one of the standards should
I think there should be a height
we need to have
requirement
at
too.
least 80 IQ.
Fuck!
Damn. Sarah.
6'1" or taller. 6'1" or taller to vote.
Oh, I'm definitely out.
That's
I'm
like
a whole foot shy of that one.
So I just want
Okay,
to
all right.
real quick to kind of build on the whole thing about the plane.
Do you
breaking
got
down
the
and-
actual information, Ryan?
Sort of. Well, I'm referencing the opinion
sort
that I
of.
cited earlier regarding the Supreme Court, right? The 901. I just wanted to read this line because this is really relevant to the idea of the plane breaking down, right? So this was with regards to Kilmar. The government's argument, moreover, implies that it could deport and incarcerate any person, including U.S. citizens. That's most of the people up here, right? Without legal consequence, so long as it does so before a court can intervene, which is why like the plane breaking down is what would like protect those people in that case, which is I mean this is a pretty important thing to contend with, right? Like if we have a precedent where US citizens can be deported as long as they do it quickly, like this is incredibly dangerous, especially for people like us who are speaking out against the regime.
Also, just to be clear, the judge in this case ruled that there was probable cause for contempt because of the actions of the Trump administration.
And Stephen Miller was the one who pushed for them to do what they're doing right now.
Mm-hmm. No, I will agree with you there. I think he's doing a lot of the pushing.
I think
Stephen Miller is
when we talk about
we got to get Stephen Miller
we
out.
got to talk about Stephen Miller.
I'm not a huge
Miller
fan of
fan.
Stephen Miller.
Neither is Trump, and neither am I.
Well, I mean,
He's got his hand on the wheel, you know. He's
Well,
very
wait a
powerful
minute.
right now.
Because
play
Trump,
bad guy.
look, let's be real here. Trump's pretty old, okay? He's not all there, and he has a handler, and his name is Stephen Miller. Who's really running the country? Republicans.
Damn right.
Who's really running the country? Is it Trump
Who
or
was
is
for
it
the past
Stephen
4
Miller?
years? Who was?
So I don't bog up the whole panel with that question. Just in case anybody in the chat is curious, look up JGG versus Trump Boasberg contempt ruling. It'll come right up. There's 48 pages detailing all of the information about
Did
this
you
case.
say JGG?
JGG versus Trump
Okay.
contempt ruling. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I'll look that up here when I get off of.
Well, for
Okay.
you, I linked it in private chat, so you can.
Oh, thank you.
Oh yeah, based.
Appreciate it.
I'll drop it in the gauntlet chat as well.
You just didn't seem real sure as you was asking the question, so it almost sounded like you were making the story up for the question.
Do you really think I would just make up a random ass story to?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All
A
right.
lot of people, I don't care which side of the political spectrum they're on, a lot of people got a bad habit of doing that. Well, I heard Martha say,
Convenient.
Well, luckily he cited the source, so we don't have to worry about that here.
Yeah, we could.
thank you. And I thanked him for it.
All right, well, we can move on from the kryptonite question, but I feel like we've acknowledged that Trump was actually robbing these people of the right to a hearing based on whether or not they were deportable. It seems like pretty bad policy to me, especially when you get shot down in SCOTUS twice for it, and it's ruled that you have probable cause for contempt of court. Seems pretty bad, but I mean, that's just me.
Yeah, it's very concerning.
I
Does
think-
anyone
I
think it's
think-
not
look,
concerning?
I want to.
Kessler?
Can
I'm
I
sorry,
just
go
say
ahead.
I haven't seen many of these, right? I haven't seen many of these Thursday throwdowns. So perhaps I'm just ignorant of this, but man, we just cleaned up, liberals. I mean,
Yeah.
we just cleaned up. They can't answer
That's
basic
right.
questions. We have swayed the audience. We have swayed many on the panel. I think we have done just a fantastic job, and in no small part thanks to me. Honestly, I'm
ran out
really
of-
honest.
The audience ran out of money trying to get rid
Thank
of
you for your
coders.
service, sir.
FYI. So
True. Wick really carried the liberals on his back for this debate.
You know what? It's okay. I do do what it needs doing. It's okay. Not all heroes wear capes. Some wear
Yeah.
hoodies. Okay.
There.
Some wear hoodies.
They're hiding.
On that
Whereas
note,
Andrew or
on that
Jim-
note, Sarah, I'm
Andrew-
going to say goodbye.
Andrew
Thank you very
Wilson
much
is
for having
still-
me.
Sure.
It's
Andrew
been a
Wilson.
pleasure.
Andrew Wilson is still hiding because he knows he challenged me. He said he would pay me $20,000 to go 3 rounds with him in a boxing ring. And he asked me for a date. I gave him a date, June 28th. And he has been conspicuously silent
Tomorrow.
since then. It's not tomorrow. Well, it is.
Well,
Well, it is for me. I'm
Kind
East
of,
Coast.
technically, yeah.
East Coast
Technically, I
time.
guess it is if you're on East Coast. And he hasn't said shit, right? He hasn't said yes, no, maybe I need to push it back a little bit, discuss the venue. Nothing. Where are Andrew and Jim Bob? They're hiding because they're scared. That's what
Cowards.
It's a shame that immigration was the #1 issue for a lot of Republicans, and none of them are willing to come up and defend the agenda. That's kind of concerning. I don't know. The death of truth may be upon us.
We're the Gen Z men who were swayed towards the Trump administration. We've got the geriatrics up here defending the regime.
Hey.
Even they're accepting. Even they're accepting that there's a lot of problems here. So I don't know. It seems like Wick said, a liberal win, and even from the left of the liberals, I appreciate these W's just as well. So.
And I even did it with my mouth full too. How about that?
True.
Pause.
Of goldfish.
I was gonna say, what was his name?
So much in the gutter tonight. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Any Andrew fans out there, if you want him here, you got to go get him. I do not bother that man.
I have about 30 minutes left before I have to go, so
Train for your fight.
Man, no. If he wants to pay me $20,000, we can fight tomorrow, right? I'd be okay with it, right? But I would like some time to train, like a little bit.
Hell, just give me the money. I'll lay it out on the mat.
I mean, yeah, that would be the easy way, right? Like take
there you
20
go.
grand just for you to take a swing. Oh, damn, I lost. Oh, what a fucking pity.
Oh no, I guess I'll have to cry my eyes out with my
Oh.
As I'm walking to the bank. So stick, is it stick or which? I can't hardly see it. Small on the screen.
You got to drink less, buddy. It's Wick.
Wick. I don't drink, buddy.
Good.
On the phone, it's just super small. So what do you suggest the solution is?
Well, first of all, I think that what ICE should focus on instead of nail salons and Home Depot is actual violent criminals. So again, put ICE back to work. I'm not saying for abolish ICE here, right? Like some of the lefties might. I'm saying put them back to work getting actual criminals, actual violent gang members off of our streets. Based. That's what I want, right? That's my first and foremost advocacy here. Then we need to look at some laws about how they can do things. I would be okay with a law in the books, much like Trump is trying to do with protesters not being able to mask up, unless there are extenuating circumstances, which I can imagine if you're like undercover or something, and going after like violent gang members or cartels. But in the normal course of events, you should not be able to disguise your identity. You should not be able to mask. You should be required to wear a uniform. You should be required to show a badge, and you should be required to have some sort of identification number that can be referenced. So if you break the law in the process of doing your duty, that you could be held accountable.
Also, just at the foundational
Are
level.
these not reasonable? Are these not just reasonable things? These seems eminently reasonable.
Indeed.
Right and left can agree on these things. Assuredly.
I feel like even on the
Hold
level.
on, only Mr. Bill
What,
and
what
Chuck
if showing your
could-
face endangers
yeah.
your children? What if showing your face endangers your children and your wife?
That's
Then-
part of the job.
What?
That's part of the job. We accept, as I was saying,
The
sorry,
job-
in the
but
beginning,
your
the
own
reason
safety is
why
part of the job.
military members
Your
have
wife's
to wear uniforms,
and
even though
children's
it puts them in danger,
not
and
part
the
of the
reason
job.
cops have to show a badge number because it puts, even though it puts them in danger, is because we give them an inordinate amount of power. And people with
They
that
can
amount
go
of
after and they
power
can call
need
IA
to be held
get the
accountable
police
by
guy
the
arrested.
public.
Not so that they can squat. They can have somebody go to their person's house. What's the word I'm trying to go after? Swatting. Trying to swat them and have police go after them at their
I'm not
house.
asking that
That
their
continually
addresses be
happens
made
in Portland.
public.
That has happened multiple times in
I'm
Portland.
asking for a badge
ICE
number.
agents.
Are you arguing for a secret police? Is that the
No.
solution?
Yes,
here?
that's what he's arguing for, a secret police.
No.
It
If
seems like
they
you
want
are.
the number, what the ICE people usually do is say, "We're taking him to this place. Come and find out about him at that place." And at that place, where it's a lot safer to be able to communicate between people, then they can sort of get the information that they need. Not when they're surrounded by 30 people that are yelling and screaming at them. How is
Should
that a
police-
safe thing to do?
Should police be required to show their face?
Hmm?
Police officers?
Yeah.
No, not even show their face. Have a badge. Should police require, if the police come to your house, knocking on your door, should they be required to show a badge?
Okay, let's try to meet halfway here.
No. Just answer that question.
I'll give you this. Well, as long as that number does not associate to their house.
Okay, ICE doesn't have to do that, even if it doesn't associate to their house. I'm not
And
asking
if there's no way that anybody can possibly find their house.
Hold on. If we disconnect that from their house, would you be okay with a law that said ICE should be required to show a badge to identify themselves? So a badge with their identification
where
number.
they work or
so
something
if
like
they
that.
break the law in the course of their duties, the people who the law was broken, right, can report them to the relevant authorities.
Yeah, they can show where they work as their station job at that point.
Not
there.
just,
yes.
not just, but
not
something
where
to
they
identify
live.
them, the specific officer.
Yeah.
If we're talking about police or ICE.
Both.
Okay. Yes, same situation.
Yes. Okay, great. That is one thing that we can bipartisanly agree on needs to change because it's not the case now.
But it is the case now in many cities where that number associates to the house. There's ways people can find a way around and swap their house.
Fix that. That's a skill issue.
Then call out the radical left that continues to do that. Yeah, I have not seen you call them out hardly at all. That continues.
You've never seen me call out the radical left for violence.
You don't watch WIC then.
Not to this degree.
As the radical left representative, he calls us out all the time. Okay.
People get you guys think I get called a conservative constantly.
Center left or whatever, but
did you not see me? I was the first person.
You should not do that.
Oh, hold on, let me give my bona fides here, bona fides, if you will. I was the first person, literally the number one guy, to call out Destiny after he made that gross comment about the fireman who was shot after the Trump rally. I was the first one to hold his feet to the fire on that, to have him on my show and say to his face, right, that was unacceptable. I have called out the left. I've called out Josiah from Pondering Politics. I've called out Econoboy for wanting to get rid of the filibuster and violate all these norms and things like that. To act as if I don't hold the left accountable just shows that you are ignorant of my content, which is fine. Not everyone has to watch me, but let's deal with reality here. And I'm just informing you all. When Biden was in power, I criticized him all the time. I think Trump is worse than Biden. And Trump is in power. Biden is no longer in power. So I'm going to criticize Trump more now.
I think that's honest. I think that's honest. Kokomo with the Big Ten says the right position is somewhere in between Trump and Biden/Obama. Trump is too strict, Biden was too loose, and Obama had a good pathway to citizenship.
I don't agree, but I think it's a reasonable position to hold.
I disagree. I don't think Obama did.
Yeah, we know you want to shoot him, so we know you disagree.
And Alexander, Ryan's new friend this evening, sends the big five, says, Mr. Bell, how the stupid do you know it's actually ICE and not some people posing as them to kidnap you?
I just got through saying, as long as they have a number they can give that does not endanger their children or something like that, then yeah, they can sort of give that
I
number.
think what we're saying is they're not giving that number though, and I think part of it, the reason is, and I think we need to be honest, part of the reason is that they understand that a lot of what they're doing right now is illegal, and they don't want to face the consequences later on. That's what they're afraid of.
Where's it illegal?
The illegal kidnapping of people that they're doing right now. They're without presenting any sort of ID. I mean, it's.
What's the federal law?
There are going to be consequences for this. Like,
what's the federal law for ICE agents? I don't know what the federal law is on ICE agents.
You think they don't have to show ID?
And do you know what the law is? It's impersonating a federal officer, very steep. So if they're out there doing that, take a picture of them. They can go after and say, "Hey, this person might be impersonating an officer." FBI or ICE, could you look into this?
Do you know what has happened?
Picture of some guy with a black mask on. How do you identify the person?
Has been happening.
Okay, we have videos, right, of people photographing ICE agents, and those ICE agents pulling a gun on those individuals and detaining those, wrestling to the ground and handcuffing them. Right? ICE does not want
resist arrest. What are you supposed to do when you resist arrest?
No, for trying to film them, not
trying to film them.
Yeah. Because they don't want to be on film, because they know there's going to be consequences.
Because maybe their buddies have been swatted before by similar people.
No, they know there's going to be legal consequences.
So you
Bill.
aim a gun at them for trying to take a picture of you, and that's your solution? Taking a picture of
I
them is
see
your
that.
solution
Why
to
you-
fight the fake
Actually,
secret police people?
Said and put words in my mouth. Be quiet.
What did I mischaracterize?
Well, no,
there?
let me just
Yeah,
ask. Let me
you
just
said it was
ask
okay
a
for them
basic
to
question for you.
point guns. Did I say that? No, I didn't say that.
Mr.
That was
Bill, please, a very basic question for you, sir. Do you think it is reasonable to expect that police, military, and other agents of law enforcement, ICE, be held to a different standard, right, than the general public? Held more accountable because they have more power. Do you think that's a reasonable thing to ask?
Yeah.
Okay, so how do we hold them accountable if we can't identify who they are?
I just said you can identify them by that number as long as they're associated.
They
there.
don't-
I'll give you
ICE
that.
doesn't
That's it. I
have
don't think
those
they should have to, but if you really want to compromise the thing, that's the compromise I'll give you. Have a number. Say my number, ICE number is such and such. Say that's where the person's based. Go to that.
Well,
questions about it. Go to that base.
Then we're in agreement on that. Thank goodness, and I appreciate you for agreeing me on that. But this is just the
think they should have
tip
to, but
of an
don't.
iceberg of problems that ICE is doing right now that is making it harder. It's making it more dangerous for ICE agents. You understand that, right? Because people don't know if they're actually law enforcement agents. People are more likely to do violence towards them because they think they're kidnapping people.
When they have an ICE badge and they have a suit that says
don't have
police
that.
or
They're not
ICE
showing badges,
or
that's the problem.
CBP all around
They
them.
don't have that.
When they've got
They're
5 or
unmarked
6
vehicles,
people,
not showing badges. This is the whole issue.
Plainclothes officers.
when they've
They
got
are
a
not wearing badges. They are not wearing
they're-
uniforms. They're in like, have you seen these? Like they're in masks and they look like with like what looks to be like different tactical gear, but this is the same stuff you'd see going to paintball, like, or you'd see a gang member wear sometimes.
Or to Charlottesville.
Right? And that's a problem.
Right, let's
That's a
try another
problem because
compromise. Let's try another compromise here.
Hold on. If I see 3 dudes in black masks harassing a woman on the street and I have a gun, what's going to happen? If I don't know they're law enforcement, if I don't know them from Adam, what's going to happen?
I go back to the question I was
What
about
would
to
you
ask
do?
there before. If they come out there with a
What would
driver's
you do?
license,
What
Chuck,
would
do
you
you want
do
to
if
deal
you
with
had a
if
gun
you're
and you saw 3 masked men
no
who
question.
you don't know from Adam, who have no identifying badges, don't have police on their thing, anything, right? If you saw them dragging a kicking and screaming woman into a van, what would you do?
I'd be against
What
it.
should you do?
You'd be against it. You tell them, hey, please stop.
Thank God.
If I knew that they were ICE,
You don't
or-
know
or
that.
you
that's-
don't.
Oh my
you
god.
Yeah.
don't know that.
okay, if I don't know that they're ICE, and there's no way that I could possibly find out that they are ICE, like taking a picture of the license plate, checking it against the
unmarked
thing.
Woman's
vehicle,
gone
no
by the
license
time you
plate.
do that. They're gone. They took her and she's gone. Right? You have moments to act. This is my reason I'm
anecdotal with
pointing
this
this
guy.
out
Everything
is
is
because
anecdotal.
most people, not most maybe, but a larger group than not might take some shots. This is why my argument is saying that the way ICE is acting is putting ICE in danger.
Caldy with the big 5 says, how do you feel about the Nashville mayor panel releasing ICE info?
I don't know.
Yep.
Oh yeah, that's
They
I'm not familiar.
they published a list of local ICE agents, I do believe.
he's okay with that because that way you have all the information about the ICE person and everything. It's okay to have all the information. It's got to be public information.
That's exactly why he did it.
Exactly. But yeah,
You're right. We
Wick
should have
and these
all
other guys,
police
they don't care about
officers
having
identify themselves, never show their
information out
face,
there.
never show a
It's
badge,
swatted.
never license plate. They should just walk
I
around in
don't believe we
militarized
should
clothes
have
and
secret
kidnap
police
people.
in America.
That's the.
I'm going to make that brave stance. I don't think America should have a secret police force.
Seconded.
I don't know,
Thirded.
Wick.
Yeah, of course not.
We do have a secret WIC force out there, but that's different. Okay.
That's right.
We
We serve honorably.
I mean, even the undercover, I can't even talk. Even undercover cops, once the takedown is happening, all the badges come out.
Yeah.
You know, that's
Not with ICE.
now are they?
I wonder if there's got to be some kind of reason behind it, right? Like you don't just go like undercover. And I mean, I even know that Baltimore police, like they can't even do undercover necessarily anymore because a cop did get hurt that way. He was undercover. And before he could identify himself during like a raid, like there was a miscommunication error. And they happened to end up like hurting someone that was not supposed to be on that side of the bullet. So it is dangerous. There's a lot of risk to it. You scare the people around you. You risk misidentifying. You risk the idea of posers out there. All of those things. But is the good greater than the bad? Is there an outweighed system in there in place somehow? Or things to that nature. I don't think releasing personal information, especially if it's directly targeted, I don't think that's very wise. I mean, they don't send out lists of people who were going after, do they?
I'm not asking that they give their like home address. I'm asking that they have something on them where they can be linked back if, again, they do something wrong and someone wants to report them for misconduct, that they can be linked back to their authorities. And if it is found that they have done something wrong, be held accountable. A badge number, some kind of identification card, I don't know, right? But something. Right now they have nothing.
Is the law right now? Do you know if the law says they have to be identified or they're allowed to act in this manner? Does anybody know?
I believe they're
Nick is
breaking the
saying
law
that
right
they
now.
shouldn't be able to act in that manner, not that they have any legal imperative to.
And Hector says legal consequences, they're getting doxxed. If they're not real agents, then they should face consequences. Mass invasion under Biden resulted in mass deportations. Blame the Democrats.
It's always
The word-
the Democrats.
The word
Never, what
invasion
is this
so
failure
corrupt.
to take accountability for one's own actions? Where is this failure to own up your mistakes? Why is it that I cannot get conservatives to admit that when you make a mistake, you should fix it and not pass the buck? Whatever happened to people who saying, you know what, I'm in charge, I have responsibility. If something goes wrong, it's on my head. And this basic integrity, valor, and valiance that I think all leadership has failed at, but especially MAGA.
We got to be more like Jake Tapper, don't we, guys? We got to be more like
US?
Jake Tapper, who ignored something for 4 years and then all of a sudden decided to write a book about something. Yeah, we got to be more like Jake Tapper.
We should be holding Donald Trump to the same standard as Jake Tapper. Thank God.
Yeah,
but the Democrats
so
don't.
I'm just gonna,
They're still going to say, Jake Tapper, for your book. We didn't know that Biden was a senile old man for 4 years. Thank you for informing us.
I mean, frankly, even Biden's like worst debate performance ever. If you actually look at the transcript of that conversation and ignore like the tone of and like the performance itself, like Biden was the only one on that stage actually engaging with the questions. He was the only one giving real answers and actually like responding to what was going on and describing real foreign policy, real national policy as well. And Trump was just absolutely embarrassing as usual and not speaking.
We destroyed Medicare. We destroyed Medicare.
Not in reality.
Yeah.
But people just heard Biden like make a gaffe about like stopping Medicare or whatever, and that's like the only thing people remember from that debate.
Transcript. We stop Medicare.
Also, the job of the president is to uphold the Constitution. I don't care what a bad debate performance looked like. Donald Trump is not upholding the Constitution. He said he wants to terminate it. Okay, there's one very simple job of the president, and it's not what Trump is doing.
Yeah, because I realize it's also
Go ahead. Kokomo says, thanks, Sarah. I enjoyed this debate/discussion. It's been fun. And I just posted another debate coming up on July 5th. 2 new people to the show. We've got Geeky Stoic versus RTP Talks, and they will be having this exact discussion. Our Trump deportations, I think like good for doing more harm than good, something along those lines. But it's all about this very same conversation. And of course, that will go into open panel after the debate. But July 5th, so go hit that notification bell and set that one up if you really like this one.
I would
and
like to.
hang on.
Sorry,
I'm
I
gonna go
interrupted,
after
Ryan.
this. I
Go ahead.
promise.
Yep.
I'm about to leave. Yeah. So, secondly, to plug in 2 days, I will be up here debating Rob Noor on a bunch of different Trump topics, which will be a lot of fun. And yeah, I just want to say that this panel tonight raised over $500 just off the chaos that my presence alone stirred up. And I think that I think that speaks highly of me personally, and I think it also speaks that highly of Wick and the topic that he brought to the table tonight. But just to be clear, Trump's ICE is not just detaining people indefinitely for civil violations or deporting them without hearings. They're doing it while hiding their identities because they know that just following orders isn't going to save them when the legal hammer drops. They're using wartime laws to bypass the Constitution, surveilling political speech, and deporting people to countries they've never lived in, all while shredding due process and hoping that no one notices. But guess what, bitches? We noticed. I'm Ryan. This is Umbreon. Have a good night, everyone.
The GOAT.
Good
Thank you.
night, Ryan. Thanks for your time this evening. He actually got to stay on panel. Like,
After
I am
$500.
I am still in shock. I am still like in awe. But yes, it took a little convincing from the chatters, financially convincing. But he actually got to stay on panel. That's impressive. Hector says, I wish Andrew Wilson or Rob Noor were here to put these overconfident
wish
Dems in their
too.
place. Look,
I love destroying both
Cope.
of them.
you guys know where to find Andrew and you know where to find Rob. They both have access to message me as well if they're minorly informed of this particular things happening. However, I'm not going to be the one to bother either of them because that is not my job to bother people. Actually, it is, but not that way. So.
Just FYI, though, I got about 10 minutes. So if anyone in chat has something for me, you got about 10 minutes.
10 minutes. The countdown is on. Actually, I'm getting pretty sleepy myself. So
Okay.
this
We
was
might-
like a pretty, well, I didn't get in my nap today. My daughter, I got home from work and usually I'll lay down for like a good solid half hour and that helps get me through the rest of the night. But my daughter's like, Mom, can you please take me to do this thing at this place and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, that's my nap time. Like, you really, 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 really have to do this today. And she's like, please. And I'm like, okay. And then we get there and it took twice the amount of time that it was supposed to. So I got back and then I took her on a little dinner date too. But the point is I didn't get a nap. So I am getting extra sleepy, but yeah.
I want to make sure that this is addressed because I want to make sure that we all know that I am correct on this case. Somebody in chat, Steven, I invited him to come up and he didn't. I wonder why. Said that I was lying about JGG versus Trump because it's a DC Circuit case and the Supreme Court threw it out in favor of Donald Trump. He's only saying that because he didn't read the Supreme Court case. The Supreme Court said that the appropriate jurisdiction to file it was habeas, but that the people who were trying to be ushered out of the country as quickly as possible had the right to a habeas petition. So it's exactly how I characterize it. And then it got brought back up in WMM versus Trump, the same exact case in a different jurisdiction. And the Supreme Court ruled again that 1 day isn't enough notice of your deportability. So, yeah, I don't know. Keep coping. Keep looking for different ways to where I'm wrong. I'm right. If you want to come up and argue, then feel free. Or if you want to schedule something with Sarah, I'll argue about it for an hour and a half.
Gladly.
Wick, I got a couple of questions for you.
Please, by all means.
So you're concerned about ICE agents' safety and, potential situation. I agree 100% with you in the situation. If 3 women or, a woman was being grabbed by 3 people, I'd do the same exact thing. I would go ahead and react.
Do what you need to do, right?
Yep. The safety would disappear. So, in the terms, now, what is your alternative to try to help mitigate that situation?
Uniforms?
Without, that type of situation, pretending like it is a situation of undercover. Okay. What would be something that would help them in the terms?
Badges, uniforms, identification numbers.
Okay. Would local law enforcement assist in that situation?
Depends on the situation.
Okay.
I don't know if it's appropriate for local law enforcement to assist when there's not really, when the risk of violence is low. For example, if they're going to a hospital or something, right? Then why would that, like the ICE agents? I mean, they can. I have nothing against it in principle, but like, I don't know. I think that an easier solution again is just identification numbers that are plainly visible, that people can reference and see, or even just when asked to produce a badge, they must produce a badge containing that identification number. I think that's a simple change that we can make that would make it much easier and safer. It wouldn't be, obviously there's some there's just some danger in the job, right?
Yep.
And that you're never going to get rid of.
I hear that. Now, let me kind of go down the logic train here a little bit with you. So, in the state that I live, highway patrol and sheriffs, they typically are one unit, and they are situations, if they're on the freeways and such, that they require the local law enforcement to come and help them and support. They cannot do certain situations by themselves. Even in undercover situations, they are not allowed to do certain situations without local law enforcement being around and being able to respond. So now, given that type of scenario, what is going on? Do you think it's right that the local police and the local government are absolutely 100% refusing to help out in these situations that are putting the ICE agents in danger as well?
Sanctuary cities is kind of something I go back and forth on. I think that it becomes a states' rights issue at the end of the day. And so while personally, if I was in charge of a state and governor, I would encourage my officers to work with federal authorities. However, I think the state should have the ability and power to make that decision for themselves. And I would not want to force on a federal level, that the local and state governments must help out with a situation. Does that make sense?
I agree. No state should be forced to have to follow something in that situation other than our Constitution. Yep. So in that situation, but I'm just pushing back, because now I'm going to just kind of say this. I love, sometimes when I come on here, Duck likes to think that I'm on the far right, and then I've had a few people think I'm on the left side. I'm right in the center. Okay. So the reason why I'm kind of arguing a point to this is that these states where these ICE agents have to go primarily are those areas, and they're putting extra danger for those agents regardless. Now, because they are not even willing to assist. Some officers are in those states are willing to help out, but their departments are refusing them to be able to do that. Doing so would be endangering or causing their job to be disappeared.
Okay. That is something, if you want to advocate for it, I wouldn't necessarily be against that. But I would say that the onus here and what is creating more of a problem is the way that ICE is behaving. And keep in mind, ICE doesn't go to the dangerous areas, right? They don't go to the cartels, to the gangs, and that's by design, right? They have been, again, from on high, from Stephen Miller, right, instructed, and they have a quota, right? 3,000 immigrants, I think either a month or a day or something. They have a pretty insane quota that the New York Post is reporting is just too much. It's lowering morale, right? So they are going for the easiest fruit they can find. We're talking schools, we're talking hospitals, we're talking court appearances where immigrants who are following the law and trying to make their asylum and immigration appearances. That's who they're going for. I don't think that they need to behave in such a manner under these conditions. What's the guy in the hospital going to do?
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think
so that we don't have a disagreement here, really. I mean, we can argue on the nitpick.
No, the only reason why I came up was I wanted to actually have the conversation to kind of put the scenario to have the conversation back and forth. Because I honestly, no offensing to you, but I think you're actually not a left centrist. I think you're an actual classical liberal.
Okay. I mean,
Not. I'm saying back in the 90s.
There's nothing wrong with
level.
it. I do believe in free speech and free trade, so there.
Yeah. So I'm just kind of saying it.
Maybe, right? I
the-
do have some conservative views. That's true. But
Yep.
like, I would have voted, or I did vote for Harris. I would have voted for Biden had he run. I think that MAGA, as bad as Democrats might be sometimes, and no one hates Democrats more than Democrats. So, okay, let's be real.
I mean, the extremes on both sides are kind of circling around and becoming down the other side of each other in the terms. They're getting
the
so bad.
horseshoe and the reciprocal
Horseshoe theory.
radicalization. We can talk about that
True.
for hours, but at the end of the day, thank you. I do appreciate you coming and having the conversation and actually pushing back. I want pushback. I want my ideas challenged, because if I don't have my ideas challenged, or if the challenge is just empty slop, I don't get better, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's exactly it. We don't. If we
Iron
stay in our
sharpens iron.
Yep, and if we stay in our own little bubbles, we never get to hear any dissenting voices to challenge our thoughts. So I like that. So,
cool. Well, thanks for showing up.
Like, you want to keep civilians safe, keep ICE out of the civilian area where they don't want to sort of fiddle with that situation. So you're against sanctuary cities and states.
I go
least
back
in
and forth on
at least in the
whether
sense of at least in the sense of the prisons and everything. You have a convicted, we'll say convicted, I think it should be less, but if there's a convicted person that's illegal in that prison, should they call ICE and say, we've got somebody here that might need to be deported, it'll cost us less money, can you guys come and get them? Should they be able to do that? I mean, if the state law allowed it.
I don't know if I want to release dangerous criminals to other countries. I think I
Sorry,
want
there's
to
a
keep them
funny
in
video of a rabbit on my Twitter
Yeah,
timeline.
and let's say
I had to click on it.
ICE's policy is if there's a convicted person in the U.S., they're going to send them to a, El Salvador prison or whatever. So they'll still be in prison.
I don't know if I trust other governments to do prisons in a way that
It's no, the person is not a citizen of the United States.
I understand. I don't think anyone.
They're going to another prison in another place.
I don't
where
think
they maybe where they
anyone,
came from.
regardless of their prisoners, their citizenship status, should be subject to cruel and unusual punishment. And I trust our government as more than I trust like El Salvador's government, right? Because I can hold my government accountable in a way I can't hold El Salvador's government accountable. So again,
I can agree with
I'm okay with deporting violent criminals, but if we already have them in prison, why not just keep them there?
Because it's costing U.S. taxpayers money for somebody who's not
pay money to keep
that already did something against
prisoners
U.S. taxpayers by committing a crime.
The deportation costs money too, right?
Huh? Yes, but it's a temporary.
I can imagine it'd be significantly cheaper though. Like
$300 plane ticket versus 30 years in prison. Are you kidding me?
Hold on. You do know we pay CCOT to keep those prisoners, right? It's not free.
Yes, true.
But there could be a situation where this person committed a crime not only in the U.S. but also in their original country.
Well, we have extradition laws in that case, and whatever the extradition laws say, we'll do.
Speaking of deportation, it's time for everybody to get the fuck out. So, Non-Fun, would you like to start with your closing statements, please?
Sure, I'm non-fun. I'm the ultimate globalist, okay? The gains from free trade are large, and the gains from immigration are arguably even larger, okay? I think Wick is absolutely right in everything he said, and Rinfield is also right. He's my goat. I'm non-fun. I'm going to keep streaming for a while, so if you guys want to check me out, I think we'll be talking about, we might be talking about ICE a little bit more, and then we'll be talking about Zorhan and probably some of the Iran stuff as well. Stream on YouTube at Non-Fun and Twitch and Kick at Non-Fun420.
Thank you, Non-Fun. And if any of the wrenches want to drop your link in the chat, that's perfectly welcome. I am already set to raid Resla this evening after this show, but we're more than welcome to drop the link so that if people want to continue this conversation, they can follow you, Non-Fun.
I appreciate it.
Dragon Rage, would you like to give your closing statements, please?
I didn't even think to have anything prepared at this moment, so give me a second.
Sure, we'll skip on. Rinfield, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I'm Ringyald. I like the Constitution. I like defending the Constitution. I really don't like that half of the country is not interested in defending the Constitution. All of the people who were in the comments who disagreed with anything that I said didn't actually disagree with anything that I said and were just looking for nitpick things that weren't related or criticized my shirt. So that's how I know that I won an argument. I'm trying to get to 500 subscribers on YouTube. It's Ringyald's Notebook. All right. I want to start making money. So help me start making money. And yeah, Wick, let me on one of your panels.
Anytime, just DM me on Discord, buddy.
And feel free to drop Ringyald's link in the chat as well, please. Thank you very kindly. Mr. Bill, sir, what the fuck is that?
Somebody called me
That
a
is,
boomer earlier.
I'm gonna have fucking nightmares. Send him away. Goodbye, Mr. Clowny Face. To you, Mr. Bill, your final thoughts, please.
Only Mr. Bill. As you'll notice that when I was talking to these guys, I came to try to come to some kind of compromise in most situations. None of them would come with any kind of compromise from my position. And also, in most cases, I got cut off in the middle of most of my thoughts. But anyway, if you guys want to sort of help me out with my headache after talking to these guys tonight, check me out at Only Mr. Bill on YouTube or Twitter or whatever is out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bill.
I am ready.
Fair
That
enough.
way.
And before you go, shots are fired over at Ringyald from Hector. Says Ringyald would easily get dismantled by lower IQ than Wilson or Noor.
I know you got to run to your safe daddies. I know that Andrew Wilson and Rob Noor could never do anything wrong. I know that, there's no conservative baiter that's better than that. And you have to, anytime a conservative gets beat in an argument, you'd be like, well, you wouldn't beat Andrew Wilson. Like, okay, come talk to me. I don't know.
Fair enough. Go ahead, Dragon Rage, with your final thoughts.
So I do have to say I really do enjoy listening to Wick. Some of the conversations I've listened to over the last couple months kind of sometimes sounds like a screeching owl. No offense, just in a couple of the debates, but tonight it was absolutely 100% perfectly. Sorry, I'm having a brain fart. Audible, understandable, and actually intelligent in terms of it. I really appreciate what he brought forward and the fact that he's willing to listen and push back as well without getting insane about situations. So I really like it. And, I think the Trump administration is going a little bit overboard. And I do think that, unfortunately, is a cause and effect from previous situations. So do I think it's right? Not 100%. Do I think it's an inevitable thing that would have happened? Yeah, unfortunately. So just one of those situations. So that's where I stand tonight.
Thank you, Dragon Rage. I appreciate it. Vibe, I know you just got back. We're doing final thoughts if you have some closing statements to kick around.
Yeah, my closing statement, and thank you for bringing me on in the last minute because I realized I was coming in at the last minute. Wick, I actually want to have a one-on-one with you. Not a debate, just a discussion, because I actually do respect where you come from. I like the intelligence from there. Love to just have a conversation with you one day. With that, I mean, that's all. I just came on to say I do respect Wick. I disagree with a lot of things, but I think we can find some common ground. So just want to jump in and say always appreciate listening to you.
No. If anyone, and this goes for anyone, I guess is a common theme. If you want to be on my show, or if you just want to talk to me, my DMs are open on Twitter and on Discord. Just DM me, and I'll probably answer as long as you're not telling me to.
Well, thanks for Mr. Bill.
That you're going to find my family and kill them, which has happened more than once.
Oh no!
I'm not going to do that. I do want to have a one-on-one.
I might answer you and tell you to do things that I can't say on stream.
I can connect Vibe and Wick. I'll connect the both of you on Twitter if you want, because I know the Vibe
Discord too. I mean,
oh, he already has your Discord.
He does. He's DM'd me before.
Oh, you guys are already be making out and shit. Fuck that! I ain't adding any work to this then.
I just didn't want to say it publicly, so yeah, I'd love to have a one-on-one with Wick.
Yep.
Have a debate, discussion.
You didn't want to tell him publicly that you guys already have a little date. Is it like a Netflix and chill kind of thing, or what are we talking here?
We ain't chilling at Netflix. Okay?
We'll see. We'll see. It's gonna be big.
Although you two, you fucking nerds, you would be sitting there like watching some Star Wars and shit and being like, "This is so fun, guys. Who brought the popcorn?" And Hector with the shots firing one last round before we close says Rin Yap, who is the Democrat leader at the moment who holds their true values in modernity.
I don't know. I mean, like, if we're defining true values as like not wanting to terminate the Constitution that you take an oath to uphold, then almost anybody's better than Donald Trump right now. You know, I don't know. It's not time to vote. I don't know. I'm not even super strongly aligned to the Democratic Party, but it takes, you know, apparently it makes you a diehard, bleeding heart leftist to fight for the Constitution. I don't know. It's a shame where our country's at right now.
In other words, he means Crockett.
No, I hate Crockett.
Yeah, all right, fair enough. And look at this. They're just still sending the love. Kissy Cat with the 20. Not 1, not 2, not 5, not 11, but 20 gifted Gauntlet memberships. Love sent across the board. Thank you, Kissy Cat, from the bottom of my missing heart. It's black. I'm soulless. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be sure we have Friday night. I've got a whole list of them. Friday night, we've got a debate with. It's titled as Mod Monday, but that's only because of the format. You got to get used to this, okay? Friday night, tomorrow night, we've got Andrew Wilson, Jim Bob, and then 2 of the Mormon debaters. We've got Josh Stacy for Senate on Twitter and Dennis, I can't remember his last name. Anyways, but 2 very kind gentlemen who are excited to come and debate the continued series of the Mormon debates. This is number 2 out of, I believe there will be a third, and we will kick those off again tomorrow night. Then Sunday night, of course, as Ryan said, come back. Him and Rob Noor are debating on the Trump administration and the miscommunications and false and true and this and that and all of that. It's a well-needed debate that is coming. I'm very, very, very excited for it. I've actually have a whole Word document of their topics that they want to go through. And then, of course, Monday night, it'll be posted here shortly. We've got Moderator Monday with Andrew Wilson, Marte Rules versus Charlie, thanks to Wick TV, and a new person. It is Personality of Cult. He's really big over on the Threads side of things. So click a bunch of buttons, hit a bunch of notification bells. There's even more scheduled beyond that. Outside of that, I love you all. Fuck off.
Incredible. Well, that was fun. Give me a second. Fuck. Whoa.
I got here before you. Oh, Rinyold is here.
Well, I bet you wouldn't beat like Andrew Wilson. Like, why don't you? Yeah, what'd you think? Did you have fun?
I had a mostly fun time. I think it would be interesting to do a. I don't know if I'll do this because I wanna. There's so many things I want to read about. Okay, and I don't know what order I want to read about them in. But I think it could be fun to do a Throwdown Thursday where I'm just defending the economics behind immigration. Because I did that with tariffs and that was fun. But
yeah, that would be cool. I wanna go on for a fucking Throwdown Thursday in regard to anything, whatever I'd be able to get on about.
I mean, even his DM Sarah and ask.
I might.
She has.
I might. I need to land on a good topic though.
Yeah.
Fuck it, I might just be the due process violations. That one dude was frothing. Holy.
Dude, that was kind of crazy that none of them like answered or like, do you think it's like acceptable that these people were, being loaded onto planes before the proclamation was made public, and the only reason they could even appeal is because
everybody you were talking to was 60 years old or older.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen such like a flagrant disregard of a question. Just like completely ignore it, just don't answer it. Like even the one dude, like I gave, and Ryan gave, and you gave, like the one dude so many opportunities to answer that question, and he just didn't. And then he was like, "Well, you know, you made a presupposition," and then they were like, "What was it?" And he was like, "Oh, I don't remember." Oh my god. Okay.
What the fuck is this game you're playing on, phone?
Fuck. Export Hold'em. I don't know. It's new. It's just you get a bunch of countries.
Thailand, freaking.
And you have to pick which one you think has to export these. It's the biggest exporter of these. I'm gonna guess Japan is the biggest exporter of computers. Fuck.
Yeah, of all those easy.
Mexico winning choice.
That's wrong.
Drones.
They probably have shit computers, garbage computers.
I don't know. I would think China would be. I'm gonna guess the Netherlands. I really don't know.
I'm
is.
hungry. I'm
Hell
gonna
yeah.
go eat. But
It's a tie.
it was good talking, Nod Fun. I love you.
Yeah.
Thanks
Nice to see
thanks
you.
for the glaze. I appreciate it. I gotta go.
Hopefully, I told before you asked to be in Wix panels. I told him because he was like, I don't know who Reynald is. I DM'd him. I was like, Reynald's my goat. Invite him to panels.
Fire. Let's go.
Yeah.
Networking. That's what we call networking, baby.
True.
Okay, cool. Well, I appreciate you. I love you.
Yeah.
You're my goat as well. Just trust. And whenever, just let me know. All right. I have to bring it up every single time we talk. Just let me know whenever you want to go through your notes, and I'd be glad to do it with you.
Reynald needs to go vegan.
Reynald does need to go vegan. I think I'm on the non-fun train where it's like, I'm like, yeah, it's probably better, but like, you know, money and
Yeah, I'll
lack of
debate you on stream.
independence.
I'll debate you on stream. We'll do it one day.
No, I don't even think you need to debate me. I think I agree with your ethical position.
God damn it.
I don't know about vegan. I definitely say vegetarian, but we'd have to see. But I mean, I feel like I could be pretty easily pushed to vegan.
Well, I am
Easy.
vegetarian.
Yeah, non-fun needs to read the book quick here, and then he'll be converted, and then it's done.
I've got so much more pressing. Like I've got to finish a billion other things before I do a veganism debate. That's gonna be like 2 minutes long. Where it's like, do you think we should kill animals? I'm like, no, probably not. And you're like, okay, babe.
Boom, he's vegan. It's done.
True. Okay.
True.
Thanks, guys. Love you.
Bye.
See ya. I feel like Switzerland has fucking fertilizer. I don't know.
Germany is the country that.
Fuck you,
fucking-
Maxwell. It was Chile.
It's Chile. Germany was the one that got nitrogen fixation.
Probably Thailand, I would imagine. Fuck you, Maxwell. Italy don't got no fucking cherries, bro. Made up.
Italy
Petroleum
makes
gas.
wine. That's it.
It's got to be Nigeria. That's a tie. It's obvious. If Maxwell beats me, I'm going to be upset. Beer?
So what is this game?
It's got to be Ireland.
Ireland is Scotch, ain't it?
You just pick which country you think exports coffee. It's like, okay, well, that's probably... Dude, I would guess Chile, but it's already been Chile, so I don't think it can be Chile.
India.
So it's probably India then.
You got to have a tropical area for it.
Integrated circuits got to be South Korea. It could be the Netherlands, but yeah. Fuck, Maxwell's going to win because we just keep tying. And he got I think he has 2 points. I have 1. Hard liquor.
Smart.
I mean, I think it has to be the Netherlands. Because the other two have already been. Oh, fuck, I win. No, because the other two have already been chosen. I don't think I can get this one right because I'm pretty sure when I get it wrong, I remove the card. Yeah. Oh, it's the Netherlands. Or no, wait, I won. Sorry. Fuck, I'm goated. Let's go. Let's go. I'm actually goated. Okay, let's go. Hell yeah.
Mr. Bill was in your YouTube chat for a second.
I know. That's what we call
You must be-
TDS. What
you
what
must
is
be
TDS? What is
Trump
TDS,
derangement
Mr.
syndrome.
Bill? No, I know what TDS
Oh.
is. I'm asking him what I said or whatever that is. TDS. I'm very, very curious. Discord link is in the description. So. I'm gonna guess it's Bangladesh. Ah, fuck. Thailand. Are you kidding me? Malaysia. What is directly southwest of Thailand? Is it just Indonesia?
I don't think Indonesia is southwest of Thailand, is it?
Indonesia at least has parts that are southwest of Thailand.
Random
I
ass
don't know where
islands.
it's directly southwest of Thailand. Oh, Myanmar, right? Fuck. Wait, what am I? Am I just being stupid? It's gonna be some bullshit island nation, isn't it? Oh, fuck. Hold on, Myanmar. What even? It's gonna be. There's no way it's Brunei, because Brunei is too small. I'm gonna guess Brunei. Yeah, fuck. Cambodia. Ah, shit. Fuck this shit. Dude, Cambodia is not. Hold on. Southwest.
It's like Wordle, but countries.
Of Thailand.
You also got to play Wordle
Yeah.
still, by the way.
I know. Hold on. This makes sure I'm not going
Absolutely.
insane here.
I
It
absolutely
is-
dumpstered
Cambodia
this
is
last
west
Wordle.
of Thailand. Doesn't Thailand, in my mind, is more southern than Cambodia, but maybe I'm wrong? I mean, Thailand's got parts south of Cambodia. I think it does capital to capital. So, I guess Bangkok is, or the capital of Cambodia, which I never know how to pronounce, is southwest of Bangkok. But I don't know. I thought Thailand was down more. Fuck. Whatever. Anyway, I gotta cover some stuff. So, what are you still doing here? He's not even here. He's gone. What the fuck? Damn. Destroyed. All right. Dude, I don't I should check just poly market odds. Poly market NC or NYC mayor general. Initially, Cuomo said I think he wasn't going to run after he lost the Democratic nomination, but now I think now he is apparently. Is Zorhan still favored? Yeah, Zorhan 74%, Eric Adams 8%. Which presumably, wait, why was I moved? You weren't saying anything, and I have to, I got stuff to cover. Presumably, most these people are going to be splitting votes essentially. Like people who were planning on voting. For some people who were planning on voting for Eric Adams are now going to vote for Andrew Cuomo, and no one who was going to vote for Zorhan is now going to move to Andrew Cuomo. So, I mean, presumably, Zorhan has a pretty good chance of actually winning the general election. Put 1K Manami. Dude, I was actually going to. There's not much of a point now because we're just looking at the odds and 74% chance. So what's the payout on that? Like if I were to buy, $50, yes, I'm Mandami. Shouldn't it tell me? Oh, I bet 37, I win 50. It's just not that big of a payout. But I was going to actually. I would if it wasn't so much work to, use Polymarket in the U.S. because technically, like, you have to like buy crypto or you have to do some VPN bullshit in order to use Polymarket in the U.S. I was actually going to put $5 in Zorhan like 2 days before the election when he was at 23%, and I would have gotten a decent bet. I mean, I was only going to bet $5, so it wouldn't have been big or anything, but I would have gotten a decent return on that. I honestly think though, maybe I should bet on this, that Eric Adams is gonna fucking win, dude. Just because like that's the most like fucked outcome. Like that is like, I know what type of country we live in. Okay, Eric Adams fucking like the most corrupt, like evil, like dude that like nobody wants to win. Like nobody wants Eric Adams to remain the mayor, right? Like he had his big scandal. Like you would assume, this guy had his big scandal when he's up for re-election, he loses. Okay, you would assume that to happen in a proper country, but we're a fucked country. So like he's just gonna win re-election, even though nobody wants him to win. How much would you win if you put $5 in Eric? I don't think as much. I know 18%. I don't know how to. This is telling me to win $5, I'd have to put 93 cents in, but I don't know how to. I don't know how to. If it can tell me if I just bet $5, how much would the payout be? I would win like $25. I mean, it's basically 20%, so I mean, it'd be like a 4x return, right? So that makes sense. 5x return, sorry. 4 would be 25. 5 is 20. 20 goes into 105 times. Believe it or not, guys. Incredible math that you get on the non-fun stream. Come on, math man. I mean, you can just look at the percentage. It's 18%, so it's like a 5-to-1 payout. But Eric Adams winning is the most fucked, stupidest outcome. So that's what's gonna happen. That's what's gonna happen. That's what New York is gonna get. Okay, which I think is bad. Like I was saying earlier. Okay, I think if you were like, and I was like this, and I think it's fair to be like this. I just think that, if you were like, oh, I understand libertarians might like Trump for like, maybe some of it. I mean, even his tax plan, it's not really that libertarian, right? Like it adds a bunch of like stupid, pointless complexities that no libertarian should be in favor of, right? And then tariffs, if you consider that part of his tax plan, is obviously just, pretty bad. And libertarians shouldn't like that. But I think if you were...
Yeah, that's why I didn't vote for him.
What? Well, yeah. Well, you voted for, I'm assuming, the libertarian candidate.
James Oliver.
Yeah. But I think if you
Yeah,
were...
because I'm a man who sticks with morals rather than the lesser of two evils. Because I'm a Chad. I'm a base Chad. That's all I gotta say.
Well, what state do you live in?
Wisconsin.
Oh, it's a swing state too. Oh, fuck you.
Yep, that's how Chad I am, dude. I live by morals.
Listen, I mean, I just think that obviously Chase Oliver's never going to win. There's going to be, one or two people are going to be president. And I just think Kamala Harris is significantly better than Trump. But
that's what the weak-willed would say. I have hope.
That's what the base
for change. I've got hope for change in the future.
I mean, but I mean, you could do I would say like you can still obviously advocate for change or whatever outside of the general election. Like you can have primaries within the Republican Party and hope that you can push for more libertarians to run within the Republican Party, or you can try to change.
You're gonna need to you'd need a regime change within the Republican Party. They're so MAGA right now. It's like
Well, yeah.
we're gonna have to wait for the Trump era to finish, and then once the Republican Party kind of crumbles, libertarians will try to scrap together what they can of the remains.
Right.
And I mean, that's the other thing where it's all the people that are saying, "Oh, libertarians should vote for Kamala." Majority of the time, those third-party voters that are voting libertarian are more likely to vote for the conservative candidate. In the same sense, the criticism of Green Party voters should vote for the Democrats.
Yeah.
And so I think like Democratic voters shouldn't be angry at libertarians for voting libertarian, because majority of the time, statistically, they would rather vote for the Republican Party versus Democrat.
Well, I mean, I understand that. I'm just saying, like, if you, I'm just saying for my, fellow neolibs on Twitter, okay, if you're one of the people who are like, libertarians should vote for Kamala Harris, even if they have, disagreements on Kamala's, like, economic policy because she's too big government or whatever. Trump just kind of clearly is, like, more corrupt and just, like, does not have good character, and setting aside his whatever anti-libertarian stuff Trump does, like he wants to bring a lot of independent agencies under his control. He tried to overturn the last election. I think, like, if you if you're one of those people, and like I said, I was, I just think that, like, when it comes to, like, Zorhan, like, your argument shouldn't be like, you should probably apply the same standard and be like, okay, even if you don't think that, like, city-owned grocery stores are a good thing, and, like, I agree, I don't think city-owned grocery stores are a good thing. Like, shouldn't we, like, care a little bit about the fact that, like, Eric Adams is corrupt and, like, collaborating with Trump on deportations and, like, doing all this, like, fuck shit? Like, isn't that just, like, a little bit of a thing that we should care about? The same way that libertarians should care about Trump just not being a very democratic guy, I would say.
From my perspective, I view it more so in regards to things that I actually can have an impact on, since obviously I'm not a New York citizen.
Oh, yeah.
I can't vote in the election. I can't do anything about it.
No, not in New York either.
And so obviously it's a hot topic in politics to talk about the New York election because it's a big turning point for the state. But because I have no sway in literally any metric on how to do anything about it, I'll follow along with the story, but I don't see a particular drive in engaging in the story. Like in my case, because I'm a fucking based Chad. Tammy Baldwin, 2 years ago, a year ago, something like that. I can't remember the timeline. She was paid off by a bunch of dairy farmers because Wisconsin, obviously, on their license plate, the dairy capital of the states, or whatever the fuck the saying is. She got paid out by the dairy farmers to say that we need to like support our dairy farmers, and that plant-based milks or alternative milks are ruining the industry for dairy farmers.
Mm-hmm.
And so I actually called in at that point and I complained to their department saying, so the people in I looked up the stats at the time, like, because Wisconsin farmers, they aren't just growing cattle, they're growing tons of different plants, some of them being soy or what have you, that are turned into alternative milks. And so I called and said, are these other farmers that are not dairy farmers the enemy of the state? Or is it just that dairy farmers are the only ones that should be protected in regards to all farmers? And it was like I didn't talk with her. I talked with one of the interns that were there. But like I'll do activism in things that I can actually play a role in.
Dude, did you see that? Like, there's like a no farmers, no food, like Twitter page, and they were obviously they're like super anti lab grown meat, and it's just so funny to watch them like constantly complain about lab grown meat when their name is like, oh, no farmers, no food, and then they post images of like lab grown meat, and it's like, we don't support this, and it's like, yeah, no farmers, no food when there's food without the farmers, like.
Yeah, I think because I've done a decent amount of research in like the abolition movement in America for obviously Civil War slavery shit, and although one of the primary drivers to the end of slavery was economics, it is still echoed today with veganism, where once industrialization kind of took over in the North, there was a huge pressure on the South to get rid of slavery from an economic perspective, but they didn't want to get rid of it for whatever rationale they had. And then in modern day, with lab-grown meat coming along, the equal to industrialization, it's fighting against the established norm, economically speaking. And so obviously the farmers of today are fighting against lab-grown meat because it's going to put them out of business, in the same way that industrialization was eventually going to put slavery out of business, although there was a war involved.
Right.
That put the end to it. I doubt there's going to be a war in regards to veganism, but I would not be surprised if something like that happens in the future. But it all depends on the rate of growth of lab-grown product and how they take off economically.
Yeah. I would serve on the front lines of the vegan war. That'd be based.
Yeah, I actually, my old buddies IRL that I've talked to, that we were like in a hypothetical. Let's say there was another war for veganism rather than slavery. Like, what would you do? And this was years ago, and I said, I guess I would see myself fighting in that war. That is a war I would view as a just one. But we'll see what happens in the future. I mean, seeing as moral vegans are like less than 1% of the population in the country, same thing as the abolitionists back in 1830, it's going to be a long time before we see anything that actually happens.
Right.
And it's all speculation. Obviously, there's no... There are some parallels you can draw, but nothing...
Is there a poly market bet on the chances of a vegan civil war?
Dude, I put some money down on that, but I would have to wait 50 years. I wouldn't be surprised if a super niche poly market concept exists for it, but...
I mean, there's like poly market bets on like Jesus returning.
I've actually not interacted with poly market myself. That would be something you'd have to search up. The vegan war. The vegan civil war.
Dude, what the hell? Dude, what the hell? Dude, my restream is freaking the fuck out.
Yeah, I can't see anything on here, dude. The hell? The hell?
Why is it black? Oh, it fixed. Oh, what the hell?
Can't stream some things.
That's not the... it's freaking on my second monitor, too. So it's not just that, like, Okay. It should be fine. If I just don't pay attention to it, it's probably fine. Okay, well, I'm going to go back to talking about things, stuff and things.
And ICBM escalation.
And that, yeah. Obviously.
Oh, man, I've actually... so Hamster linked that climate change article from Bentham's... That Bentham's website, the same one you're reading right now.
Yeah.
And so I've been talking to him a bunch about it.
Hamsters or the Bulldog guy?
Hamster. Hamster linked an article from Bentham's Bulldog about
I haven't read
change.
this one yet, but yeah.
That one, yeah. So I legit went sentence by sentence on that first part because there's like 11 parts, and you're at point 3. But I quoted sentence by sentence, and I called out all of the misclaims. So the biggest one, the most glaring, you can scroll up a little bit, when it went over Greta Thunberg's report on some climate scientist. If you look at that article, it directly contradicts the claim that this part it's in part 1. Just scroll up a little bit. it like directly contradicts what this article is trying to say about what Thunberg said and what the climate scientists said. It's the Thunberg
So what did
provingly cited as supposed top climate scientists making the claim that climate change will wipe out humanity unless we stop using fossil fuels. It's in the first paragraph.
Oh yeah.
But it's like directly like the top scientist directly contradicted what was being said, and then a lot of people on Twitter like voiced their concerns about what Thunberg was saying, and they were all misquoting everything. It was super funny. And so this article they linked directly contradicts what the article itself says.
Damn.
But then I'm gonna have to. Him and I are gonna have to get in voice one day. We've never done it yet. Get in voice one day, and I was gonna go through the whole thing because this is one of the few things that I actually have some knowledge on. Otherwise, you know, normally I'm an idiot.
Wait, how does this contradict what it says?
You got to read the whole thing.
Thunberg once approvingly cited a top climate scientist making a claim that climate change will wipe out humanity unless we stop using fossil fuels over the next 5 years. I mean,
the climate scientist never said that, and he like
Okay.
came out and said, "You guys are misquoting me."
Okay.
That AOC article is really funny. How
Sorry,
obviously
complete fabrication of his words. Yeah. Wiping out humanity by 2022 is a total distortion of what I said. What I implied, or meant at the University of Chicago. Anderson told us, I never make such a statement. I mean, he's not saying, I mean, I know, I mean, I see what you're talking about, but like, he's just using this article as a link towards like Greta Thunberg saying this when, I think.
Well,
Greta
I think
Thunberg
early in the
was
article, I think earlier in the article it shows what Greta said. Like in the first few paragraphs of this article that they cited, Greta. I can't remember the specifics because it's a couple days ago. But I think even what they were saying, what Greta said, is
Greta
also
Thunberg's
still
tweet,
taken out of
top
context.
climate scientist is warning that climate change will wipe out humanity unless we stop using fossil fuels over the next 5 years. Well, yeah, Greta Thunberg is just misquoting him then, right? That's just...
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there's the one article before this one where it's AOC saying the world's going to end in 12 years. That one is just AOC's an idiot. Like, I read that one. It's like, yeah, she's legit just saying that. I'm like, what the fuck?
Is Greta Thunberg back in Sweden yet?
Oh no,
She
she's
has
still
to be by now, right?
she's still in prison.
Oh, well, I think she was sent to France from, I guess
after
from Israel.
that's right.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, she's making a name for herself, only being what is she, like 20 years old now? 19?
I think she's probably older than that by now. I think she's 24, 22. Goddamn.
24, 22. How old are you, non-fun? You're within range of her.
I'm
Reach out,
19.
send her an email.
I should send her an email.
Send an email. Like, hey, you
Right.
single?
I don't know if she's interested. I think she would have some issues with some of my content.
You just gotta go full libertarian. You'll be easy win.
No, I think that's the part she wouldn't like.
Damn it! Come on, Greta.
She's like she's anti-capitalist. Like she's a totally anti-capitalist, like leftist person now.
Why aren't you libertarian? Like, obviously in general chat here in your Discord, like after I would have to leave a conversation, you'd come in and almost essentially continue my argument for me.
Yeah.
But you're not a libertarian.
Well, I mean, most of the time, right? Like, it'll be arguing against like fucking leftists who are anti-capitalist, and like I'm still capitalist, or I'm talking about, BlackRock owning homes and everything, and that's just not a good argument or whatever. But
yeah, not an issue.
I don't know. So I would talk about this in DMs a little bit. I mean, one, I would say I think a lot of libertarians base their economics on on their moral NAP slash individual rights framework or whatever, and I'm just a I'm a consequentialist. It is possible to be a consequentialist libertarian, but I just think a lot of times people basically derive economic arguments that aren't super sound from a moral argument, and I don't like that libertarians do that. And then
Well,
I don't know,
what do you mean?
it just. I mean,
What do
so
you mean by that?
So I mean, you know what the NAP is, obviously, right?
Yeah.
It just feels like rather than examining, the consequences of any given economic policy, a lot of libertarians will basically just cite the NAP and property rights for why they don't think something is good. It's why not all libertarians do it. A lot of libertarians are perfectly capable of actually giving good arguments, but if you ask some people not is rent control bad, it's well, it violates the property rights of landlords, and that's just not a it's just not a very good argument against rent control, because obviously something can in my framework something can violate property rights and still pretty clearly be a net benefit, but
a utilitarian viewpoint. I mean, obviously you say consequentialist, but
usually consequentialist utilitarian framework.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I think utilitarianism is hard to justify in the sense that, if we're going, rote utilitarianism, how do you measure, good
what utility
versus bad? Yeah, how do you measure utility? How many points do you give an action? Is it
there's
4 points of goodness to do something?
Yeah, and I don't think there's any perfect measurement system or anything, right? I think it's just a case of, making best guesses, probabilistic guesses or whatever from the evidence we have. What is more important, net benefit or property right of individuals? I would say net benefit. Only Mr. Bill. That's the whole point on consequentialism, right?
No, that's not a vegan take at all. Cringe.
I do think. What do you mean? I think the reason veganism is good is because it's a net benefit to not eat animals, to not cause unnecessary suffering to animals. But yeah. So I just don't like that. And some depending on how far you go with it, some libertarians might even just have to bite the bullet that there are some type of government interventions that could be good, from a utilitarian perspective, but I don't support them because I care more about property rights or whatever. It's maybe redistribution increases net welfare, but I don't care because I'd rather people have their money protected, people have the ownership protected or whatever. I just don't think that's that reasonable. I don't know. But also I don't know, there are just areas where I probably want market intervention where a lot of libertarians don't. I don't have a big issue with some type of universal healthcare system. I don't think I would have a single payer system, but I think it would have a, at least a public option for healthcare. I think, I don't know, I'm trying to think of other examples. I think welfare is mostly good. Some libertarians seem unnecessarily critical of the welfare state.
Like Thomas Sowell?
Yeah, I think Thomas Sowell gets a lot wrong about the about the welfare state. Actually, I don't even need the second half of that sentence. I think Thomas Sowell gets a lot wrong.
No, dude, he wrote the book Basic Economics.
I mean, that book is just not very good. I haven't read the book, but there's a good Unlearning Economics video about it, right? I don't know. It's just not a. I don't even think it's a particularly good book for learning about basic economics, because any basic economics textbook, should teach you about there are cases of market failures. Oh, let's take a look at what happens under monopoly or under oligopoly or whatever. And there's the 2 Unlearning Economic videos about it. I forgot. 2-part thing. And
Well, I
I
mean,
don't know,
for
it's
monopolies, like how would a monopoly actually come into existence in a truly free market?
I mean, you could have I would say any case in which there's you know, barriers to entry that are within the market. For example, like economies of scale can present a barrier to entry that's not imposed by the government, to the extent that there are, you know, large barriers to entry in some markets. Obviously, I think like whatever company outcompetes other companies initially could entrench themselves as a monopoly. I don't see why that's impossible.
I think, like, with pharmaceuticals, because I'm at least somewhat knowledgeable about pharmaceuticals, and the way that I view it is like a very simple metric, obviously, is like over-the-counter medications.
Yeah.
Which obviously regulation is what causes some medication to be controlled, so that's why I stick to over-the-counters. Like, Tylenol, right? Tylenol,
Right,
yeah. Claritin, shit like that, Zyrtec. All of those things, those companies were usually the big name in originally developing those medications.
Mhm.
And you can go to any pharmacy or any store, and you can see like Zyrtec right next to cetirizine. You can find Tylenol right next to acetaminophen. And so you have your name brand medication, where they were the ones that were the big force in developing that medication, or somehow gained rights over that medication, case by case basis, of course. And that medication usually has like a 3 or 4 times increase in cost compared to the name brand names. But they're like right next to each other in the store. And so instead of buying Zyrtec for $40 for a pack of 30 pills, you can buy cetirizine for $5 or $10 for the same amount, and it is literally the exact same medication. There is no difference between the two. It's just that people are, for some reason, some psychological reason, enticed to buy the name brand because they feel it's more trustworthy. But I don't think we should regulate people's choices because they're stupid and they're willing to spend 4 times the amount of money for literally the exact same medication. And obviously it can be applied to a lot more than what I've just listed here. I use them because they're a very simple metric of understanding the concept. And there are other medications that have very similar aspects about it. Like, a lot of people want to talk about insulin, which is definitely a critical medication for those with type 1 diabetes, because type 2 can usually be medicated via like oral medications, like metformin or any other glucophage or whatever. But usually with insulin specifically, the new form of insulin is developed by some private company at an absurd cost for R&D to make this new gen insulin. And then people get very angry that there isn't a public version of this brand new insulin, and they eschew the prior generation of insulin, which is still really good. It's still very effective, and it will do exactly what they need. It's just a little bit less effective than this new gen insulin. And I think it's a little silly that people get so worked up over something that is not horrendously, an issue. Like, they can still get their hands on insulin. It's 1 generation behind, 2 years behind in R&D, but it still works just fine. And you can get it for 1/15th or 1/20th of the cost of this next gen insulin.
Well, that's a case, by the way, where like monopolies might not even necessarily be bad, because these companies, do have such high like R&D costs that you do probably want to give them, the right to that medication.
Yeah. And
for
so
at least a certain
that's the thing
period
with
of
IP
time.
law as well.
Yeah, to incentivize innovation and stuff. So like that could, and I think we were talking about that in the server even a little bit. It's like, monopolies aren't even always all bad. It's like monopolies, in the case where there aren't barriers to entry, can have the same outcomes as competitive markets. Because if they were to actually utilize their monopoly power, another firm would just step in and, compete with the monopoly. But yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
that's
how I
why,
view it.
yeah. But
Sample
like
size is here.
crazy. I don't know, but like all that argument again, it's just like founded on things being a net benefit or not, and I think that's actually, I think a lot of times that's kind of a better framework for like dealing with it. Like, you know, I don't see why we have to appeal to property rights for any of this stuff.
I think you can still
property
have
rights are important.
you can still view it under the guise of property rights. Like in either case, for like the two examples I brought up with insulin, you know, new top of the line insulin versus the previous generation of insulin, and then going to, you know, Zyrtec and cetirizine being the same thing, just one has a name brand kind of what's the term? It has some, why can't I think of the word? People trust it. People trust Tylenol
and it's like
over
name
acetaminophen.
recognition and
Yeah, name recognition. There you go. Because they were the first ones to do it, which certainly has a weight of its own. But that shouldn't discount the fact that there are still other companies that can make the exact same fucking thing, and they just call it something else. And
Wait, you also got the Wordle into today's Wordle. That's great.
I haven't done today's
I did too. What?
I have to play Wordle too.
You have to play Wordle.
Yeah,
that's right.
Is sample text a vegan? That's
Yeah.
what I hear. Oh hell yes.
That's right.
That's what I'm
but
talking about.
I think talking about property rights is very important because like that is the thing that causes wealth and prosperity. Now, granted, there are some edge cases where it's not universally true, but like I think the rhetoric of like pushing people to become more liberal is very important. So
well, I
it's
mean, I
hard
agree
to,
with that. Like, I
guess.
agree. Like, I think property rights are a, you know, net utility maximizing thing, at least in, you know, the majority of cases. That's why I am still a neoliberal, evil capitalist. I just also
That's right.
think that, you know, I don't
Yeah,
think
they're not
I don't think you
ultimate.
should.
They're not.
I don't think you should. I'm just not a believer in the NAP. Okay, I just think that like morally, what
Yeah,
matters
exactly.
is
But like, I don't think
net utility.
like making people healthy is always good. Okay, but like still, I'm gonna emphasize health when I talk to people.
Yeah.
And similarly, property rights are very important, and that's the thing that causes prosperity and growth. And so, we should talk about that extensively.
Wait, so you're against the NAP as a philosophical idea?
I think it's a good heuristic for a lot of things, but often it's wrong. Like, not all taxes are bad, and anarcho-capitalism is cringe. You know, there are some edge cases where it's like becomes absurd or like too vague to be meaningful. Like, it would be aggressive if I shined like a super huge like light on your house at night. Okay, that's aggressive, but if I just like shoot photons at your house, that's not aggressive. So like, where's the line? That's gonna be hard. So stuff like that, you know. But, you know.
I guess, I mean, even like, yeah, you can take the extreme case of any argument and apply it to literally any philosophical argument, and you'll poke holes in it.
I mean, I
in
just
the
think
case-
like, I mean, a lot of this is just intuition, but I feel like a lot of times the reductio it's for the NAP are worse than the reductio it's for a lot of utilitarian things. It's like, I don't know, maybe.
Well, I mean, so let me throw a reductio for utilitarianism, not specifically economically speaking,
Well,
but let's say
well.
there's.
Here's a reductio. You would, according to your utilitarianism, you would believe that it's cringe to donate to Make-A-Wish instead of the Against Malaria Foundation. You should get banned. You should get banned. You know.
Now here's
making
an
fun of
actual
disabled
reductio
children.
for utilitarianism. Let's say there's a serial killer who gains immense pleasure from stabbing people to death, more so than the deficit of or the negative aspect of utility for the victim of the crime. Is that crime then justified?
I mean, I just don't like. This is what I mean. I just don't think like that's that strong of a reductio, because like, you know, obviously if that were the case, like if net utility were maximized by this guy murdering people, then like, I don't know, is it, like that is the case. Like at the end of the day, I don't know. I think net utility is just kind of the thing that matters. It's very unintuitive to me that, like,
So you'd be fine with this person murdering other individuals?
If it
murder
were,
is by definition unjustified, but
Well,
like
yeah.
killing would be murder.
Well, obviously stabbing to death, like if
Oh, nah.
If you wanted that particular definition.
Yeah, basically.
So you'd be willing to admit that you would say that's okay to do.
I mean, what is war? What
If
is
it-
war? Like bombing Dresden
Well, yeah.
is like, or like dropping the nuke on Hiroshima is like killing more than 100,000 people. But it's like to save a lot more, you know.
Yeah, so that was the justification for the 2 nukes being dropped, and there are criticisms of that being the case because Russia also declared war on Japan.
The criticism should be of necessity. They should not be of like, is the trade-off between like, should you ever kill people to save more? Like, obviously you should. That's the point of war. But yeah.
So I mean, I only brought up my edge case for against utilitarianism as an example to show that there is literally no moral system that exists that can stand up to any edge case thing. In the sense that obviously you can bring up edge case NAP things that are bad for it. I would personally argue that utilitarianism has more edge case examples that are bad compared to the NAP.
No.
And then in the case of America nuking Japan, I did just read about it recently, and how the impact of the nukes on Japan with the Potsdam Declaration, where Hirohito had 2 paragraphs referencing the nuking of the country being reasons why they were having.
Yeah, it's also
but then
it's in the diaries of Koji. Yeah.
Yeah, but then afterwards, then they mentioned the fact that Russia then declared war on Japan, and that was an issue of itself because the Potsdam Declaration itself, in that declaration over the radio, they did not mention Russia at all. But then in another, diary and everything else, then they mention Russia being an important factor. So it's hard to pinpoint the fact of whether the nukes or Russia's declaration of war being more important.
Okay, but we can talk in theory. So okay, maybe you just be empirical reality.
That is theory for sure.
Yeah. Either way, I think the reductios of the NAP are far more absurd.
What's the most absurd NAP reductio you got?
I mean,
flagpole.
Would you steal flagpole is one of them.
Would you?
Another one would be like, would you steal
to feed a starving baby?
Yeah, it would be wrong to steal 1 penny from me to save a million children starving to death. If that was the only way, it would be wrong to do that. And the reductives of utilitarianism are like out there, fucking, you're on a spaceship and you're gonna die in 5 minutes, and you'd get more joy from punching this innocent person than he would suffer. Then, should you do it? It's like maybe.
I mean, the same sense is like this person enjoys punching 1 million babies to death more than those babies suffer.
Yeah, but that's like incredibly impossible. That's incredibly impossible. But if it was the case, then go for it.
That's the definition of reductio or utilitarianism. It's
no,
the same
reductio. Yeah, a reductio is better. Like you should weigh the reductios of each theory, and when the reductios are like impossibly unrealistic, that's the point against the reductios, even if they're still reductio. Like a view that only has one reductio, which is like you should kill every white person today, is far worse from another view that the only reductio is you should kill people only if their like skin color is like this specific shape in purple and this day of the season, right? They're both the reductios, but one of them is far more restrained and unrealistic. And so, you should weigh the reductios also by their chance of being reality, Also, under utilitarianism, it's not like it's expected that like intuitions are not gonna under moral realism, it is like your intuitions are not gonna provide super strong evidence. Same way that like if we believe like the outside world is real, then the Earth being flat, like the fact that the Earth is a globe is unintuitive, but like that's not too good of an evidence against it. It's not going to be the only thing we care about. Like, okay, yeah, it's unintuitive, so what? Like, it's still true. We can know it's true. So if you think morality is real, and the way to get there is by reflecting on experiences, then that's going to be a far better way to get at moral conclusions than like, oh, this seems intuitive, or this seems unintuitive. It's like, okay, maybe.
I'm a moral realist either. To be
It should be.
honest.
It should be.
Real.
How define moral realism for me? Just so I'm sure I'm not like misunderstanding.
Moral
what you're saying.
claims are sometimes true. They're truth apt. They're sometimes true, and their truth is not derived from like stance dependent stuff.
Can you name a single moral truth to me?
Yeah, you should not kill babies for fun
Why not?
because it's wrong.
Why?
Stance independent moral reasons. Look at the
Such as?
suffering.
Suffering, okay. And if somebody enjoys murdering infants?
And then they're wrong. They're like enjoying something wrong. Very possible.
But why is it wrong?
Because of the net suffering.
And,
Same way that like if I showed you like the opportunity, like if you touch a hot stove, you feel the pain, you reflexively pull your hand back because you recognize the undesirability of the situation. It's just extending that to all people, and all people's suffering is bad, and all people's pleasure is good. And so we just sum it up. Seems very straightforward.
Well, how do you measure pleasure and unpleasure, or
Even if
suffering?
I couldn't measure, it exists in reality, even if it's hard to measure.
But
Like,
so if
how
you
do you
can't,
me-
if you can't, how do
That
you
is the
measure
same
it?
kind of
If
thing
you
I
can't
know.
measure it, then
Like,
how can you make
There-
an absolute claim
Line
about it?
doesn't work.
There's a difference between something is true versus something is knowable. So even if you dispute how knowable it is that some people suffer more than others, it might still be a true fact that some people suffer more than others. For example, someone can hear the music in a concert louder than other people, even though it's like really hard to measure.
How does that make something a moral truth or not?
That's not what makes it a moral truth. What makes it a moral truth is the fact that they suffer more.
But then how does that make it a moral truth?
Well, it like we all recognize it to some extent that suffering is bad. At least to me, when I feel suffering, I feel the wrongness of it. That's the only thing that there is in suffering. It's the wrongness. Similarly, in pleasure, the only thing making pleasure different than pain is the goodness in it. So that's that. You may be unaware of that. You may be asleep, but I'm woke to that fact, and I just extend it to all people.
And what was the definition of moral realist?
3 propositions. It's moral claims are truth apt. Some of them are true, and some of them are true in a way that is not dependent on people's opinions.
And so, like suffering, which is dependent on.
It's not. The claim I hear the music louder than non-fawn is not stance dependent. Similarly, the claim I suffer more. Similarly, the claim I suffer more than non-fawn is not stance dependent.
How is that not stance dependent?
It doesn't depend on like you can think whatever you want. It would be so true. Like that's obvious, right?
But you could just be thinking that you suffer more than non-fawn.
I could, and I'd be wrong.
Because then it'd be stance dependent.
No. The Earth is a globe. You may think it's flat, but you're wrong. You'd be wrong.
So how would you verify these claims in regards
Again,
to morality?
There's a distinction between how you know something and whether it's true or false. Again, it's hard to know whether someone hears the music louder than the other person, but it still may be true that they hear the music louder than another person. So you can object to how. Again, something being hard to verify doesn't mean that there's no truth of the matter.
But you would, in order to make a truth claim, you would still need to prove it rather than claim it.
And I did. I said like I can make the truth like I can say that not like there is a fact of the matter as to who hears the music louder in a concert, but I cannot like show you which one it is. I can claim though that there is a fact of the matter without knowing which situation it is. For example, there is a fact of the matter that like either the amount of grains of sand in the world or it's an odd number or an even number, right? Like there is a fact of the matter there. But I can't verify it. Like, I don't know which one it is. I know that it is one of them. So you can know something without verifying which one it is.
The truth exists.
Yeah,
but you can't verify the truth.
That's sometimes the case.
Well,
I
obviously,
think we can, but like, I think we can. I just don't want to get bogged down in like how do you measure people's experiences and whatever.
But I mean,
Like,
that would be the contention.
that would be a red herring.
Why
It would be like again, something being true does not imply that it's verifiable. I think it is verifiable, but I think comparisons of utility are possible, but it's irrelevant because we're talking about whether stuff is true, not verifiable. Like the claim of moral realism is not we can know which one is true or false. It's just that they are true or false. You know, whatever. Non-fun. Am I ruining the stream? Am I ruining the stream? Non-fun.
No, this is good.
I think it
Okay.
segued directly from what we were talking about before.
Yeah.
For example, here's a question: like, when you see Jeff Bezos, hey Mark, what's up? When you see Jeff Bezos like having a $600 million wedding, is it would someone be ableist or wrong to say that like they should just donate that money to like the Against Malaria Foundation or something instead of wasting it all on a wedding? That's obviously true because it saves more lives. Similarly, when someone sees people like soy over Make-A-Wish and they just logically and reasonably point out, hey, that charity is like incredibly ineffective and costly, it'd be far better use of your money to donate it to the Against Malaria Foundation. Suddenly, that's like, oh my god, the utilitarian ableism. Oh, we must ban that person. I just think that's prosecution. That's wrong.
That's true. That's true. That's not a net utility maximizing thing to do.
That is true.
It's not a...
You know, I've been listening to the book. No, I just got banned from Dean's server for like saying that Make-A-Wish is like a worse charity than the Against Malaria Foundation. But it's not too surprising that I got banned. Like these people have like charity events for like, what is it? Helping like BIPOC LGBT students or something. It's like that's cool that you do that, but like, how about the people dying in Africa? I think that's more important.
I don't know. Can we really
So
have
call me crazy, call
interpersonal-
me homophobic or something. I just think dead children matters more than like people pass their classes even if they're minorities.
What if
Like,
the
it's sad that they have a harder time, but the children have
the
to have a harder
utility
time
of
as well.
BIPOC people? Okay, it's just so high.
That is true. How do you know that, Sample? How do you know that they're not like experiencing 100 suns of like experience of like pleasure every time they get a penny from this fuck ass charity? That's right.
Wouldn't you say that if BIPOC people just naturally had such high utility comparisons or such high like utility, you would have to give
That's their time preference. We should look into
money
that.
to.
No. You know what I'm referencing?
What do you mean?
No. With what's their time preference?
I've heard Austrians talk about that.
Look up like Hans Hermann Hoppe, right?
Yeah, obviously.
Look up the word time preference in his Wikipedia page.
Oh boy. Moxie, why do you hate
Wait, not fun. Do
property
it on
rights?
stream. Look up the word time preference in Hoppe's Wikipedia page.
Why do you hate property
up, Terry?
rights so much, Moxie? Why do you care so much about this net utility nonsense?
Oh, I don't care about utility too, so we might agree on this.
Oh, fuck, I thought you did. God damn it. In 2004, students complained about Hoppe's lecture. Comments regarding homosexuals and time preference led to an investigation and non-disciplinary letter. What?
He said like black people and homosexuals have a higher time preference, and that's why like disparities exist.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
What's the time preference?
It's how much you value like stuff now versus the future.
Oh.
So like, if you have a high time preference, you would put aside investment and you would like buy things now or something. So like we all would rather $100 now versus like $100 in the future. But like, if I told you you could get $100 now or like $120 a year from now, most people would go with like $120, but some people won't. And the people that won't, we say they have a higher time preference. They would rather things now.
I do $100 now. I'll invest that into a high index fund. And
Yeah, exactly right. Hey, you're thinking like an economist. So that's exactly right. Like the rate of return and interest rates, they're very important because they coordinate time preferences, right? The interest rate is reflecting time preferences, right? If people would suddenly prefer their money now a lot more, that would be reflected in the interest rate. You got it.
Incredible.
That just shows how stupid your average person is.
You said that, not me.
Yeah, I'll admit to it. The average person today is pretty dumb.
No, but that's so the joke I was saying is that like Malcolm was saying maybe they just enjoy the money so much more. Maybe they have a hard time preference. We got to look into that.
Just run some studies on that, yeah.
I don't know if there are studies on like demographics and time preference. I'm too scared to look it up.
That's the only part of race realism that's true is time preferences are different across races.
Probably false too. I've seen no evidence that it's true in any way. And I don't want like Hop is usually a reactionary crazy guy, so like probably he's also wrong on this, but I don't know. I've not looked in the literature. I don't know. Even then, it's not like it's a moral damnation of something. Like people could justifiably have a hard time preference. But yeah. Yeah. Also, I've been reading the book Why Liberalism Works. It's pretty ass, I'm not gonna lie.
Damn.
So far. Like I've listened to an hour of it, and so far he's like, these left and right people, the conservatives and the socialists, they're pretty authoritarian guys. We can just live and let live. We can just live and let live, you guys. And he like mentioned one empirical fact so far, like nothing.
Incredible.
It is incredible.
Vegan take is live and let live.
That's right.
But obviously animals aren't included in.
I mean, obviously I agree with that. I think liberalism is great. I just think the book is pretty mid, and it's like too libertarian for me. He's also like making fun of utilitarianism or what, so that's bad. Marxy, what's up?
Wow.
I kicked
Damn.
Fucking left.
No, I kicked her.
Gone.
Incredible.
Incredible.
I feel like you guys shouldn't have perms to do that.
No,
I feel like
dude.
there has to be a way
No.
to make sure you guys don't have perms to kick me. I feel like that should be a thing.
Get the fuck out of here.
God damn
Yes.
this shit.
Whoa, who kicked me? Who kicked me?
Not me.
It was definitely him. I'm not gonna lie.
It was definitely non-fun, not gonna lie. Go ahead and look at the auto log. You can go server settings.
Look at the auto log now.
I mean, you could just. I mean, I can look at the auto log, but also I'm streaming and like you can see
No,
my
I
mouse
left.
is on my screen playing this game and not.
I just left.
True.
It's, you can see how great of a military leader that non-fun would be in a war because he literally is only focusing on one front. He straight up just conquered Mexico, the entirety of Mexico, and has ignored every other country in the world.
What do we think about Zitler winning the primary in New York?
Zitler. Okay, this is my example. Maybe you can convince me out of this, okay? But I think, just like I think libertarians should have voted for Kamala, even though
Nah, I'm not
obviously-
fucking voting Kamala.
obviously they might not like some of her policies, okay? I think that you should vote for Zorhan over like corrupt piece of shit Eric Adams. Like,
No, I agree. Look, my reasoning is twofold. It's one, he ran a fantastic campaign, just like insanely good, just like masterclass at campaigning in the modern world. Okay, so that's like something Democrats need to fucking internalize. Okay, by far the biggest benefit would be how it would show Democrats like, hey, this is how you campaign. This is how we do stuff. It's not, I'm gonna do the opportunity economy by like increasing Medicare for old people, home visit. Like that's not it. That's not it. Right. So that's the first thing. The second reasoning is that like I would have a good example to show people because like if he does policies and they work, it's because they were abundance. So I get to show people that. And if he does the socialist soy stuff, then New York City is going to get worse. And I would show people like, hey, he ran a good campaign, but the policies were wrong. We gotta just have the good policies and make them fit into the framework of populism. That's why I'm optimistic about Zitler. Now, granted, he did say something like he is pretty like radical, like not radical. I don't know what to call it. He has like some terrible views on like for example, I think he protested the Nova festival like memorial. Like that's just
what the fuck, dude? Yeah, I saw him. I mean, it was I think like if you watch like the debate where they're like, would you go to Israel? Would you go to Israel? Do you believe Jewish state has a right to?
Yeah, that's unhinged. That's unhinged. That's unhinged.
Yeah, it's like that stuff is all like memes and like cringe, right? But like it does like I watched him like on the Bulwark or whatever, and like he's talking to them about like Israel Palestine, and he's like, oh, you said that like globalized the Intifada like isn't like a hateful thing or whatever. Don't you think that's a little at least globalized Intifada can be interpreted, wrongly or whatever. And it was like, well, Warsaw Ghetto. And I'm like, okay, dog, that's a little, that's a little weird.
Yeah.
We don't have to.
No, yeah. I mean, I think the point he was making is that the word was used to describe by like other people, not by him. But still, man, fucking like shut the fuck up, read the room, and like people use the term fight or like total victory to say stuff, but like it doesn't mean we should go and say Sieg Heil. Right? Like it's probably bad. Probably bad. Like Roosevelt, when he was addressing Congress to go to World War II, he said the American people with the righteous might would march through to total victory. That's awesome, right? But like saying, Sieg Heil, which all it means is like hail victory. It's probably bad.
It's Sieg Heil, not
Sieg Heil. Okay, thank you.
Sieg Heil.
Thank you for educating. Wow, educating
don't
the
worry,
Jew.
I know the German vernacular.
Yeah, educating the Jew on their terms of oppression. Wow.
Wow.
It's like, wow.
When a Jewish person speaks, obey them.
That's right. You sit and listen.
Sit down.
You sit and learn.
Sit and learn.
That's the funny thing. Like all these people will never extend this logic to like Jews telling you what anti-Semitism is, right? Like they would never sit down and listen. So this is interesting to me. But yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm not. I don't know. I could be wrong about Zorhan and the Nova Festival, but I think maybe. I don't know.
Dude, is it? I saw just on Twitter that people were saying he was voting against a revenge porn thing, but I don't know if that's true. That could be entirely made up.
Zorhan?
True. He
Yeah,
might have
that's
good
probably
reason to
bad.
do it.
Probably bad. I don't know. I don't know what the bill is. I don't know.
Is he harvesting a W? That's the question.
Maybe. Anyway, I could be wrong about this Nova Festival guy. I've heard it from like an unhinged New York Jewish friend of mine. So.
Yeah, I don't even see. There's no news article about this. It's just people on Twitter. So
Yeah. So
there's a Reddit post though, and I trust Reddit. So.
Reddit.
Wait,
All right, boys. I gotta go to bed. It's fucking late.
Wait, no, you're right. You're right. I couldn't find anything about it. Yeah. But he was part of like the. Like he was out there on the protest on October 7th. Like that's probably bad as far as I know.
Yeah.
My bad. I fell for New York Jewish misinformation.
Damn.
That's why I call him Zitler. My New York friend is calling him Zitler. But yeah, no. So I just like he will obviously like not implement good policies. I'm very doubtful that he will be in London still. I think he's kind of pathetic on that. Nor should he in the sense of like politically, because like it's just not popular with the people yet. Like you've seen the poll where like abundance messaging performs worse than like socialist messaging.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, that's pretty depressing. And also when he was talking to Derek Thompson, so he's like I don't like that he's co-opting the abundance rhetoric. So he's like,
Yeah.
we need a government to provide abundance for the 99%. Like, wait,
99%.
what are you saying here? And also, he's like, I would let private developers I would streamline their development process if they can come to me and show a plan that has like high unions and high well paying. It's like, no, stop this.
It's like, yeah,
This
that's
is bad. It's like you're saying something true and then making it wrong. Like stop doing that. You know, yeah. So and also like when he talked to Derek Thompson, he was like, Derek asked him like, look, we look at the subway in New York City and it's the most expensive in the world to build. And a lot of the reason is unions have a contracts that like make it very costly. Will you talk to unions and ask them basically to be normal, like to drive down costs? And he's like, he I don't think he's like Derek addressed the fact that other countries have unions, so it's not inherently unions, it's just the contracts that unions have.
Yeah.
And Zorhan was like, no, Paris has like high unions and they work. So like he just like completely, it's almost like he didn't listen. So he's like, he literally said verbatim, like, yeah, I don't think it's because of unions or like their contracts. I think it's because of like some other thing, which is like what? Forgot something like, something location. I forgot it. But yeah, it's pretty pathetic. I don't know. So, I'm trying to think what was the term he used. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't like. You know, I feel like people.
Oh,
are over-
utility relocation. Utility relocation.
Okay. I don't know what that. I don't really know what that.
Basically, like
entails.
corporations bad because like they don't move the. It basically, I forget exactly the nuances of it, but it's like another way to complain about corporations, like whatever.
Of course.
And so that's just annoying to me, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm hopeful. I mean, clearly it's a good message for the Democrats, so that's good, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, midterms are in like a year or so, a year and a half. We got to be ready. You know, that's gonna be tough. Gonna be tough. I can't believe they fucking banned me, bro. I was by far the best poster in that entire server.
Dude, I don't even know how it. I mean, it makes sense because they're like cringe.
It's like
people,
anything but freely think. Like anything
I
but
know.
like have critical thinking. I'm pretty sure these people would ban you just for saying that like black people commit more crime. Not like that's just a like it's not a like you know because it sounds bad, but like it's true. But it's like obviously
Yeah,
not
but it's
because
obviously-
of genetics or something. It's obviously because of socioeconomic factors.
Mhm.
But it's like I'm pretty sure they would just ban you for that. Like I literally said, like someone showed that they're on a TikTok live or something, and someone was like saying, like black people should get over slavery or some unhinged shit. And I said, like, I responded to that, wow, very normal and well-adjusted people, certainly normal, something like that. And they were like, what? Like, they pretended I said something seriously. Like, come on, fuck this bullshit. Like, so bad faith, so like anything but like exercise your frontal lobe like capacity. Like, just shut up. Like, oh my god, that's very annoying. Well, but whatever. It's probably for the better. I don't intend to come back there. I've been like for half a year there. I've got no progress. Like maybe convinced like 2 people, but it's all the other stuff is just slop. It's progressive looking nonsense.
I identify as a King of the Coast Democrat. Base fucking easy money.
Who was it? Who said it?
I don't know if you know them. They're easy money in YouTube chat.
I don't know them, but that's base. That's base. Well,
That is incredibly base.
probably disagree with King of the Coast on some things, but like yeah, he's one of the best Twitter accounts.
That is true. That is true.
Yeah.
I saw him post.
Well, you were on a panel today,
right? Yeah, about immigration a little bit. I saw King of the Coast he didn't reply to my request.
For what?
He was talking about. I think he was talking about like the post office or whatever. Or it was like he like quote tweeted Matt Brunegg, who was like, people are complaining about grocery stores, but they don't complain about the post office. And King of the Coast was like, I complain. I'm triggered by the post office. Then I asked him just send some stuff on like public versus private ownership, but he hasn't replied because he hates me.
In
Unbelievable.
DMs or what?
No, just under his tweet. I just wrote, yeah.
Well, I mean, I would just look up in his tweets the word USPS or like post office or something. And do you know about the downsize the federal government website?
No.
Oh, it's like a Cato website.
I was gonna say,
Downsizing
sounds
the
like
federal government. They have a page on like privatization with like a bajillion studies or something. So that might be interesting for you. I've tried looking for like comparative papers on SDOs or SOEs. It's hard to find. I don't know. But it's also, I just think it's fucking soy that like how much people value equality. It's like insane to me. Be far beyond what the evidence like begs. It's like the evidence that inequality is like this like fucking society ruining thing is like very bad, but like the obsession people have with it is like crazy to me. Like people would legitimately tell me, no, you cannot deregulate these laws because that creates a culture of like deregulation which empowers the rich. Even if that deregulation is good, it's like shut the fuck up. Shut up. You just like be normal. I don't know. People are people. Very sad.
Have you considered though?
What was? Yeah.
Tiny Tim. if there was a kid.
Oh, that's right. What, we should not maximize utility in literally every scenario? That must mean that we like you get to say inequality is like the super duper important thing when it's not. And the evidence that it's increasing is bad. Splinter had a recent paper like showing that like most of the evasion comes from the bottom 20%, which is like makes sense, okay?
Yeah.
But people don't accept it because rich people bad. Infinitely. Rich people bad.
Buy, borrow, die. Loophole.
Oh, ooh, buy, borrow, and die. Ooh, I never thought about that. Certainly, this is never get taken into account in any of the papers. No one ever thought about that. No one has
ever
thought
about
it. They borrow, and they die. Yeah, that's true. I never thought about that. No, but did you know that like they sometimes have like buybacks? That must mean we need to be poorer now as a society because like rich people are bad. You know that? It's boring. It's slop. Like I can complain about it for days. Jubilee is gonna have a new episode. You know what it's gonna be about? The Surrounded. You know what it's gonna be about?
No. How do you know that? What?
Like, well, some people were posting on Twitter, and I'll tell you, but like, it's gonna be like one progressive versus a bajillion gajillion far right like Zoomers or whatever.
Oh my god.
It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad. You should watch it. But
when is the neoliberal versus 10 socialist? Okay.
Oh my god, we need one liberal versus like 10 socialists, or like 20, whatever. How many people? It's not hard to find socialists. But yeah, basically, so I talked to one of the people on the panel, or not on the panel, on the Surrounded episode yesterday. Okay, I talked to. I was friends with him on Discord. His name is Seth.
What the fuck?
I don't know if you ever talked to him. Like he's a Nazi guy. Whatever.
Easy money, you seem based.
Bad guy, Nazi
and
guy, whatever. I was talking to him. So I asked him like, what were you talking about? So first of all, guess who the progressive was? Okay. I didn't know this, but they didn't know who they were going to talk to until they went into the room. Guess the progressive. I'll tell you. Indicate. I'll point you. I'll like you guess. Like for example, let's say you guess like I don't know Dean. And I
was gonna say that'd be like my first guess. It would be like Dean or Parker.
Older.
They want to get Sam Cedar again, would they?
Not Sam Cedar, about the same age. Actually, let me look up the ages. I'll tell you if it is or isn't. He's like 56 or something, right? 58. Okay.
Sam
and how old is the person that was actually there? Okay, so younger.
It was an Iranian guy? I don't know any. Micah's Iranian. There's no way it'd be Micah.
Not Iranian.
Younger than Sam Cedar, older than Dean. I'm trying to think. Is it like a? Can I know? Is it like a TikTok person or is it like an older?
Not a
media
TikTok person.
Like a-
Older person. Older person. Not a TikTok person.
There's no way it's Matt Brunig. I'm trying to
Not
think.
Matt Brunig. Older than Matt Brunig, probably. But I
Fucking
guess, like, some progressives, you know.
Robert Reich. I bet they got Reich.
A younger, much younger Robert Reich is like a
Robert Reich
corpse.
is really old, yeah.
Yeah. Certainly his brain is dead. Oh. Yeah. Browner than Robert Reich.
Browner. I don't know any fucking brown progressive people who are like 40 years old or something.
You don't know any?
Not that come to mind.
Okay, it was Mehdi Hassan.
Oh my god. Okay, that makes
Yeah. And so then that's the guy I was talking to. I was totally owning him, by the way. Got it crushed. But either way, I sent him pictures of me getting naturalized at the embassy, or not embassy, at the immigration services thing. I sent him pictures to trigger him. He told me get out of my country. And funnily enough, that's what he told Mehdi Hassan. Apparently, I don't know. I didn't watch the episode yet. I'm skeptical. He said he owns Mehdi, but he also told him to get out of his country. So that's pretty crazy. Yeah. So I don't know. He's not the most sharp person ever in history. The Nazi guy I was talking to. I'm interested to see the episode. So if you watch the episode, it's the Steph guy. But yeah. Guess the 4 flags in his Discord username. Guess the 4 flags.
Is it? I feel like is it the post Keynesian guy?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So it's like China, Taiwan. Or it's
Not
like,
Taiwan. What do you mean?
Sorry. Anti Taiwan, right? So it's like China, North Korea, probably fucking Palestine.
No, I don't think North Korea. I'll tell you what friends. Where is he on Discord? Here we go. Okay. Russia, China.
Let's go.
Palestine and Iran.
Let's go.
Let's go. Yeah, he was complimenting Mehdi Hassan on Gaza. Oh, that probably made Mehdi feel good. I bet not, right? But yeah, that's funny. Jew hater versus Jew hater. Right? No, I'm joking. I don't think Mehdi Hassan hates Jews. But yeah, although, no, never mind. Although, but yeah. What was the panel you were on about? Immigration?
Yeah, I mean, it was so it was the Sarah the Raging Tomato thing. Like, it was just an open panel. I joined for a little bit. It was about ICE. Wick was on it, and he was like, "Oh, I think ICE is cringe and bad because Wick is based."
True.
And there were a few points at which I had a good chats with people about immigration and wages, and they are not really capable of responding to anything I say. It's like,
yeah. I liked that you were replying to what was it, the Center on Immigration Studies or something. You were like, go back to posting about Borat. Okay, what is this shit? That was really funny. But, yeah. You're a good poster.
I am an awesome poster. I'm glad Bethan's Bulldog followed me. That's based. Yeah.
Yeah, he's good. Yeah, he's one of the best. Although I don't like the way he's kind of too silly making of the opposition. I do think the other views are silly, but he's, he kind of feels like he's preaching for the choir. I don't know.
Yeah.
You should be persuasive. You should be more persuasive. So he's good with browse, but should be more persuasive to people that disagree with you. Um, I feel like that would be a critique. Um, yeah. Um, what's your gun control thing? I need to read more about it. No.
I don't know. From my understanding, there was a Reason TV video about this. It seems like a lot of the evidence we have in gun control is not particularly good. So it's hard for me to have opinions on on gun control when I don't think a lot of the studies we have in it are very accurate.
Wait, what do you mean it's hard to have an opinion without reading the studies? All the people I know do that.
What do you have to read on something to have an opinion? What the fuck?
What?
What? What?
No, what? No way.
But I don't know. It seems
yeah.
Intuitively, and I'm pretty sure the evidence that is good still supports that waiting times are, decently effective.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
easy money.
It's also
YouTube
I don't know,
is kind of funky about links sometimes.
Problem is, it's just not.
I don't
the
mind you
biggest
posting them in
problem ever.
Discord or something.
Same with policing. It's it
you
is
can try
bad.
posting them. But...
There's probably discrimination, but it affects less than 100 people a year.
Yeah.
I feel like sometimes I feel
Twitch chat is
gaslit
better
for
with
not
links.
caring about
YouTube
all
does
these
not like
issues
links
as
a lot
much
of
as I
times.
care about economics and poverty. But then you should. The problem is talking to wokies are the only people who have a good heart, but they're just really slow. I'm not gonna say it because you should ask them how many, and you should preface everything. It's so annoying. It's I'm not saying anything about the morality of the thing, and I'm not saying it's
on
good
Twitch
or bad
and
or
Kick
whatever.
and Twitter.
But just can you and it's fine if
Trovo.
you don't know, and I don't think you need to
And
know all the
DLive.
stats, and it's fine not to know. And I'm not trying to minimize, but just a rough estimate. How many unarmed black people do you think die a year by police?
Right.
Rough estimate. And it's in the tens. But when people tell me 2,000,
Yeah,
it's
I know, people...
are you I don't know. I don't know. I feel insane. I feel like I'm going insane. The fact that I have to say a bajillion, gajillion, million qualifiers every time I make a point that should be just Googleable. If you care about the issue, you should already know it. It's yeah. If I ask non-fun, how much do we pay on interest on the debt?
I mean, it's just the amount. I'm pretty sure it's about 900 billion a year.
Yeah, you got it. Yep, you got it. You see, that's because you know your facts. That's good. Yeah, that's really good. That's really good. But I don't know. I don't like that. A solid 20% of the discourse goes to something is 0.001% of the lives we can save. I don't like that at all. That's why people should talk about Ukraine a lot more than that. I said it.
Whoa.
I don't know. Yeah, it's annoying.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you should talk to you should talk to Paul Latix or whatever. There's an anarcho-communist guy on YouTube. He was on a Sarah the Raging Tomato panel a week ago or something.
What did he talk about?
He's one of the better ones. He's intelligent. He says, my evidence for anarcho-communism is the anthropological evidence. Because there were anarcho-communist societies and they worked. It's yeah, maybe your system doesn't fucking collapse after a year. Okay, good job. But when we ask ourselves what maximizes, quality of life, income, it's probably not communalism. I don't know. Why can't everyone just be a neoliberal? It's so. That's become so much
easy,
common.
So based. It's so...
Yeah. It's so obvious. it's so obvious that like markets are good. You don't need to fucking soy out about like, but what if people get like paid zero while making infinity profit? What about that? Oh my god.
Dude, I uploaded that
Over.
the debate I had in rent control. Like it was like, 2 weeks ago I had the debate or whatever. You were DMing me while it happened. I just uploaded it yesterday. The comments in that video, I don't think any of them actually watched the video. I think there was like one dude who watched the video. Most of them were just like, oh, have you considered that supply and demand doesn't work when there's a monopoly or whatever? It's like, okay, dog.
Wait, my mom's phone. Give me a second.
Wow. Listen, whatever criticisms you have of me, okay? I don't delete comments. Unless it's like actual spam, but...
I'm back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me see the rent control video. Zorhan supporter confronted on rent freeze. Oh, wow. Okay. I think you should just appeal more to the studies. You know that literature review paper? You know that one?
Yeah.
Hey, you should just like show people the graph from that paper. Or like the bar chart. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't know the... I might
Yeah,
actually. I feel like... I know it's that study of like it's a meta-analysis of like 212 whatever.
Not meta-analysis, literature review.
Or literature reviews.
Meta-analysis is like taking a bunch of studies and aggregating their data to like stuff, and literature review is like going over the literature.
Sure.
Here, this graph. This is like a really good one. This is a really good one. From that paper. And yeah, so like, oh wait, I posted the image again. Sorry. Yeah, this is something people should like keep in mind. Here we go. This is the study, the literature.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have this study linked, but
yeah. This is just like the best graph from that. So it's like,
yeah,
it reduces supply, it reduces construction, it increases misallocation. It increases the rents for uncontrolled units. It reduces housing quality. And it reduces mobility. But like, it does reduce the rents for people within controlled units, and it does increase home ownership. Wow,
incredible.
Amazing. Like, yeah, but it's probably in a negative, right? But like, I don't know, people don't care. But like, it just feels like it's a good thing to just show people this graph and be like. Yeah, would that change your mind at all?
That's the issue.
Let's read the comments. Let's read the comments. Okay, you got only one dislike, but maybe I don't know.
Hold on, just real quick. I think researchers should make studies suitable for the masses. That would probably improve discourse immensely. I literally don't know how you do that. Is the issue? Like I don't know, like because like you have to.
I agree with that. I think the best way would be like to publish papers as it is right now. Because I don't want to sacrifice the quality of research, but I feel like journals or like professions or people in the profession should have like channels where they're like explain very easily what the study is about without using all the high terminology. That's something I'm interested in pursuing in the
Metro,
future.
don't trust me. Are you talking about
something like,
this one?
Okay, wait. No. So, something like, like let's say it's a study on like, I don't know. I think like maybe making a YouTube channel where I have some like video series where I explain the basics of terminology.
Of course I do.
what is GDP? Why is it important? And then like,
Right, yeah.
what is, you know, synthetic control method? Like, how does it work? Why is it good? What are the flaws? Whatever. And then that
Those are some
aside, I can
Nicholas
just make a
Decker
video and then say all
posted
the stuff,
article.
and then link people to the relevant videos
That's
I've
where
made
I
about
found it.
terminology. That's like economics communication. I feel like that's badly needed now. Yeah.
Okay, do you wanna look at the comment?
Let's look through the comments. 12 comments. Okay. What do I do if I want to stop making content? I don't know what that means.
Or to get you to stop
Oh, I
making content.
want you to stop making content. What do I do if I want you to stop making content? I don't know. A thread or something? Don't comment.
Donate enough
So
money to
confused
the
what
Trump
side
Pro
you're
project.
on here. You seem to be mixing up the rent market and the home market. Wow. The less profitable it is to own rental housing, the less demand there will be for accommodation bought for the sole purpose of renting. That's bad, right? Less demand from potential landlord means lower prices of homes. Less demand from potential
I
homeowners.
don't really know. I don't actually know what that guy is really trying to say.
No. It means lower prices. It also means lower quantity, by the way, to be clear. Right? If demand goes down, you get lower quantity as well. But okay. No one wants to talk about that.
I also think
So
he
the
could just
best way
be.
to just shift the supply curve to the right. Why does no one think about it? Like, it's just so. It's like you have four options. You move the demand curve to the right or to the left, and you move the supply curve to the right or to the left. And it's pretty obvious that the best one is moving the supply curve to the right, which is lower prices and more quantity. We get to consume more and for cheaper. That's good. But okay. Less demand from potential landlords means lower prices of homes for New Yorkers. And more abundant supply. It does not mean more abundant supply, you dumbass. Okay. You seem to have put both the demand and supply for renting and buying houses on the same diagram. I don't know what. No, that's just wrong.
I think he also could just like
Mark Baker. Is this a bot?
I think he. I mean, I don't think that's his actual name or anything. I think it's a, like stock image profile. But I also like in the conversation, we were talking about renting, but like I used renting and housing like interchangeably. Like I don't think at any point during that conversation were we really talking about like, like the distinction between like renting and housing other than I think I mentioned like, oh, we have evidence that rent control incentivizes landlords to convert their properties into like condos that are for owner.
And yeah, it makes it like the quality of the housing goes down as well. Like upkeep is going to be more less profitable. But okay, let's see. And Mark Baker had another comment. If the price is a signal and prices are too high, what exactly are you arguing is the problem with capping prices for renting? Oh my god! What is the connection? What is the connection between if it's a signal and it's too high? You could just say if it's too high. Your logic applies equally because you don't know what is said. Right? But either way, every house that is rented out is another family who can no longer find a house that exists. What? No.
I don't.
They can rent. Not everyone. What? They can rent. That's false. Strictly false. It's one less home that they can buy, but it's one more home they can rent, and renting is not bad. Okay. Or that they can afford. This means that this is another family who will never have a chance to get on the housing ladder and accumulate enough money to buy their own new build later in life due to excessive spending on rent rather than a mortgage, which they will get back when they sell the home.
True.
Housing should not be a wealth creation device. That's one of the biggest mistakes of American, like what is zeitgeist or whatever in the last decades. Housing should not be an appreciating asset. It should be an asset or like a commodity. And so it should not go up in value because that means housing gets more expensive by definition. You want the housing market to get more expensive. You just said that. That's a bad thing. What we should have, and just to answer his first question, If prices are signals and they're too high, that must mean it reflects that it's relatively scarce, and like developers that can tap into that would profit by making more money, more housing. And
Are you
so
telling
it's a
me
signal because it
it's a
shows you the
signal
relative scarcity of something,
that's
but it's
wrapped?
also an incentive because like you profit from building. Yeah, go ahead.
It's a signal that one might say is wrapped in a incentive. This is crazy. This is
Yeah.
crazy. Has anyone ever thought
is.
of it like?
Yeah, exactly. It's again, if prices are high, that means it's relatively scarce, right? And so capping the price would not. It would mean that those who get a house or like those who rent will have it for cheaper, but it also means there will be a shortage because we're harming the incentive part of the price, right? It's a signal and an incentive. So we will make it cheaper for those who get to rent, but we will harm the incentive to supply that thing, what thus creating shortages. When prices are high and we have a free market, that must mean developers can profit from expanding the supply, making it more abundant and not scarce. Very big confusion. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Okay. From another person. The whole chart only works for products. Wait, did you draw the supply demand curve in that debate?
I don't think I drew it, but I think I did pull one up at one point.
Maybe. Looking for it. Maybe, whatever. Let's read. The whole chart only works for products with replacements available. False. The demand for rent cannot go down or up. False. It's fixed for the number of inhabitants. False. Everyone needs a place, or you want people to move. That people can move.
Mm-hmm.
Or wait, everyone
Or
needs a
own,
place, or do you want people to move? People can move, but it's not a sin. And the demand for rent is elastic. It's not. Housing is not inelastic. I don't know why.
Also, real quick, chat. Obviously, rent control is bad, but I get why people want it because YIMBYism is overhyped, and Austin is as well. I mean, one, I don't know if YIMBYism was overhyped. I don't know if I agree with you on that. But also, people don't even know what YIMBYism is, okay? Americans like rent control, or the average person likes rent control because they just see, oh, price go down, price frozen, greedy landlord stopped, corporate greed has been ended. This is awesome. They don't think about incentives or supply and quantity.
Also, to be clear, when I say it's like the demand is inelastic, like maybe for the macro in the market, it's inelastic. I'm not sure like theoretically it might be because everyone needs a home, but like individual landlords do face like a downward sloping demand. You're like if they raise their prices, they're gonna get less demand.
Yeah.
Yeah, because people can go to another landlord. So like still, expanding the supply curve would reduce prices even if demand is inelastic.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Also,
I don't know.
rents go
Like,
up when
people
more
can
people want to
overconsume
move there.
rent.
Also, housing in blue states is more expensive because blue states are richer. Very true. Like, everything is more expensive.
No,
especially
it's
when blue
not
states are
just rich. It's not. No, you can look
Well,
at
that's
housing
obviously not
relative
the
to-
only
now, my
reason.
regression. I ran a regression. You saw that regression?
Yeah, the thing you DM'd me.
I look at rents relative to income, so it's not just rents like nominal
Well, I
rent.
think-
It's
I mean,
real rent relative
Well,
to
sure. I think he's just talking. He's talking about nominal rents. I think, but yeah.
income. Yeah. So of course there works as what people make more, but if you look at real rents, that is rents adjusted for inflation or incomes, I think income is a better measure because it's a commodity. We're looking at people's ability to purchase it. And so we should look relative to incomes. You see that building more homes reduces it.
What?
Well, it shows that it's associated with the reduction. It's not necessarily causal, but come on. The data set is pretty neat. I can run more sophisticated causal inferences on it. But whatever. Either way, like if under the theory that like demand is perfectly inelastic for housing and so rent control actually is based, how do we explain the evidence that shows that it's not? Like is there any explanation to these people that they can think of? Right. Like again, housing in the macroeconomy might be inelastic, because everyone needs a home, but like for individual cities, for individual landlords, they it's not like with hospitals where like you show up to the hospital and you cannot shop for hospitals. Like
Right.
you must buy eventually, but like you can still decide which one. But you cannot decide which hospital. With housing, you can, and so still there's an incentive to reduce prices. Um, yeah. Either way, whatever. Let's see. So, okay, why is that a bad thing? I don't know what that means. Expanded in the video, but you reduce the supply of homes and the third party. Very true. Very true. Even if you were right, it could easily be solved by state-constructed housing. Whoa! Affordable housing, affordable housing, build infinite housing. Yes, by the state. Okay. Just have the government do it. Just have it do it. What? No one thought about that. Not fun. Just go. And then the whims of rent seekers can be ignored. Wow.
True.
Amazing. Let's see your reply. I'm not actually against social housing. The biggest issue is public housing. The biggest issue is public housing is way more expensive to build, especially because of the zoning laws. No, you didn't say the actual reason. You didn't say the actual reason. We know the actual.
What, unions, big unions?
Yeah, big union. Big union. Like, look, zoning laws certainly another reason. But yeah. No, it's dumb. It's dumb. Like, look, I'm not against social housing, like you said, but it's not like why do we never apply this logic to anything else? We don't say,
right.
Oh, fucking phones are expensive. Just have government build phones. Or like, oh, food is expensive. Just do government. I guess Zorhan does it with groceries, I guess. But like, that's a dumb idea. And we don't do that, right? Prices are signals that are wrapped in yeah, I forgot. Okay. Okay. Another comment.
I think it might be
We're getting through
interesting, by the way, to I don't know if any of these people would be down to do it, because that guy who was fighting about rent control in this TikTok you sent me, I wonder if any of these TikTok people would actually be willing to talk about rent control with me, but I kind of doubt it.
Yeah. I got you. So, I'll go to another comment. Where in New York do you plan to build new homes? There are thousands of vacant apartments due to who owns them and the cost in New York. It's clear you don't know about New York in real estate compared to the cost of living. Wow.
True.
It's clear you didn't pay attention to the study I cited showing zoning laws is the main driver of housing costs in Manhattan. 40% of buildings in Manhattan could not be built today due to zoning laws. There is a lot of density I guess, or he added in some, I guess, to be added. I guess that's what he tried to say.
Oh, probably, yeah, to be added. I think I said.
Yeah.
There's a lot of.
Whatever. Yeah, to be added. So yeah, that's also true, and it's also like just fucking dumb, because like vacancy rate in New York, I think is pretty low. What's the vacancy? I think it's like 1%. It's a very
it's
crowded
probably
city.
1 point. It's like 1.5% or something. It's not. I don't think it's that high.
New York vacancy rate. Yeah, it's 1.4%. According to Gemini AI overview. Fuck, I hate the AI overview. I hate it so fucking much, bro. But like, yeah, usually it shows you the right stat, unless it's CEO pay. Okay, but but yeah. But it's just fucking. It's not like infinity vacancies, infinity corporations. Like I think a lot of buildings in New York are owned by LLC for renting or whatever. But like that's not the issue. That's not
What do
how
you mean
solve
EMBs
housing.
don't get
That's
why
never how you
people
solve
like
housing.
zoning?
It's like building more. Build taller buildings. You can.
I mean,
have,
I think EMBs.
like, again,
there's disagreement with
40%
many
of
EMBs
Manhattan are,
as
like,
to
too
for
tall
why
according to the
exactly
codes. It's so dumb.
people like zoning, but I think a lot of it is property values, and I think a lot of it is just status quo bias. It's a combination of those.
But yeah, you should cite more the stat of like, in Chicago. I think it was Chicago, right? They wanted to build more homes, and it was like $1 million for like a public home. Like they built only 1,000 units.
Yeah.
It was $1 million a unit. Like what? You're never getting affordable housing that way. Another crazy stat I like to cite.
Sure.
Let me show you. I'm gonna share my screen. Okay.
Okay.
check this out, okay?
Right.
Okay. So I did my regression thingy, right? Let me show you this thing. Open. Right, this thing. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So permits, right? How did I get permit data? So let's look, for example, at Austin permit, right? Okay. Give me a second. Give me a second. Yeah. Okay. So this is the number of permits the new private housing structure is authorized by building permit for Austin, right? Okay. It's about. So let's look at the aggregate data. Okay. Annual. Right. About 30,000 a year. Okay. Let's look at. Okay. So what's the population of Austin? Right. Population. About 1 million people, right?
Yep.
Want to see another crazy thing?
Oh man.
This is for the entire state of New York.
Oh,
The entire
no.
fucking state, not New York City, not New. Are you ready now, Juan? Close your eye.
I'm ready. Oh no.
Close your eye. Wait.
All right, they're closed.
It's the same. It's the same. It's about the same.
Oh my
It's
fucking
about
god.
the same. And what's the population of New York? Right, New York state population. 20 million people.
20 million.
20 times the fucking population, and one fucking pathetic city in Texas builds the same amount of homes it permits, right? Like has the same permits for the
Right.
same amount of housing units. Now, note it says units versus structures. It's the same as the data. It's the word is different, but the data is the same.
Sure.
It's a Fred thing. But yeah, so just that's fucking unacceptable, bro. That's unacceptable. That's so unacceptable. It's not acceptable. I don't know. I can say it again and again and again. And so once you look, and you might say, "Oh, you cherry picked. You cherry picked."
Is that really?
No,
if
I
you, like,
didn't.
survey people.
You can
on why
download
they
the entire
oppose
data
zoning
for all the
reform.
cities in the entire
Is
United
that the
States.
reason they
all the
opposed reform?
all
Is that
the
just the
what was
reason
it,
that
like,
a lot of zoning reform is
metropolitan
implemented in the first
statistical
place?
area MSA? You can
I
download all the
believe the
data
first one. I'm
and divide by the
skeptical of the
population,
second one.
and also take into account population growth. Right, that's the supply and the demand. And
yeah,
look at the rent change relative to income, so we adjust for like richer cities, and you see it's statistically significant that it reduces rents, or like at least associated with a reduction in rents. It's a real thing. We should just build more homes, brother. You should just build more.
That is true.
It's not corporation buying everything up. It's not. That's just depressing. Every time I hear progressives talk about housing, and they don't care. They never read anything. It's just like they have like an aesthetic or like a worldview or something, but it's not shaped by evidence. It's shaped by like rich people bad. Money in politics is bad. I don't like it. I don't like it. It's so annoying. Yeah. So again, I just think people should like we should just hammer that talking point. It's like one fucking pathetic city in Texas builds about the same amount of homes as the entire fucking state of New York. The entire state. And it's not just here, Houston.
Okay, but here is the
Wait,
test we should do.
This is one unit.
Who has
Okay,
more
what?
billionaires per capita? Okay, New York
or
Texas?
Houston permit. New private housing structures authorized to go in Houston. Yep. Okay. Annual sum. Houston is even higher. You see, that's fucking unacceptable, right? I'm not crazy.
That I mean,
Houston alone,
obviously,
another fucking
like,
random city. Well, not random. It's also about 1 million people. What's the size of Houston? Actually? Houston population. Okay, 2 million. My bad. But yeah, so about like they both build relatively relative to the population about the same. But like, so Houston alone builds more housing than a state with 10 times the size. It's just so it's a joke. It's incomprehensible, right?
Right. Yeah. And it fucked us over in fucking apportionment too, in the Senate in the House and the
Yeah.
the Electoral College.
Yeah,
It's
we
like,
need the swing states, and we're never going to get the swing states vote if every time you mention blue states, the association is fucking like the worst of the worst ever. You know,
yeah.
fucking impossible. That is just unacceptable, and people need to realize that it is unacceptable. Yeah,
Also, most
there is no
Yimbys are
talking point.
functionally in favor of ending democracy. They claim towns don't know what's good for themselves. I think the 5 boomers that go to every fucking zoning reform meeting don't know what's good for themselves. Or, if they do know what's good for themselves, they don't know what's good for their children who want to be able to live
Well,
in the
no,
city.
the problem is, I mean, so I don't know what they like. So for example, city council meetings are not representative of the population, right? It skews richer, it skews homeowner, it skews like whiter, and it skews older. Okay, but also, even if it was all the current city residents they vote, it's still undemocratic because it doesn't take into account the people that could live in that city, right? You know, when you restrict housing, it's nativist, and you're fucking over people that could be in your city. But again, suppose you were right. Suppose it was like, oh no, Yimbys don't like democracy or something. Okay, I care about improving people's lives. I don't care about like democracy in the city or whatever the fuck you want to say to protect homeowners. Like, I care about people's lives. I don't care about. I think democracy is good because it improves people's lives, and when it doesn't improve people's lives, then it's bad. Like, yeah, right, pretty clearly. Right. This fucking stat is insane. Like, it's so unacceptable. I'm not.
Oh fuck! I'm getting bombed
Oh, fuck.
by getting
Getting
nuked by
bombed?
people.
Oh, imagine getting bombed by a foreign state for 12 days.
Yeah, how's that going for you, buddy? How's the?
How
many fronts are we on now?
Because he's a genius.
Oh, that's true. We have
What?
to-
How many what?
I said, how many fronts do we have now?
-3.
-3. Okay.
Yeah. Infinity fonts.
Fonts?
Let's
I said
see, okay.
fronts. I might have said fonts.
Front.
Front.
Yeah.
Fronts.
Front. In front. Okay. Yeah, bro. I don't know how we're getting over this. Like, Democrats are gonna keep failing if this is the reality, you know? Fucking A. Well, you know, that's about it. People should just, like, be aware of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I can yap for more, but, like, I don't know. We should. I don't know. We're fucked. We're fucking fucked. We have like fucking fucktard MAGAs, like fucking voting for fascists, and then we have progressives that all they want to talk about always forever and ever and ever. It's just corporation rich people lobbying that. It's like, oh my god, oh my god, money bad, rich people bad, corporations bad. It's like, oh my god, why can't people care about facts? I don't know. We're fucked. It's over. Well, hopefully Zorhan is like an abundant sleeper cell. We'll see.
I mean, I was told on Twitter that he's a part of the globalist plot. Okay, he was put there by
Maybe.
By the globalists.
I'm just disappointed because like he doesn't seem willing to understand like how important it is, and like he has a radical socialist history. He was like tweeting about like we need to ban all guns and we need to fucking. He made a video for the Grenfell Institute about how socialists
I
can
know.
help housing. Like,
That
I didn't
video
watch
was
it. You
pretty
want to
bad.
watch it? You want to watch it?
I mean, I've already seen it, but like, I mean, it's short. We can watch it. Yeah.
Yeah, let's watch it for fun. Let me end my live there. Infinity housing, infinity rent control.
Why is this taking forever? Did I spell Gravel Institute wrong?
Yeah. It's named after gravel, the thing on the ground. Okay, I'm in. How long is it?
8 minutes, but I'm putting it on
Okay,
like
that's fine.
1.5.
Let's watch.
Yeah.
Let's watch it. Yeah.
American
Wow.
housing is in crisis. Right now, up to 12 million Americans are behind an average of $5,800 on rent and risk eviction. With eviction
Whoa.
moratoriums soon to expire, we're facing an unprecedented wave of evictions and foreclosures that will crash straight into millions of struggling families
That's right.
across the country. But the truth is, this crisis didn't begin with the pandemic. In fact, housing has been in crisis for a very long time. Even before the pandemic, in places like New York or Los Angeles or San Francisco, median rents for even one-bedroom apartments could approach $2,500 a month or more.
That's right.
About a third of
That's all because there's not enough public housing, by the way.
people in Los Angeles spend a majority of their income on housing. In New York City, about 20% of all renters pay most of their income to their landlord.
You know what the
District,
solution
Sorry,
is, right?
about
More
a quarter
unions.
More, yeah, unions.
of residents have to spend most of their paycheck on rent.
Tax the rich.
And the crisis isn't just in big cities. In 95% of all U.S. counties, workers making the minimum don't make enough to afford a one-bedroom rental on their own.
It's like
That's right.
1.5% of people or whatever make the fucking minimum wage, but we don't.
Wait, what was the chart? What was the chart?
It's people making minimum wage can't afford a one-bedroom rental. In 95%
Well,
of counties.
95% of all U.S. What was it?
Counties.
Oh, counties. Okay, okay, my bad. Is this your mouse, or what? Hiding the word county. Maybe I'm dumb. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Counties can't afford one bedroom on minimum wage. Oh my god, on minimum wage. Fucking kill me, bro. Yeah, again, 1% of people make the minimum wage, but okay.
All U.S. counties, workers making the minimum don't make enough to afford a one-bedroom rental on their own. The Harvard Center for Housing Studies warns of a new normal for housing in the United States, in which nearly half of all renter households spend almost a third of their income on
Oh wait,
rent.
hold on. I should, for the stream, hold on. I have to set it up like this, so they can actually see the video. There we go.
Okay.
That's why even before the fallout from the coronavirus started to hit, more than 500,000 Americans nationwide were already homeless, millions more on the brink of losing their housing, and countless families struggling every month to make ends meet. At the root
True.
of all
Housing
of this
is
suffering
bad.
is the
Okay,
fact that
what's
in this
this?
country, housing is treated as a commodity, not a right. It's a
Oh
consumer
my
just like clothes or cars that private
god.
businesses can sell on the market to make a profit. And if someone isn't
Thank
able to
you.
either because their
Teacher
landlord
Mayor.
raised their rent or because they can't work for one reason or another, they're not able to stay in their homes. If they're lucky, they can live with friends or
Wow.
family, or maybe in transitional housing for a bit. But for a lot of people, they have nowhere else to go. And they end up
Does this bring up Vienna? Oh boy, you're not ready, Metro. You're not ready. Oh
sleeping on
man.
the streets. In December 2019, the number of people sleeping in homeless shelters in New York reached 19,000 people, an all-time high. 100,000 New York City students are homeless. That's more than 10% of the entire student population.
Wow.
Why do so many people end up homeless? It's not because there aren't enough homes to go around. There are plenty of empty homes. No.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Shut up. Shut up.
No
Shut up.
citation, by the way. Zero citation. He doesn't even cite like there's more vacant homes than homeless people or whatever. He's just like, oh, there's plenty of vacant homes. I say so. No citation. No mention of the vacancy rate.
When was this
in
video?
any of these.
When was it published?
This was 4 years ago, 2021.
He said he changed his mind, I guess. But
I
fuck
know,
me,
that's why-
bro. I don't know if it's a politician thing. I don't know if it's a politician thing. Oh man,
It's because
scary
housing
stuff.
is not the primary goal of developers or landlords. Their goal, simply put, is to
Wow,
make
that's right.
And it's much more
The profit.
Well, you
Yeah,
ready
it's
for
profit.
this?
It's profit. Yeah.
This is some incredible analysis we're about to get.
profitable to build luxury apartments for the rich than decent homes for the poor.
Their
This gives
incentive
us
is for profit now. Have you ever thought about that? They're profit maximizing, and
I've
they just
never-
get profits like magically from nowhere. That's how they get profits.
Well, no,
It's
this is
not-
how they get profits. No. You gotta listen and learn to the Muslim speaking here.
And it's much more profitable to build
Well,
luxury apartments for the rich.
it's because
than decent homes for the
they sell to rich people, right?
Yeah, it's because it's always more profitable to sell to the rich than it is to build housing for the.
I don't know what it has
lower
to do with him
classes.
being Muslim. I don't know. I wouldn't say that, but
I said you have to listen to the BIPOC person speaking, bro.
That's
You have
right.
to-
That's right.
This gives us a big shortage of homes.
Was
for
this
ordinary
before
working
or after he got married to his beautiful wife? I need to know.
Probably after.
Maybe we got to look into that.
For every 100 households.
Oh no, he married her in 2025. What the hell? I thought they were married for longer than that.
This is
households that are extremely
this
low
is
income,
before she
there are only
fixed
36 affordable and available homes. As a result, we have plenty of housing for the rich, but poor and working class people don't have nearly enough on the market. So we have people scrounging to make ends
Wow.
meet or sleeping on the streets right below luxury condos and uninhabited apartments. This is a
True.
terrible
Wow.
way to organize a housing market. It might be profitable for landlords and developers,
right.
but it's not efficient or beneficial for the rest of society. In fact, housing
So
doesn't have to be
profitable.
seen as a market at all. In other countries, housing is considered a fundamental right, like education or
What?
healthcare. That means the government goes to significant lengths to guarantee everyone has a home, and the market plays a
Guys,
much
they think
smaller role.
food is a human right. That means they have no food market, guys. That's that's
I
what
know,
it means.
yeah.
When you say something is a human right, that means there are no markets.
And distribution of housing. So let's hop across the pond and about 100 years back in time to take a look at just one example of how an alternative housing model got started. In beautiful
Yes, let's
red
go
Vienna.
back 100 years.
At the end of the First World War, the Austro-Hungarian Empire
Vienna,
collapsed, leaving behind a number
Let's
of sister
go,
states,
let's
including
go.
modern-day Austria, home to the former imperial capital of Vienna, the fifth largest city in the world. Despite being the seat of an empire, the chaos of the war and decades of neglect had left the working class of Vienna in desperate circumstances. Inflation was rampant,
Wow.
jobs were scarce, social services were non-existent, and hundreds of thousands of people were crammed into decaying tenements where overcrowding, disease, and violence were rampant. So it's no surprise that in 1919, at the first elections ever held in Austria where all adult citizens could vote, the Social Democratic Party swept into power at the municipal level on the promise of dramatic social and economic reform. And they delivered. The new government of Vienna implemented a huge range of services, including public health care and public child care. They built high-quality hospitals, schools, and recreational facilities. But their crowning
Wow.
achievement was an ambitious program of social housing, what Americans call public housing, that began in 1923 and saw 60,000 new apartments constructed in the first year of its existence, built by the government and financed by taxes on the rich. But these weren't the kinds of apartments you
Wow.
might picture when you think of public housing in the United States. Drab high-rises plagued by chronic neglect and underinvestment. Residents could enjoy leafy courtyards, wide open spaces, and plenty of natural light. They had shared laundries,
Wow.
state-of-the-art kitchens, food co-ops, bathhouses, pharmacies, lecture halls, schools, and swimming pools. These apartments were designed to be both beautiful to look at and beautiful to live in, fostering a sense of shared community
You
among
know,
the people who live
Texas,
there.
they build a
And the
lot
best
of
part was
homes. I'm sorry, Texas has fallen rents in Austin and Houston. That's because they decommodified housing. You know?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Did you do a
That's
react
because
video
there's
to the?
aren't any
did you
billionaires
do-
in Texas.
Did you do a react video to the Sam Cedar Ezra Klein thing?
Yeah. I don't know if I reacted to it on stream. I don't know if I uploaded the video of me reacting to it. But yeah, I reacted to it.
Yeah. Okay.
Which also, by the way, it's still, I mean, if you care about social housing so much, why aren't we talking about why it's so expensive to build it? Like, why aren't we?
Yeah,
like,
no.
you never-
What do you mean? We are building. Like, so we elected the Democratic Socialist mayor, was it Brandon Johnson in Chicago,
Mhm.
and he built 1,000 units of public housing. Don't look any further.
Don't look at the price
don't
per
look at
unit. Don't look at the.
Do not look into it. Don't look into it. I said don't. Well, no, it's because it's expensive. It's because prices exist, not because like government.
That's true.
It's because
That's
prices.
if we
Yes.
fully decommodified it, if we got rid of prices entirely.
You know, not fun. I would much rather build public housing because like then it's not the benefits don't go to like this tiny group of investors. It goes to like the people. You know who I am? You know who I sound like? Yeah, that's right. Fuck Econobo. Econobo, I know you're watching. Fuck you. Keep playing.
You might be watching. Can someone explain what socialist policies Zorhan has? What even makes him a socialist? So, the rent control is, you know, I guess, I mean, that's a left-leaning policy. It's not necessarily socialist. But like
I've
he
seen
wants to
Cory
build,
Booker call for rent.
he wants to build public housing. Like he wants social housing. He wants, you know, city-owned grocery stores, which is interesting. You know, that's pretty socialist. Although to be fair, it's only 5 of them, and it said like pilot program or whatever. He wants like free buses. I guess that's socialist. We need to look up like Zorhan policy. But also like he has a lot of old tweets about capitalism.
He has a lot of
Freeze
old
the
tweets.
rents.
Some of them
Build
he
a-
didn't even delete yet. Like the stuff about like defunding the police. Some of the tweets he didn't even delete yet.
Right.
I think
Oh,
that's
this
cool.
is also the fighting corporate exploitation and like raising the
Yes. Yeah.
raising the
Yeah, no. What makes him a socialist is like the rhetoric. So it's all about like fucking rich people bad. It's all about fucking, you know, we gotta get government to like ruin markets by like capping prices and by like, you know, punishing developers or like landlords that are greedy or stuff. And that's what makes him a socialist, basically.
Oh, but
It's not about
doing the
public ownership within the production.
regulating like DoorDash and like gig workers because the gig economy is evil and cringe.
That's right.
And also just is taxing taxing corporations in the 1%, which I don't know.
That's right. That's how you fund stuff. When you look at the countries in Europe, when you look at like Sweden and Norway and stuff, that's because they tax the rich, bro.
That is true. That's because
Do
they have
not
such high
look.
corporate taxes.
That's right. That's right.
Didn't have to worry about making a profit, just about paying off their maintenance costs. These homes were both much nicer and much cheaper than what workers had previously known. In 1926, the average rent in Viennese social housing was about just 4% of a monthly wage. The first 15 years after Austrian independence saw its capital transform from a symbol of urban blight into a beacon of socialist governance. It became known as Red Vienna, after the official color of the socialists who had pioneered these changes. And even though Red Vienna fell in 1934 when the country was seized by fascists, who did what they could to roll back social housing, that commitment to good, cheap housing remained after the Second World War.
Fascists,
Today,
they never ever did social housing and rent control. They never ever did that. You know who fascism is after? Mussolini, the Mussolini guy. He never did rent control in public housing. He would never ever do that because he's fascist. That's socialist policy. He would never ever do that because fascists, they don't do that. Okay, they just never do that. Don't look it up though. Don't look it up. It's like, what are we doing?
Was it? I'm trying to find it. Was it Hayek who didn't want social housing because he thought it would lead to more homosexuals? Like he thought.
No, that's Mises. That's Mises.
That's Mises.
Yeah.
That's the real reason we shouldn't do social housing.
An astonishing 62% of all city residents live in social housing, with the average monthly rent falling somewhere between $400 and $600 a month, with subsidies for lower-income tenants. That is a fraction of what people in America pay. Unlike in the United States, where public housing is treated as a worst-case way to house the very poor, Vienna social housing residents are extremely diverse. Everyone except the top fifth of the population is eligible to live in social housing. This means there's broad appeal across many segments of society, which creates the foundation for its political popularity. That is how the majority of people in Vienna enjoy something that's considered almost utopian here in New York. Affordable housing that isn't just cheap, but desirable. Housing that isn't just four walls and a roof, but a real home, with a sense of stability, safety, and community built in. Now, of course, this is only one example of an alternative framework for housing, and Vienna has not fully removed housing from the domain of the market. Residents still pay part of their earnings in rent to cover
Is this
operations.
the institute that permanently deleted their channel because of the disgusting Ukraine video? Yeah, they have not done anything in like 2 or 3 years at this point. Yep. Yeah, 2 years ago.
What's the last video?
Well, their last video might have been the Ukraine video, but they've deleted it. But it's Williamson, why you're so sad. Oh,
Wait.
man, I bet this video
Wait, who's this guy on the top right? What?
What? Oh,
He
no.
sounds like he has secret knowledge. It looks like he has secret knowledge.
This graph has a funny, familiar shape. I think I might know what this...
What? God, bro, we should just react to like their videos on screen. Wait, go back to their channel. I want to look at the other video. I want to look at the other. Let's see. Okay.
China got rich.
What is it? How France still controls Africa? Okay, bro. Not fun. Can we embarrass you on stream? Can you do GeoGuessr maps? Like, can you try to like name maps, name countries on the map?
Do you want me to do GeoGuessr or would do the? I think it's Cetera.
I don't know which one.
What do you want me to? Do you want me to do the world?
No, the world is insane. That's crazy. Do Europe.
I feel like I could probably do Europe.
Okay, let's do that.
Russia,
Denmark,
Romania.
Oh my God! Why is it speaking to me? What the fuck? Enable voice off. Goddamn.
Russia.
Romania, Ukraine, Kosovo.
Hey, plus Crimea. Let's go. Whoa, we got close to that. Okay.
Ireland,
Good one.
Switzerland. Albania is this one. Lithuania. Estonia. Latvia, Lithuania? Yeah, Croatia.
Yeah, that's right. The way I remember it is Latvia. Okay, so Estonia is the one on top. Latvia has like a line through their flag, so it's kind of like the middle one.
I thought this was Montenegro. Wait, is that one of the?
Whoa! We don't say that.
Hold on, that's North Macedonia. Oh, is it this? Fuck yeah. Damn.
Yep. Right.
God damn it, Liechtenstein is.
I don't get it. No, that's exceptional. Look, you're way better than the average American so far.
Sweden, Luxembourg, France, Hungary, Austria-Hungary, Vatican City is that one. Finland, think this is Monaco. That's Andorra. God damn it. Monaco's this one. Belarus.
You didn't even know where Monaco is. Oh my god, how embarrassing. No, I'm joking. Oh, fuck it.
Bulgaria, Italy, Latvia, Slovenia. That's Slovenia. Yeah, Serbia. This is Serbia. And then that's North Macedonia, Belgium, San Marino, the UK, Slovakia, Norway, Andorra, Malta, Spain, Estonia, Austria, Czech Republic,
Infinity
Germany,
Housing Offer?
Bosnia, Greece, Poland, Moldova. Easy.
Yeah,
96%.
amazing. Great job. Now do Africa. No.
I would get like 50% in Africa. It would not be.
That's okay.
It would not be good.
Keep speaking to me, Mamdani. Keep speaking.
Costs, and a sizable chunk of the population lives in private housing. But it's an actually existing alternative that shows us what a step toward a better world could look like. If we want to end the housing crisis, the solution has to be moving toward the full decommodification of housing.
That has to be, yes. When you look at the cities with falling rents, it's because they decommodify.
They
decommodify. It has to be.
And toward a future where we guarantee high-quality housing to all as a human right. So how can we do it? We can start by making sure people who access housing on the private market have ironclad protections against abuse and exploitation. But to go further, toward the Vienna model, we'll have to go beyond the market. We can establish community land trusts to gradually buy up housing on the private market and convert it to community ownership. We can give tenants a right of first refusal to buy out their landlords.
I can promise Zorhan that his haters are the worst people, so I'm negatively polarized into rooting for him.
No, of course right wings are like racist ghouls. Okay? Yeah. I don't like the word ghoul. It's been co-opted by fucking like the racist demons. Okay, like of course that's true, but like I'm not racist. Nafon was kind of racist before, but I'm not racist here against Mamdani. I just think these policies are dumb and they're not going to solve stuff. Like again, we have the evidence. We can look. It's unacceptable that it's $1 million for a public housing unit in Chicago. Okay, I don't like the fact that abundance is so fucking has to appeal to lefties. In the sense of like, no, I want to unshackle the state. Like, no. That's right. You know. He's in on it. He's in the know. The problem is that you cannot communicate it to lefties because the moment you say deregulation and private, like these people lose their brain. Like it's all like, critical thinking is off. It's like you want Reagan bad.
Trickle down.
One of my favorite moments ever on stream with you is like when we reacted to the Johnny Harris video, or he was getting to the 1980s. And I was like, say his name, say his name,
say.
Yeah.
Things go up for sale. And we can fully commit to a new era of social housing, ending subsidies for luxury housing development and using our wealth to build beautiful, high-quality social housing projects that offer good homes and strong communities to everyone. We won't decommodify housing overnight, but we know what we have to do, and we have history to guide us. And we know how we'll get there, through a movement of the multiracial working class organizing for the better world we know is possible. And we've already begun. I'm Zorhan Mamdani, Assemblyman for New York's 36th Assembly District in Astoria, Queens, for the Gravel Institute.
Wow, thank you.
Incredible.
Thank you.
There's gotta be papers on Vienna that probably question most of the stuff he said, but
I mean, I don't really like. It seems incredibly context like history dependent, and it's like going to be way harder to implement. And we do have evidence in the United States of like public housing being like incredibly impossible to build. And like, why this obsession against markets? Like, why are we so prejudiced against markets? Like, it's impossible to me. I don't know, man.
Where is the chart? I saw it in the thumbnail. Where is it?
What's the rent to median income ratio in Vienna?
Currently? Hold on, I can check in a second. Where is it? I know it's here.
Let's see.
Oh, wait, is this the chart? Oh, I guess it's... Okay, he's not comparing wages or productivity. He's comparing the minimum wage to productivity? Which seems even
if wages reflected if wages reflected productivity, so if it grew at the same rate, I guess.
Yeah.
Like the growth rate and is it economy wide productivity? Like what?
This is so dumb.
Even worse than the
So dumb.
original chart.
This is even worse than
This
the
is-
original chart. Dislike the video. Dislike it. Well, I guess that incentivized. I don't know. I think that's still boosting engagement or something.
Yeah, don't worry. Chance this. Oh, already dead. So.
Wait, child
Businesses
labor,
have-
child labor, child labor, child labor, child labor,
Wait, what?
child labor.
Where's child labor? I don't see.
Keep playing, keep playing.
They'll cut employees' hours or cut jobs altogether. Rubbish. Since at least the 1930s, critics have argued that
Wait,
setting
where's
any
this?
minimum.
What did he showed his face. Go back a couple. Yeah. I think
Myth number
after the
one.
go.
If businesses have to raise wages, they'll cut employees' hours or cut jobs altogether. Rubbish. Since at least the 1930s,
No, when did
critics have
he
argued
showed
that setting.
Tucker Carlson for a second? Give me a second. Maybe it was in the true thing.
What y'all's Twitter? I mean, Sample can reveal his if he wants, I guess, but I am not
I don't
on
want.
420 on Twitter. Yeah.
Like I think like probably 20% of people I talk to know my full name, so it's like whatever. But I'm okay. I'm okay. Yeah, wait, give me a second. Look through the video. I saw Tucker Carlson for a second. No, keep moving it. Whatever.
Was it here?
The fight to raise the minimum wage in 1996, many conservatives predicted huge job losses. Well, I'm happy to report that after the increase,
No, I saw
was
like
10 million.
someone mentioned Biden and something. I don't know.
Low-wage workers received a raise, with
Am
no
I
decline
crazy?
in overall
Yeah,
employment.
no,
It's
I'm
only
gonna
a
find
myth
it. I'm gonna find it.
that raising the wage automatically means lost jobs.
Rebels
Not to
to-
mention the benefits for workers themselves. Raising the wage to $15 an hour by 2025, as proposed in the Raise the Wage Act, would give 32 million workers a raise. Here's the bottom line. If your business model depends on paying your workers starvation wages, you should not be in business. Myth number two. Small businesses won't be able to afford the higher wage and will be put out of business. Baloney. The fact is a higher minimum wage can actually lower costs to small businesses. How?
Did you ever watch that Robert Reich documentary, Inequality for All? I remember it being shown in.
Oh, here we go. Here we
HS.
go.
I
Okay.
have not, but that sounds like the worst thing ever.
Okay, go to 1 minute 30. Go to 1 minute 30. In the Robert Reich Working Infinity minimum wage.
1930s. They'll cut employees' hours or cut jobs altogether. Rubbish. Since at least the 1930s, critics have argued that setting any minimum standard of decency at the workplace will raise employer costs and kill jobs. Child labor laws, the 40-hour work week.
Child labor laws.
Oh yeah, wow. This, I mean, like this, it's literally true. I mean, like we like, cry all you want. Like we have evidence. Like we have that like paper from Bangladesh.
No,
and stuff. Like we like.
The annoying thing is just like child labor was also virtually non-existent when these laws passed. Like,
Well, yeah.
What-
It like that. I mean, that's
the way you improve conditions
I
is
was
by
gonna-
raising wages, and the way you raise wages is not minimum wages; it's growth.
Yeah, that's true. I was gonna get to that, but yeah, like if you look at like the evidence, child labor laws was mostly following the decline in child labor and not actually causing it. And to the extent that they, preceded the fall in child labor, a lot of times they weren't enforced very well. Like Massachusetts had like child labor law, but like 80% of children still worked or something. Like it's just a lot of times they're not enforced very well. But like it is true that
Like big business.
like workplace safety laws like does either decrease wages or decrease employment because firms care about the total compensation for employees. They don't care if they have to pay in wages or if they have to pay via safety standards. They just care about the total compensation of employees. And if you raise the total compensation of employees, you're probably going to get less employment unless there's like monopsony. But we have evidence of that, but I don't think he cares. And also, obviously the firms don't care about what type of compensation they give to workers, absent like subsidies for like healthcare benefits and things. They just care about total compensation, but workers do actually care about what type of compensation they get. They do, care about whether they get paid in safety benefits and healthcare benefits versus dollars. And if employers want to attract workers at the lowest cost to them, firms will match the preferences of the employees.
place safety laws. If we've learned anything over the years, it's that treating workers decently is
Yeah,
worth
we don't
it
have
us.
to react.
Besides, an abundance of research shows
Okay,
that
I just
increases
saw
in the
it
minimum
earlier.
wage do not reduce the
Yeah.
overall number of jobs. Researchers examined 138 state-level minimum wage
Well,
increases.
Oh my god. Hold on.
No, I mean, the literature on minimum wages is mixed. I mean, I'll give you that. The problem is the obsession I have. The problem I have is like the literature is mixed. I've seen some good evidence that it does cause bad stuff. I've seen some good evidence that it doesn't. It's like it's mixed. I still think probably the best evidence is that it's bad, but like it's mixed. It's for sure mixed. But like my problem is the obsession people have with minimum wage laws. That's not how you increase like people's wages. It's not. It's never been. It's never ever been. It's just not at all.
I know.
Right? Like, I mean, 1% of people work the current minimum wage. You increase it, you're gonna get to maybe like 5%. Okay. Unless you increase it too much, and then there are going to be employment effects. No one thinks that if you did it the problem is that I was going to say $30, but some people actually want $30 minimum wage. Looks on.
I know.
Well, I guess for New York City is different. The costs are different, but it's just so. It's the obsession. That's not how you would help people. It's not fucking the minimum wage, but that's all people can think about because they're midway.
And of course, a lot of the people who make minimum wage aren't like poor. They're like, teenagers who are like still in like high income households or whatever. But they, they're just teenagers. They're the youth working jobs for the summer or whatever. And it's like, it's not bad that they're getting paid starvation wages because like, they don't need more than that because they're still living at home. They're not even poor. They're in well off.
Yeah, and it doesn't. Yeah, and it's also like the moral appeal of like if your business pays low, it should not even exist. It's like okay, you're arguing for more unemployment. Like, good for you. Good job, buddy. Yeah. No, I've seen some. I'm a sucker for synthetic control papers. I've seen some synthetic controls that find that minimum wages do increase unemployment, but like, I don't know. The literature is definitely mixed. Like, no one can deny that. Like not even Austrians. What they do is like, oh, empirical science is fake. You gotta reason a priori about stuff, bro.
Yeah. Many minimum wage workers are not breadwinners to low-income families. They are instead often teenagers, single heads of households with no children, or not even members of low-income families.
What?
The notion
They
that minimum
cannot
wage can
afford
be
a
increased with little or no economic cost. Underlies many advocates' assessment of the effectiveness of minimum
But what
wage
do you
and its
mean?
anti-poverty role.
You think you're telling me that the people who earn minimum wage are like students and like fucking children, or not children, but like teenagers,
Should
but
be
like
children.
they cannot afford to rent a home, bro. They cannot afford to buy a home,
Yeah, I know.
bro. Also, the chart is probably deflated with CPI.
That's true.
I hate it. I hate CPI.
And also, I think this paper is evidence that minimum wage increases can like increase the prices of certain goods, and like it's goods that low income people buy. So it's like,
Yeah, I mean the effects on poverty are like very mixed. I mean, I think the way we measure poverty is iffy, but the effects on poverty is iffy. It's like rusty policy. It's like even if it holds, it's like kind of sucks. It's like what? It's just not. That's not how you improve people's life. It's just not. So why are we doing this?
The distortion from wage controls isn't seen from disemployment. It's mostly misallocation. I'd be curious, send papers on that. That seems, if I could argue that in debates as well, that'd be based.
Essentially unchanged in the 5 years
The easy money guy. He's
Metro.
Metro. Don't trust me.
following the increase. But
I
workers were
think
paying
I
more.
might have seen him in the 3 Wonks chat, but maybe not.
Hold on. I was told inequality for all. Is this documentary on
boy.
YouTube?
Wait. Go back a second. Go back to to your recommendations on YouTube. Just press the back twice. Oh, okay. So I'm learning economics video on Gary. Okay. So, I thought it's a Gary video, and I was like, "Wait, you have a Gary video you recommended? Are you a fake? Are you a fake?" Okay.
No, don't worry.
Yeah,
we're chill. Okay.
Inequality for all. Let's see.
We're definitely not watching all this or anything, but
Yeah, for
this is.
No, I gotta fuck off.
Yeah, it's 4 a.m. where I am. I have to go eventually, but.
Oh, brother, go to sleep. I'm not enabling you. I'm gonna go.
Okay. Goddamn.
No. I'm gonna.
I see
I'm
how
gonna
it
sleep
is.
for 10 minutes. I'm a fake. Yeah, I'm a fake friend.
Oh, let's go.
What is
Relative
this?
financial wages. What is this even? What is relative
I
financial
can't.
wages?
I can't see it. The screen's black for me.
Here is the paper. Oh my god, a King of the Coast tweet. Let's go.
Is this the Newmark paper?
No. It's Andrew Yezhulu. Or, I think that's how you pronounce it, probably.
Oh. Show the paper on the screen. Yeah, if you look at your stream, we cannot see the video, the inequality for all video. The screen is blank, but maybe you can see it.
Oh shit! Yeah. Oh, YouTube. I forgot. YouTube Movies has like a anti-piracy.
Oh,
thing.
anti-streaming thing. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
What about I don't know. There are websites where you can view it, but okay.
Yeah, I think there's a way to get around it if I turn off hardware.
There's the YouTube video. It's like you like the way you spell Jew, like YEW
Yeah.
video. Like you can walk it through that novel. Yeah, I don't know. Look, I don't know. It's annoying that people are like so anti-market. Like, bruh.
And since it was last raised.
Yeah, I know, Pathfinder. I was just curious because I might watch it off stream. I was just curious because you seem to be a D. You seem to be a D1 Robert Reich hater. I am a D1 Robert Reich hater. Everything this guy says is wrong and stupid. Okay, every single thing. I don't know. It's just annoying that I don't even think this guy is an economist. I don't think he is an.
No, he's not an economist. He's a fake.
I think I don't think he has an economics degree, but I think he was an advisor to fucking like Clinton or something.
Yeah, but like he's a total liar. He lied multiple times. And he knows he's lying. Like he's been fact checked a bajillion times.
Is Robert
to be
Reich a
clear,
post
he charges
Keynesian?
for like one like speaking like one. I don't know if it's for Zoom meetings or like for speaking events, but he charged like $30K for speaking events. Like what people, like yeah, I'm sorry. I do think it's valid to criticize socialists or whatever the fuck for like making infinity money while they think it's like the most immoral thing on earth, right? Like
right.
Okay, this and
man.
he's an NB. He's a scumbag. Like yeah.
Is Robert Reich a post Keynesian? I don't even think he knows enough to like consider himself a post Keynesian.
And even if he was, he would be one of the bad ones. Like
that's
so,
true.
Whatever. The guy's a liar. The guy's a fraud. No one should ever listen to him. The corporate Democrats, biggest timer. Oh, thank you, Reich. Thank you. Very illuminating. But okay.
Not surprisingly, Post criticizes Madami's proposal for a 2% annual wealth tax on the richest 1% of the New Yorkers and for increasing the state's corporate tax from 7.25 to 11%. It's the same argument we've heard for 40 years. If you raise taxes on corporations and the wealthy, you'll drive them away. True, this is the only argument against corporate taxes. The only argument against corporate taxes is capital flight. This is well known.
There's no other argument.
Yes. Yeah, no. Reality is that you invest in your people, in their skills, education, affordable childcare, affordable elder care, and the infrastructure needed to link them together.
That's so
They'll be more
true,
productive.
We want to increase investment. And the way we do that,
that's why we.
Corporate profits. Yes. So true, King. It's so true. So true. No. Investment is good only when it's by the government.
Only when only government investment.
Shut the fuck up, dumbass. What an ideologue. Oh my god. Fucking demagogue. And how many infinity likes on this post?
This was posted 11 minutes ago, and it already has 60 likes. Oh. Dude, he has 1 million.
This is more likes than you get on a video. Okay.
Yeah, I know. Although some of them.
Some of the likes on your last 5 videos, that's more likes than.
Yeah.
How does that make you feel?
I'll get there one day. Okay, I'll have my.
Yeah, that's right. That's the right approach. You should do that.
Right.
You should be like, one day I will charge $40K for speaking. Doing one better.
Dude, I could name my EPI is also complete slop. Very true. I could have my own inequality media. It's just that my inequality media thinks inequality is good.
Yeah, no, that's the problem. That's the problem. People want to talk about it. It is insane to me that people want to talk about inequality so much when the evidence that it's bad is like,
I know,
sorry,
yeah.
it's dog shit. I said it. Did I show you the inequality schizophrenia regression?
No, I don't think so.
Check this out. Um, I think it's this. Let me find it. Is the Here we go. Yeah, this copy image. Paste. There we go. Check this out. Look at the country on top. Okay.
Income inequality versus incidence of schizophrenia. Oh, Israel.
You know why. You know why. Don't look up Ashkenazi Jew, GWAS, a schizophrenia study. Don't look it up.
Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah. Here we go. Here we go. Genome-wide association study of schizophrenia and Ashkenazi Jews. Okay. Don't read the study ever. Don't ever read the study ever in your life ever. It would be bad. That would be very bad if you read this study. And I'm Jewish. I'm an Ashkenazi Jew.
Found a population that may provide additional insights into genetic etiology of schizophrenia. Wow.
Mm-hmm. Wait, maybe I'm forgetting
that
the results of this
90%
study.
of right-wing 90% of right-wing Twitter believes in HBD stuff. What is HBD? It's not gonna. I don't think it's not gonna come up if I just search "Happy Birthday." Yeah, I'm assuming. I'm assuming you mean something else by HBD.
No, maybe I'm not a genetics guy. And most of the genetics. So I don't know how to read this study, but I forget if it finds like no evidence or evidence. I just think the title is funny. Like I'm not a genetics guy. I think genetics is like usually cringe. I think people obsessed with it are like cringe.
Human biodiversity. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, maybe I don't know. But yeah, no. So the evidence that inequality is causing all these bad things is just look pretty bad. Like really, it's usually just like slop regressions and like fucking, bad stuff. It's usually doesn't even adjust for taxes and transfers, so it's not even the inequality that people feel at the end of the day.
Oh my god.
What is this? What is this?
It's another Robert Reich video.
You know what I want to do? I think it'd be funny if like I could make a video doing all the progressive slop, and then like debunk it. So like make a video where it's like what they don't tell you about the economy, and then I'll make a video where it's like all the slop thing. So it's like workers used workers used to like I don't know make a bajillion relative to productivity, but now they make zero. But also peasants used to work negative days and whatever. And then like in the middle of the video, do like a twist where like just debunk every talking point. I'm like, hey, you should just be normal. Read economics and read studies, and don't listen to ideologues on the internet, even if they're on the web. It's a bad thing. Don't do that.
Very true, especially if they're funded by big union.
Very, very, very true. I think something like 15% of all EPI funds come from big union. Okay.
Yeah.
And the other ones come from like other orgs that are probably also funded by big union. So. It's all Soros and the big union money. Okay, be skeptical.
That's true.
Okay. But yeah. Yeah.
Well, Well, it's 4:20 a.m. where I am now.
It is 4:20.
So 4:20. 4:20. Whoa. Whoa.
Is it non-fun 4:20?
That is true. It is non-fun 4:20. This is my
Very
time. This is. Hey, thanks for following Metro. Hell yeah.
That's right.
That's
right.
I'm always right.
Yeah. I'm just, for all its faults, neoliberalism solos, and people are dumb.
True.
I'm gonna go. I'm hungry now. I'm hungry.
All right.
Okay. But if I find funny memes, I'll send them to you. Okay.
Hell yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Talk to her. Well, I've got places to be. My sleep schedule's really fucked. I need to get back on a normal schedule. Right now, 'cause I woke up at like 8 p.m. today. I gotta. I think I slept from like 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. or something. It might have been earlier than 2 p.m. I don't know. I don't remember. I gotta get back on a normal sleep schedule. Okay. By normal, I mean. Are you in college? Yeah, but I just finished my only in-person class. I took 2 classes over the summer. I'm done with one of them now. I literally today was the last day of in-person class. I think technically it ends tomorrow. But today was the last day of in-person class. By the way, crushed the Jeopardy in that class. Okay, absolutely destroyed the other team. Okay, we were in like 2 teams of 4. Okay, my team only one that even got points. It was like 5. No, it was more. It was either 6 or 7 to nothing, and I was really the only one that answered any questions on my team. There was one girl one time who answered a question, and every other question I answered. So, pretty goated at psychology Jeopardy. If any of you ever need help with that. It wasn't even that I was good. It was more that everyone else was bad. But oh fuck, I messed up. My OBS thing. Yeah, it's not noticeable or anything. But okay, goddamn it, I'll fix it. Yeah, okay. I had to get back on a normal schedule. But I'll see you guys. Let's see. Is anyone streaming on YouTube? Probably not. I guess Irrelevant is. Psychology answer inequality. We got to fix that. SMH. That is true. That is true. Anyway, I'll see you guys. I want to set up some. This is a concept for a show I have. I need to set it up. Okay. It's gonna be called like wonking off. Okay. The goal of the show is just to convince me on some wonky view. Okay. That it'll be like a debate show between 2 people. Okay. And it's gonna be like on a thing that I'm neutral on. For example, public ownership. Like I'm relatively neutral on like public ownership or federal lands, for instance. And I get like someone to defend federal land ownership, and I get someone to go against it. Okay. And I see, and whichever one of them moves me closer to their position in the debate wins. Okay. I'm gonna call it like something like wonking off or something. I think that'd be a fun show. Anyway, that's what I got coming up. Allegedly, potentially, we'll see. Other than that, I think I'll stream again tomorrow. It'll probably be another chill stream. Probably react to whatever, read whatever, and I'll see you guys. Make sure to subscribe and follow and all that jazz to see that. Love streaming. Love you guys watching. Love streaming. Love that you guys watch me stream.